Chapter 534. Shaohan Blessed Land. Dense dark clouds permanently shrouded this place. Female trees were growing on the ground. These trees had peculiar appearances. Their trunks were graceful and their branches were intertwined like naked women, making all kinds of enchanting postures. The female trees were continuous, forming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest, there was the largest female tree. It was over 100 feet tall. Its roots were rooted in the soil, covering an area of 10,000 li. This female tree king, however, was not enchanting, instead emitting a pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was straight, giving off a spirited and energetic feeling. Two enormous tree branches formed arms, folded in front of its chest. The forked branches formed two palms, plump and broad, holding up a green treehouse. The treehouse was covered with bright red vermilion fruits, and the reddish-brown vines were intertwined, like a red heart. In this treehouse, two Gu immortals were sitting, both wearing black robes. The one on the left was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was called He Tribe Rockman. When he was young, clumsy with words, simple but elegant inside, it was He Bai. And the one on the right had eyes like paint, a jade-like face full of spirit, handsome and elegant. He was He Tribe's supreme elder He Chung, the father of He Lulan, a famous handsome man in Northern Plains, the male lead of Su Xian's night elopement. That means you just returned from Niu Blessed Land. Did you see Dongfang Naganori? How is he? He Chung took a sip of tea, asking leisurely. He Bai nodded. Senior Dongfang did not find lifespan Gu. He does not have much lifespan left. I'm afraid he can only live for another 2 to 3 years. But he is broad-minded and open-minded. He has already seen through the difficulties of life and death, and now wholeheartedly wants to nurture a successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Open-minded and broad-minded? He Chung snorted, shaking his head in disdain. Brother, you are wrong. Dongfang Naganori is a true villain. He schemed against Northern Plains. He is extremely sinister. He is hated to the bone by Gu immortals. If not for this, he would have already bought lifespan Gu. How could he have fallen to this state? These years, I have vaguely found out that sister-in-law Su Xian Heir's death was also a scheme plotted by him. He Chung revealed the secret. The words he said made He Bai extremely shocked. What? There's actually such a thing? He Bai exclaimed. He Cheng's main wife was called Su Xian Heir. 200 years ago, Su Xian Heir was just a concubine's daughter of the Su family. At a banquet, she served as a maid and poured wine for young master He Chung. She fell in love at first sight. During that banquet, He Chung was poisoned by Su tribe leader. His strength fell to rock bottom, and he was chased by others. After Su Xian Heir accidentally found out about it, she resolutely ran out of the family camp in the middle of the night to save He Chung, who she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian Heir only had rank 1 cultivation. Wild beasts roamed the northern plains at night. Killing intent was everywhere. It was not something she could contend against. But by coincidence, she found He Chung, who had fainted on the ground. He Chung was thus saved, his life preserved. He then asked Su Xian Heir in confusion. I was plotted against by your Su family's patriarch, and you are a member of the Su family. Why did you come to save me, the enemy of the Su family? Su Xian Heir replied. Young master has the spirit of a hero. I fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader was short-sighted. He was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, young master will repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master taking revenge on Su tribe is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master will be merciful and leave a bloodline of Su tribe alive. Under the moonlight, the beauty was like jade. Her hands were soft like silk. He Chung was deeply moved. He tightly grabbed Su Xian Heir's hands and made a vow. Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Chung, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down. Su Xian Heir saving He Chung was equivalent to betraying the tribe. He Chung was grateful and became her husband, tying the knot. In the days to come, The two supported each other and became close friends. 100 years later, they both became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in northern plains. And the story of Su Xian's night elopement also spread far and wide, inspiring countless women in northern plains to bravely take the initiative for love. He Bai's tone became heavy. Could it be that 20 years ago, sister-in-law didn't die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? He Chung sneered. It was indeed an earthly calamity, but an earthly calamity can also be influenced by people. Brother, don't forget, old ancestor giant Sun Immortal has such a method. Dongfang tribe, as a Huangjin bloodline, has entered the imperial court many times. They might have obtained a related inheritance from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Sigh, I have only found a trace of evidence now. It is not enough to prove that Dongfang Naganori is the culprit. Heibai was dazed and speechless. After a long while he sighed. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Heiqing patted his shoulder and consoled warmly. Brother, you have just become a Gu immortal for less than 10 years. Although the Gu immortal circle is not big, there are more treacherous plots and conspiracies than mortals. Heibai was about to speak, but at this time his expression froze. There is a letter from He Lolan's side. Heiqing nodded and willed, releasing a trace of Xiao Han blessed land's defense. Immediately, the void broke open and a butterfly flew in. Heibai stretched out his right hand, and this butterfly fluttered in the air, lightly landing on his palm. This was a rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. Heibai lightly closed his eyes and probed his mind. The butterfly letter Gu brought He Lolan's request for help. What, my disappointing child is asking you for help again? When Heibai opened his eyes, Heiqing snorted coldly and asked with an unhappy expression. Heibai smiled bitterly. Brother, He Lulan is the son of you and sister-in-law Su Xian heir. Although sister-in-law Su Xian heir's body deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan, and her strength was greatly reduced, she died in the blessed land's earthly calamity a few years later. But the child is innocent, you can't keep treating him coldly because of this. You even passed him to the 27th concubine, Fairy Jiangyu, and don't allow him to pay respects to his mother every year. Heiqing snorted unhappily but did not reply. Heibai sighed and said, logically speaking, this is brother's family matter, I really shouldn't be nosy. But I have seen it all these years. Brother has put in a lot of effort and passed He Lulan to the childless Fairy Jiangyu. You wanted to use Fairy Jiangyu's immortal Gu dark limit to preserve He Lulan's life. He Lulan has one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique. To stimulate his fighting spirit, you made a request to him that he can only pay respects to his mother after advancing to Gu immortal. I deeply admire you. But brother's way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstanding between father and son. In the long run, it is not advisable. Heiqing sighed and did not directly answer Heibai's words, instead asking, what did that kid say in his request for help? Heibai clapped his hands and smiled. See brother, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You are still very concerned about nephew Lulan's safety. In the letter, nephew hopes that we can prepare a mutated wolf group for him, and also needs a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. This kid is really impolite. Forget about lurking soul coat Gu. Our He tribe doesn't have mutated wolf groups. Right now our He tribe is at war with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is a junior that cannot be underestimated. Back then, Unity Immortal's inheritance fell into his hands. He has 2 sworn brothers. Both are fierce warriors that can easily take down the enemy's leader in a crowd of 10,000. However, nephew Lulan also has a general under him, called Wolf King Chang Shanin. His request for help this time is probably because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shanin. Heibai explained. Heiqing pondered. Rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is easy, I have one here. But mutated wolf groups need to be purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies. I will have to rely on you for this. Heibai quickly waved his hand. Brother, no need to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter the Imperial Court and find Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower for me. Heiqing heaved a long sigh, his voice revealing a trace of exhaustion. If great strength true martial physique wants to advance to Gu Immortal, we need a strength path Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, Immortal Gu are hard to find. And our He tribe also doesn't have a strength path immortal Gu. Success or failure is decided by heaven, we just need to do our best. We have already helped what we can. Everything will depend on He Lolan's hard work and luck. Parents are truly pitiful. He Bai sighed inwardly as he bid farewell to He Chung. After returning to his Kumu blessed land, he immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase mutated wolves. Wolf emperors were the foundation of the blessed land. It was very rare to meet a Gu immortal who would take the initiative to sell them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4. This was much easier. He Bai was not worried. As long as he had enough immortal Yuan stone, mutated wolves were not something rare. He could naturally buy a large batch of them. Of course, buying mutated wolf groups at a high price was naturally a loss for He Bai. But in order to scheme for 88-point Jinyang Tower's immortal Gu, it was proper for him to invest in the early stages. Who asked Imperial Court Blessed Land to be arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. Unless one reached rank 9, no Gu immortal could enter. After releasing the news of buying mutated wolf groups at a high price, He Bai soon received a divine sense from Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves in her hands, and her asking price was also quite high. She was clearly taking advantage of He Bai's difficulties. He Bai had already expected this situation, but he did not expect this Fox Immortal to act so quickly and accurately. He gritted his teeth and bought this batch of mutated wolves. The one selling this batch of mutated wolves was naturally not someone else. It was the land spirit Little Hu Immortal who had received Feng Yuan's instructions. Ever since Feng Yuan resold the Immortal Gu recipe last time, and obtained over 10 Immortal Yuan stone, he had instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase Purple Crystal Relic Gu on one hand, and also to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies on the other, to buy any cheap wolf groups. Until now, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already accumulated over 100 mutated wolves, including Blood Forest wolves, Frenzied wolves, Shark Fin wolves, White Eyes wolves and so on. And just now Little Hu Immortal sold these mutated wolves at a high price to He Bai, making a huge profit. Chapter 535. Walking on the muddy swamp with difficulty, Ma tribe's army's morale remained high. The joy of swallowing Do tribe's army and the excitement of victory were still on everyone's faces. Sitting on the horse, Ma Yingjie looked at the soldiers beside him in satisfaction. At this time, the investigative Gu master brought the latest battle report. He opened it and read. He tribe and Lu tribe's 2 armies have started fighting. Both sides suffered heavy losses in the first battle. They are currently in a stalemate. Yi Lui tribe's army is being attacked by the alliance army of the 7 routes. Yi Lui Sang cannot hold on alone. Even though he has great strength and defeated 6 rank 5 experts, he is still unable to turn the situation around. Right now, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is escaping towards Green Coast region. Rat King Jiang Baoye agreed to Yang tribe's request, officially announcing that he is joining Yang tribe's alliance army. New Air army did not continue to attack, instead resting and gathering strength. They are capturing wild leopard groups. This battle report made Ma Yingjie exultant. He was inwardly happy. He Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates for Imperial Court this time. To think they would fight so early, both sides suffered heavy losses. Ever since Yi Lui Sang obtained an immortal Gu, he has been relying on his own strength. But Yi Lui tribe is suddenly being attacked by 7 routes. I'm afraid Snowy Mountain is behind this. In order to become a super tribe, Ma tribe had secretly colluded with the demonic path Gu immortals who were eyeing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Ma Yingjie was Ma tribe's young tribe leader. He knew this very well. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard, and Gu immortals were the chess players. Besides righteous path Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals were also supporting their own chess pieces. And as tribes with Huangjin bloodline, in order to survive better, they were willing to cooperate with demonic path Gu immortals. After losing in the Imperial Court Blessed Land contest, these tribes, often, they would enter the blessed lands of demonic path Gu immortals to avoid the snow calamity. Immortal Gu were hard to come by. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted his immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. It was like placing a bet on this chessboard. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal, as long as the immortal Gu was taken by mortals in the Imperial Court contest, The Gu immortal could not regret it. Since he had placed such a heavy bet, there had to be a corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal Gu on Yi Lui saying that he became the target of the Gu immortals. Thus he secretly instigated the 7 armies. They surrounded the Yelu family's troops. The Rat King joining the Yang family means that the Rat King and Eagle King Yang Ping have joined forces. The Yang family, which was initially looked down upon, has now become the new favorite to fight for the throne of the imperial court. However, the Yang clan's foundation is far from our Ma clans. The Rat King has also been crippled, so he's not a threat to us. Although Nertu is known as the Leopard King. However, the leopards under his command suffered heavy casualties. He actually did not ask for help from the Gu immortals behind him, instead plundering the wild leopard groups himself. This is a bit strange. But overall the situation is good for our Ma family. Our next opponents are all weaker than us. As long as we keep winning and keep annexing. If we continue to grow stronger, our chances of entering the imperial court will only get greater and greater. Thinking of this, Ma Yingjie could not help but clench his fists, and his eyes lit up. A man's lofty aspirations incited him to achieve great feats. At the same time, amidst the army's high morale, a little girl was hiding in the carriage. She was sobbing. Lady Xiaoyan, don't be sad. Your father's death is very sad. But you still need to eat, otherwise you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai consoled her clumsily. This crying little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, the Zhao tribe leader, had sacrificed his life in the battle just now. Without the protection of her doting father, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt like she was in a precarious situation. Her stepmother remarried to the new Zhao tribe leader on the night her father died, and Zhao Lianyun's status plummeted. People will always die in big tents. This is a common thing. My father was also killed. Fei Kai saw that Zhao Lianyun was still crying, and continued to console her. Zhao Lianyun sobbed, and suddenly raised her head, using her red eyes to stare fiercely at Fei Kai. Still not satisfied, she then kicked him. You idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she had mysteriously come to this world, and it had not been long, but her father's love was indeed full of sincerity. This love that came from the heart filled her with gratitude, as well as love that gradually spread from dependence. But now that her father had died on the battlefield, she immediately became a lonely person. Miss, you were hiding here. It really took me a long time to find you. Quickly come with me. Your mother is calling for you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and an old nanny came in, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's thin arm. Zhao Lianyun used all her strength to struggle, and shouted, My mother died a long time ago. She is not my mother. I am not going. That is not up to you. The old nanny sneered, and forcibly dragged Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. She was the one who once served Zhao Lianyun, and was repeatedly teased by Zhao Lianyun. Now that she saw Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old nanny's heart surged with a sense of revenge. Let go of Miss Xiaoyan. Fei Kai roared, and with one punch he knocked the old nanny down. The old nanny was hit hard by this punch, and rolled out of the carriage. She stood up, touched her bruised eye, and screamed. You hit me, you are a slave, and you dare to hit a commoner like me? How dare you? Who gave you the courage? I am going to report you, and you are dead. According to the rules, your tendons will be pulled out, your skin will be peeled, and your corpse will be hung up in the sun, until you become a dried corpse. The old nanny was extremely angry. Her disheveled hair and sinister gaze made her look like an old hen stamping its feet. But her screams attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists, angrily glared at the old nanny, and firmly protected Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed away Fei Kai's arm, and stood on the steps of the carriage. Her fair face still had traces of tears, and she sneered at the old nanny. What? You want to punish Fei Kai? Good, very good. Go report him, but according to the rules, you have to inform his master first, and ask for compensation. Since that is the case, go find the young clan leader. Fei Kai is the leader of Ma Yingjie's slaves. What? The old nanny was shocked. The screams stopped, and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide. All that was left was disbelief and fear. How could he, a dumb kid, be the personal slave of Lord Maingya? And he was the leader of the slaves in charge of Maingya's daily life? One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Although the old nanny was immortal, and her status was higher than that of a slave, since Fei Kai was the leader of Maingya's slaves, it was a different matter. If she recklessly reported him, she was afraid that she would be sacrificed by the matriarch of the Zhao clan. After the shock, the old nanny felt that she had lost a lot of face. Her face darkened. She stared at Zhao Lianyun. Little girl, even the leader of Maingya's slaves can't protect you. You are a member of the Zhao clan, and your death is the Zhao clan's ghost. Your mother is the current matriarch of the Zhao clan. Listen carefully, the matriarch has already arranged a marriage for you. You will be married to the eldest son of the Pan clan. You'd better behave yourself. What? Zhao Lianyun cried out involuntarily. Marrying the eldest son of the Pan clan is your good fortune. The old nanny laughed sinisterly. Zhao Lianyun's body went limp, and she immediately collapsed onto the wooden planks of the carriage. Miss Xiaoyun. Fei Kai hurriedly went to support her. When the old nanny saw this scene, she was overjoyed. Incomparably elated, he proudly turned around and left. She still needed to report to the matriarch of the Zhao clan. Zhao Lianyun's face was expressionless. The huge blow caused her heart to die, and she allowed Fei Kai to carry her into the carriage. For 3 consecutive days, she hid in the corner of the carriage, not saying a word. Not moving. Fei Kai tried to persuade her to no avail, and could only helplessly feed her some food and drink. Zhao Lianyun was like a puppet, and was at the mercy of Fei Kai. Fei Kai could not always accompany her. Every time Ma Yingjie summoned him, he had to immediately rush over. It was a sudden change. The icy cold world shattered Zhao Lianyun's pride as a transmigrator. It was shattered. All of a sudden, she came to a profound realization. Even a transmigrator was nothing more than this. Why was it that she was ordinary in the original world, but could summon the wind and rain in this world? And as a woman, she was manipulated in Northern Plains, and was a natural commodity for political marriages. Northern Plains women could only rely on men, and could not reject a man's forced marriage. This was the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In the past, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal's deeds, she felt it was like listening to a story, a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the hardship that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given her. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. This was Giant Sun Immortal's mantra. He had single-handedly created the extreme inequality between men and women in Northern Plains, and had now become the person that Zhao Lianyun hated the most. No wonder the story of Su Xian's night elopement was so deeply engraved in people's hearts, causing Northern Plains girls to imitate her. Rather than passively accepting the manipulation of fate, it is better to take the initiative to pursue one's own happiness, even though this action is filled with unknown risks. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's understanding of the vile living environment deepened. Wei Clan's eldest young master is famous for being a trash. He is as fat as a pig, his face is full of pockmarks, and his cultivation is only rank 1 peak stage, but he is lustful and fickle. Because of his incompetence, Wei Clan appointed his younger brother as the young clan leader. Even if I die, I will not marry this stupid pig. But what should I do? I am only a mortal. I am not 13 yet. I cannot awaken my aperture. I cannot cultivate. It is very likely that I do not have the aptitude to cultivate. And my father's murderer is Do Yi, a rank 5 Gu master. He has now surrendered to Ma clan, and is a higher-up of the Alliance army. Who can I rely on? Where should I go? Bewilderment, hesitation, and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. Until the morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai opened the carriage's curtains, and brought food and water into the carriage. The light of dawn shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, and slowly opened her swollen eyes. You brought food? She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hands, and started wolfing it down. Lady Xiaoyun, are you all right? Fei Kai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself than others. Although I have an engagement, it can only be carried out when I am at least 16. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone brightly. Ah, Lady Xiao Yun, you don't want to accept the engagement? Fei Kai was stunned. In his impression, once a Northern Plains girl was engaged, she could only accept it. Zhao Lianyan rolled her eyes, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, I am not a mortal, I will definitely not compromise. But I cannot return to the tribe now. I can only stay here for the time being. I will have to rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest, and laughed foolishly. Zhao Lianyan felt warmth in her heart, and her tone became gentle. Fei Kai, your father also died on the battlefield? Yes, he died. During that time, I was very sad. But in our northern plains, it is normal for people to die. Father dying in battle is a man's glory. Fei Kai chuckled. As expected, the winner takes all. Under the dazzling throne, there are thousands of bones. Zhao Lianyan sighed inwardly, and then cursed. What a scam, I was actually transmigrated to this world. My body has not even matured, and I am already booked. I really can't take this. A letter was placed in front of Feng Yuan. This special letter came from the enemy general's hand, publicly sent, and was now brought by Cunning Lord's descendant Shirhan. Feng Yuan opened it. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao. It was filled with reminiscence of the past, but he had to serve two masters. Before the battle to the death, he invited Wolf King out of the camp for a detailed discussion, to reminisce about old times. At that time, Chang Jiyu will accompany you, father and son, to meet. Good plan. Feng Yuan snorted in his heart after reading it, and put down the letter. Chapter 536. Lu Tribe Defense Line inside the tent. Mother, what kind of person is father? Chang Jiyu's expression was hesitant. His lips moved for a long time before he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He had never seen Chang Shanin before, back then when Chang Shanyan's mother was poisoned and Chang Shanin and Ha Tugu fought to the death. Chang Jiyu was still an unborn baby. His mother, Inai Shuetong, sighed with a worried expression and said in a loving and nostalgic tone, My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current situation. Don't worry about your father, he is a legend of Northern Plains. Back then he killed Ha Tugu's bandits alone. He is a great hero who got rid of a scourge for the people. Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother. Mother, I'm already tired of hearing your words. Ever since I made my move, I have grown up listening to these stories. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, there will always be people saying, look, he is indeed Chang Shanyan's son. Father is like an eagle in the sky, flying in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will see him. My heart is in a mess. I just want to hear him. Chang Jiyu had not finished speaking when the tent's curtains were pulled open, and a middle-aged man with an imposing aura walked in. It was Chang Tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyan's former brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord Foster Father. Chang Jiyu quickly paid his respects. My child, go out first. I have something to say to your mother. Chang Biao said warmly. Yes. Chang Jiyu could only leave the tent. The curtains were pulled down, and with guards standing guard, only Chang Biao and Enai Shuetong were left in the tent. Husband. Enai Shuetong threw herself into Chang Biao's embrace, her eyes shedding weak and helpless tears. Sai, I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao held Enai Shuetong in his arms, gently caressing his wife's hair. At the same time, he activated goo worms to isolate their voices. Enai Shuetong sobbed. You heir is asking me about Chang Shanin again. What should I say? Do you know, just now, I had the urge to tell him the truth. To tell him that he is not Chang Shanyan's flesh and blood, but the product of our love. Chang Biao's body trembled. Wasn't his heart also conflicted and filled with pain? He said in a low voice, This is all because of my incompetence. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts. It was Chang Shanin who interfered. He lusted after your beauty and snatched you away on the day of our wedding. I wasn't his opponent, so I could only secretly come with you and have Chang Jiyu this child. But once Chang Jiyu was born, his blood meridians would be tested, and the truth would be revealed. Then he would be finished. Thus, I discussed with Ha Tugu and decided to frame Chang Shanin. Later, I used the name of Chang Shanyan's brother to marry you and adopt Chang Jiyu as my son. These past few years, although the tribe's situation has not been good, it has been the happiest time for us. Chang Ji was also successfully appointed as the young patriarch by me. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot reveal this secret. Once this secret was revealed, Chang Biao and I Shuetong would become the target of public criticism. They would have to bear the infamy of adulterer and wife, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They even framed the experts of their own tribe for their own selfishness, disregarding the big picture. Their sins were grave. And Chang Ji would also become a shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his position as the young patriarch or Chang Biao's position as patriarch, they would both be in danger of being affected by the schemes of the ambitious schemers. The righteous path had its own rules of the righteous path. All along, Chang Biao had taken care of his deceased brother's wife, and treated his adopted son as his own. Such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Such virtue was worthy of praise. Precisely because of this, Chang Biao became the new Chang tribe leader with a slight advantage. Once this truth was exposed, he would have nothing left. The ambitious schemers in the tribe would not let him off. In order to recruit Chang Shan-in, Lu Wenwu, who had a sliver of a chance, would not let him off. By then, his only way out would be to elope with Ni Shuetong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic Gu master. He would be spurned by the righteous path, chased by the tribe. Why is longevity heaven treating us like this? We clearly loved each other, but we ended up in such a situation. Chang Shan-in was the culprit, a villain, but why is he being praised? And we can only live under a mask, even deceiving our own son? Ni Shuetong cried bitterly. She was extremely agitated. These days, she had been under immense psychological pressure. Ever since Chang Shan-in reappeared, she had not been able to sleep well. The nightmare of the past had revived, causing her to fall into deep worries and worries. Say, do you think Lu Tribe Alliance leader wants to recruit Chang Shan-in? If Chang Shan-in agrees, will we have to live the same days as before? Chang Shan-in is spreading his vengeance everywhere. Did he find out that we were the ones who schemed against him back then? If he really returns to the tribe, what should we do? In her lover's embrace, Ni Shuetong raised her head and asked repeatedly, No, don't think of it as such a serious matter. Don't take things so seriously. Chang Biao gently comforted the woman he loved the most in his life. Firstly, Chang Shan-in should not have found out that we are the culprits. Otherwise, with his character, he would have spread the news long ago and ruined our reputation. He only suspects that there is a traitor in Chang tribe, but he is not sure who it is. Lu Tribe Alliance leader indeed wants to recruit Chang Shan-in. He is the Wolf King after all, an enslavement pathmaster. There is no alliance leader who does not want his help. But young Master Lu Wenwu is not a mediocre person. He is clear in his heart that there is little hope of recruiting him. His biggest goal is to sow discord and shake the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it. Chang Shan-in still does not know Chang Jiyu's true birth. He is sure that this is his son. As a father, what thoughts would he have? His blood is thicker than water. Thinking about how Chang Jiyu might be killed by his wolf group in the future battle, will he still go all out? Is that so? Ni Shuetong heard this and gradually calmed down. All right, don't worry, I am here. Chang Biao had a gentle expression as he patted Ni Shuetong's back. The tent was filled with a warm atmosphere. But how long could such a moment last? Be it Chang Biao or Ni Shuetong, they did not have any confidence. Bam! A figure broke through the large lizard house Gu's window and flew out. Cunning gentleman's son Shirhan fell to the ground. Climbing up with a swollen face, he was furious with hatred and panic as he screamed. The Wolf King is attacking me. The Wolf King is attacking me. He is rebelling. He is going to kill. Save me, save me. Son Shirhan was He Lolan's favorite. His cry for help quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fong Yuan snorted and jumped out of the window, kicking Sun Shirhan again. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm first, he could only dodge. But Fong Yuan changed his move in time, his right fist sweeping horizontally and hitting Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan screamed in pain. Just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. His face was full of blood, his nose was broken by Fong Yuan. He even lost 2 front teeth. He was in a miserable state. But the Gu masters who came after the commotion did not make a move, instead they sighed in relief. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was at most a quarrel. When people interact with each other, there would always be conflicts and conflicts. It was normal for them to quarrel with each other. As long as they did not use their Gu worms to fight, it was not a violation of the poison vow. Chang Shanyin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and son are in the enemy camp. I only came to persuade you out of goodwill, but you actually got angry and beat me up. You are guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up and screamed. His voice was sharp and piercing to the ears. These words caused the surrounding Gu masters to whisper to each other. Chang Shanyin and Chang tribe's relationship was known to everyone. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Looking at Sun Shirhan's smug and sinister gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not reply, but waved his fist again. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's moves were heavy and powerful. Although Sun Shirhan had some foundation in Strength Path, how could he compare to Fang Yuan's huge investment in Strength Path? After a few moves, he was knocked down by Fang Yuan again, lying on the ground and getting beaten up by Fang Yuan. Wolf King is amazing, although he is an enslavement path master. His foundation in Strength Path is also very strong. Everyone was shocked. Good hit, I wanted to beat up this scoundrel cunning gentleman for a long time. Another army higher-up praised. Chang Shanyin, you really think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was beaten up. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. His head was dizzy, but his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted, attacking again. Sun Shirhan's face was covered in wounds. He spat out blood. All his front teeth fell out and his molars were shaking. Wolf King is so fierce. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, but he is being beaten to a state where he cannot retaliate. He is too weak. Stupid. This is because he swore not to use his Gu worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement pathmaster, but he is still being suppressed by Sun Shirhan. Everyone's discussions became louder, be it Chang Shanyin or Sun Shirhan. They were both people with high status. Now they were fighting barehanded. This was a rare sight. Everyone's eyes were shining. Sun Shirhan could vaguely hear the discussions around him. The humiliation he felt almost made him grind his teeth. Even though he did not have many teeth left. He wanted to resist, but be it strength or moves, he was not Fang Yuan's match. He could only be pressed down on the ground and beaten up. Bear with it. I must bear with it. If I use my Gu worms, I will truly lose. As long as Alliance Leader arrives, he will uphold justice for me and teach Chang Shanyin a lesson. Sun Shirhan screamed madly in his heart. Alliance Leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader. The spectators were in chaos. They quickly opened up a path. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu and the rest arrived at the scene. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned, questioning Fang Yuan coldly. What is going on? Sun Shirhan's body shook, a surge of strength came out of nowhere. He struggled to get up and shouted, Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for me, plop. Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head. This kick was so strong that Sun Shirhan's entire face was buried in the soil. He Lulan shouted, Stop! Wolf King, what are you doing? Begging for food. Begging for food. Sun Shirhan shouted. His mouth was stuffed with mud. He could not speak clearly. Fang Yuan sneered. He exerted strength and stepped on him 3 times, burying Sun Shirhan's voice in the soil. Sun Shirhan's mouth and nose were blocked. His head was also hit. He felt dizzy and suffocated. His limbs were struggling, but he could not resist Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned black like coal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a blade. He stared at him and the Gu master experts behind him. Can't you see what I am doing? I am beating him up. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, Wolf King, you need to explain yourself. Why are you beating him up? Don't tell me you really want to betray us? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, saying slowly, Hey tribe leader, no need to be angry. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to do so? Saying so, he let go of him. Sun Shirhan was no longer suppressed. He immediately turned around and lay on the ground, breathing heavily as he breathed in fresh air. But Fang Yuan stepped down again, on his right cheek. Sun Shirhan used both his hands to push Fang Yuan's leg. But he was already out of strength, his hands were weak. His face was trampled on in front of everyone, and the reputation that he had built up for most of his life was lost. Fang Yuan said slowly, "Although I have never thought of rebelling against the enemy, I also do not want to plot against my wife and son. In the battle in the future, I will use all my strength and do my part. At that time, if they die in my hands, it would be an honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined He tribe's army, I will not waver because of love." But, saying so, he raised his head and laughed arrogantly. "Your suspicions are your own matters, it has nothing to do with me. If I can get support from mutated wolf groups, I will use my battle merits to exchange for them. This is a fair trade. I don't owe you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you suspect me, you can hold back the mutated wolf groups and not let me command them. In the battle in the future, I will use my name as Wolf King to guarantee that I will still use all my strength." He Lulan was furious. Fang Yuan was not threatened by him at all. Instead he turned around and threatened them. "If you suspect me, you can choose not to give me the mutated wolf groups. But if we lose the battle, it will be your responsibility." How could He Lulan not give it to him? He had the great strength true martial physique. Even if he used dark time immortal goo, he could not suppress it. He needed a strength path immortal goo to advance to goo immortal. Moreover, now that Wolf King had caused a ruckus, everyone knew about it. If he did not give the mutated wolf groups, what would the entire army think of him? They would think that He Lulan had the Wolf King but did not use him. As the saying goes, do not use a suspicious person. If he lost the battle, everyone would blame him. He Lulan. Good Wolf King, you did well. He Lulan's gaze was filled with cold intent. He laughed from extreme anger. "Of course I know your loyalty, Wolf King, but you beat up Sun Shirhan, so what? He is your comrade. The enemy is right in front of you, but you are fighting amongst yourself. What are you trying to do?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "This is all my fault. Sun Shirhan is too ugly. The more I look at him, the more unhappy I get. So I beat him up and fixed his appearance. I think he looks much better now. This is my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I need to compensate Sun Shirhan with 10,000 battle merits. No problem, I will compensate him." Sun Shirhan heard this and was overwhelmed with anger. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Once he said this, some Gu master experts could not hold back their laughter. This was too satisfying. Some people were already unhappy with Sun Shirhan, this hypocritical and treacherous villain. Fang Yuan's actions had helped them vent their anger. Even Tai Bai Yinxing looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. He felt that this Chang Shan-yin, although ruthless, did not attack his kin. He maintained his stance and righteousness. He had a bottom line and did not lose his true nature. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fang Yuan beating up Sun Shirhan meant he was slapping his face. Fang Yuan said it so easily. His battle merits were all on credit. But what could He Lulan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on Wolf King's strength. Threatening Wolf King was to make him bear the crime of slaughtering his kin. His reputation would fall, and it would be easier for He Lulan to control him. But since threats were useless, He Lulan only had one choice: to compromise. Chapter 537. The morning of northern plains was getting colder. Patches of white frost condensed and covered the grass. People breathed out puffs of hot air. Two armies with hundreds of thousands of people faced each other. Banners fluttered in the wind and soldiers were as numerous as a forest. After the first battle, Lu tribe and He tribe rested for over 10 days before issuing a challenge and leaving the camp today to fight again. Second brother, last time you fought, this time it is my turn. Emo Shirkwang was already restless. He shouted and impatiently rushed to the front. Emo Shirkwang's snow-white hair fluttered. His skin was black and his eyes were like a leopard's as he shouted, "Who wants to die? This He bastard again." He tribe's higher-ups looked at this person with anger and fear. In the previous battle, many rank 4 Gu masters had died in Emo Shirkwang's hands. Emo Shirkwang's fierce and fearless fighting style was frightening. He Lulan sneered, but his expression was calmer than before. He turned his gaze towards the two new faces in the main tent. I wonder who will go first? These two were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation, and were known as the Demonic Path's twin demons, famous in northern plains. In the early years, the Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai Bai Yunxing's kindness and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai Bai Yunxing tried to use Letter Gu to recruit them. Just a few days ago, they took the initiative to join He Tribe's army. With their addition, the gap between He Tribe's alliance army and Lu Tribe's alliance army was immediately closed. He Tribe's higher-ups' battle strength was no longer in a tight spot. The Demonic Path's twin demons had always been inseparable, but the rule of the challenge was that each side could only send out one person to fight alone. The two looked at each other. According to He Tribe's information, they had already discussed this. At this moment, Zhu Zai stood up and bowed. I will go first. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Zhu Zai went to the battlefield and Emo Shikuang's eyes opened wide, revealing a joyful expression. A rank 4 peak stage has come. Good, very good. However, you'd better not be all bark and no bite. Don't let me knock you down in a few hits. Zhu Zai snorted coldly, activating his goo worm and charging forward like a cannonball. Emo Shikuang remained motionless, licking his dry lips as he stood on the spot. Boom. Zhu Zai fiercely collided with Emo Shikuang, creating a thunderous boom. As the berserk energies interacted, Zhu Zai retreated a few steps while Emo Shikuang was sent flying. Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai, one of the twin demons of the demonic path. He walks the path of strength. Lu Wenwu loudly warned in the king's tent. Ha ha ha, strength path Gu master? Very good. I like to fight with this kind of exciting opponent. Emo Shikuang vomited blood from his injuries and jumped up from the ground. The pain on his body made him even more excited. A crazed expression appeared on his coal-black face. With an explosion, Emo Shikuang charged towards Zhu Zai. You're courting death. Zhu Zai sneered and pounced forward. Bang bang bang. Both sides engaged in close-quarters combat as they fiercely attacked each other, producing a series of trembling sounds. Emo Shikuang was a Chi Path Gu master, but he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange, does this Emo Shikuang dual cultivate Qi and Strength Path? He Tribe's tent was shaken. That is not the case. Emo Shikuang looks like he is fighting in close-quarters combat, but every time he attacks, his fists do not land on flesh. Instead, he is wearing a transparent Qi armor, and using Qi Explosion Gu to instantly cause the Qi armor to explode, forming an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Lord Sun Shirhan said in a deep voice. He was an expert in reconnaissance, and as he observed the battle, he saw through Emo Shikuang's tricks. Along with Qi Explosion Gu, Qi Armor Gu became a sharp weapon that could attack and defend. A Gu master's use of Gu depended on their heart. When different Gu worms were used together, they would often form an effect that complemented each other. This Emo Shikuang is so fierce. This is the first time I've seen someone actually suppress Brother Zhu Zai. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the two started. He had a deep understanding of Zhu Zai and understood that Zhu Zai was already using his full strength, but the other party was still skillful and at ease, clearly much more at ease than Zhu Zai. Suddenly, a wild boar's roar resounded in the air. A strength path phantom of a grand emperor boar, as large as an elephant, appeared in the air with awe-inspiring might. Grand Emperor Boar was a mutated beast among boars. Its beast strength could not be underestimated. After more than 10 rounds, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a strength path phantom. Immediately, his attack power burst out, catching Emo Shikuang unprepared. The huge strength surged and knocked him to the ground. Zhu Zai used this opportunity to attack, activating his trump card Gu Worm. In the air, the gradually dissipating Grand Emperor Boar Phantom condensed again. And at the same time, 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom. An enormous strength burst out as Zhu Zai punched, creating a sonic boom. Emo Shikuang felt a sense of danger as he laughed crazily. Now this is interesting. Come, I'll show you my true power. He activated his movement Gu and quickly flew up, dodging Zhu Zai's 3 boars explosion in the process. Zhu Zai's fist landed on the grassland, sending rocks and soil flying, creating a huge crater. Emo Shikuang's snow-white hair fluttered as he floated in the air, punching towards Zhu Zai, who was on the ground. Bam bam bam. Balls of fist chi rained down like a meteor shower. Zhu Zai continued to dodge while punching, destroying these fist chi. Soon, he fell into a disadvantageous position. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's most common weakness as a strength path was exposed. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had strength chi gu. Zhu Zai lacked a long-range attack method, so once Emo Shikuang changed tactics, he was suppressed. Not good. We will lose if we defend for too long. If this goes on, brother Zhu Zai will not be able to hold on. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's background, and seeing this scene, he was extremely anxious and quickly requested to fight. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation, and directly agreed. Just a mere variant human, I will deal with you. Gao Yang lightly shouted, traces of cloud chi lingering around his body, condensing into ribbons and bringing him forward. Don't think of bullying with numbers. Ouyang Baiseng coldly snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was extraordinarily fast, and he intercepted Gao Yang halfway through. Gao Yang was worried about Zhu Zai and did not have the mood to fight with Ouyang Baiseng. Activating Cloud Rope Gu from far away. Surging Cloud Chi suddenly surged around Ouyang Baiseng. The milky white Cloud Chi condensed into a rope, firmly binding him. Gao Yang was proficient in restraining and defending, while Zhu Zai was proficient in attacking and scouting. The two complemented each other and complemented each other. Ouyang Baiseng struggled for a while, but the cloud rope was shattered and condensed again, showing an unending momentum. Ouyang Baiseng was furious, pouring his primeval essence into the Azura zombie goo in his aperture, temporarily transforming into a zombie. Once he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense immediately increased greatly, and his strength surged at the same time. Ouyang Baiseng growled and used his strength 3 times, completely breaking the cloud rope. His feet stepped on the ground and he flew into the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azura zombie goo was one of the 5 great flying zombie goo. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang did not want to tangle with Ouyang Baiseng, and seeing the latter blocking in front of him, he frowned deeply, knowing that the other party wanted to buy time for Emo Shikuang to kill Zhu Zai, so he directly activated his trump card goo. Rank 5 Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo. Immediately, the primeval sea level in his aperture fell sharply, almost consuming half of it. A lump of grayish-white cloud, only the size of a horse carriage, surged with dark red light rippling inside, rapidly flying towards Ouyang Baiseng. Ouyang Baiseng moved his body and dodged a few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow, and was finally covered by the gray cloud. Ouyang Baiseng was hit by treacherous cloud wave goo, immediately losing his sense of direction, the thoughts in his mind moving extremely slowly, slowing down by several times. He could not distinguish east, west, north and south, and even lost his sense of up, down, left and right. For a moment, he was covered by the gray cloud, like a headless fly, flying up and down in the sky. Emo Shikuang, don't be arrogant. Gao Yang cast aside Ouyang Baiseng, and finally arrived in time to support Zhu Zai. The two worked together with great tacit understanding, and even though Mo Shikuang was fierce and fearless, he was gradually suppressed. But the three had only fought for over 20 rounds when they heard Ouyang Baiseng's loud shout. Azura transformation. Immediately, 6 thick and solid arms that looked like they were cast from bronze stretched out of the gray cloud with a bang. Outside, one could vaguely see the body inside the gray cloud expanding like a balloon. Ouyang Baiseng used his killer move, his battle strength rising by several times, and with a shake of his body, the dim and lightless gray cloud was completely dispersed. You two despicable and shameless scoundrels, die! Ouyang Baiseng's anger surged as he flew into the sky, pincer attacking with Emo Shikuang. With such a great expert participating in the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang blocked from the left and right, and the situation rapidly turned for the worse, turning into a precarious situation. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai are indispensable experts on our side. We cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw the situation was far from good and quickly spoke. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lulan's expression was solemn as he suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Zhu Zai had joined, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher-level battle strength. He Lulan simply waved his hand, learning from Feng Yuan, and directly gave the order for the entire army to attack. With one command, the army moved together. Lu Wenwu sneered. You can't beat me in a duel, so you want to gang up on me. Alright, I will accompany you to the end. The bugles of the army bugled and the war drums shook the sky. Lu tribe army also moved. Hundreds of thousands of people from both sides swept towards the other side like a torrential flood. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened, and when they were only a few hundred steps apart, the Gu masters attacked almost simultaneously. At once, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades flew towards the other side. Light armors, bone shields, water shields and other kinds of weapons also rose up. The originally simple scene was painted into a colorful and dazzling picture. Bam bam bam. Both sides' attacks landed on the other side at the same time. Chapter 538. At once, even Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's battle with Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Baisang was disrupted by the vast number of people. The two armies were completely entangled. Battle cries resounded, shaking the clouds. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu pushed his palms forward. A majestic blue torrent burst out and washed away all the Gu masters in front of him, regardless of friend or foe. Great Tornado Gu. An enormous dark green tornado, over 100 feet tall, swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it man or beast, they were all thrown high into the air by the intense winds. The tornado dissipated, revealing Chang Biao's figure. He was floating in the air, wearing a green robe, looking fierce and imposing. He was not far from Hao Ji Lu, so naturally, the two rank 4 experts' gazes met. The next moment, the two did not speak any nonsense and directly fought. A golden lightning pierced through the battlefield, instantly killing all the He tribe Gu masters along the way. The golden light dissipated, turning into a valiant man with broad shoulders and a thin waist. It was Pei Yanfei. Chang Shanin. In today's battle, I will behead you and take revenge. Pei Yanfei's battle intent was like fire, burning fiercely. Suddenly his gaze focused and he activated his defensive Gu worm in time. Behind him, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The shadows were deep and serene, transforming into multiple sword images that slashed at his back, causing Pei Yanfei to stagger. It's you, Shadow Sword Expert. Pei Yanfei regained his footing, looking at the Gu master who attacked him with a solemn gaze. Bian Xian, who was wearing a black cloth, laughed lightly. Lord Pei Yanfei is too polite. Her words were polite, but her actions were not. The pitch-black sword shadows appeared once again like a rotating screen, shrouding towards Pei Yanfei. Then I will kill you first. Pei Yanfei laughed loudly, brazenly pouncing forward. Our battle has not ended yet. What are you two thinking? Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang found the demonic path twin demons again. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai complained incessantly, but could only brace themselves and continue fighting with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang. As the Gu master experts fought one by one, a fixed battle circle was formed, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. There were dozens of battles, all of them were rank 4 and 5 experts. Outside the big battle circle was a small battle circle, which was presided over by 3rd transition experts. Outside the small battle circle, low-rank Gu masters formed groups and cooperated with each other in battle. As the commander-in-chief, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu sat in the main tent and oversaw the battle. From time to time, Xiaochen would give orders to send the elite troops in his hands to various parts of the battlefield, either to stabilize the situation or to take the initiative to attack. The huge battlefield was soon filled with the thick smell of blood. Gu masters continued to fall. Some were frozen into popsicles, some were burnt to ashes, some had their limbs chopped off, and some were poisoned to death. The originally fresh grass seemed to have become a monster, devouring fresh lives every minute and every second. The battle was so intense that after a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu's foreheads were gradually dripping with cold sweat. The large number of casualties made people's hearts turn cold. The tragic battlefield was a ghastly sight. In order to maintain the battle situation, the two of them quickly sent out their trump card, the elite troops. Only their own tribe's Black Banner elite troops and White Crane elite troops were left to suppress the battlefield. As time passed, the casualties started to decrease. After the initial battle, the Gu Masters' primeval essence expenditure was intense, and they started to consciously conserve their primeval essence. This way, the intensity of the battle decreased by a lot. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. The two armies were like two giants wrestling with each other, and they were evenly matched. Whichever side could accumulate a small advantage bit by bit would be able to turn a partial victory into a victory for the entire battlefield. The higher level battle strength can still be maintained for now. Wolf King, you have rank 5 Lurking Soul Coat Gu and the mutated wolf group. The rest is up to you. He Lulan transmitted using a Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Feng Yuan was not in the main tent, but was hiding somewhere in the battlefield. As for his exact location, even He Lulan was not clear. Feng Yuan received He Lulan's transmission, but did not reply. Instead, he directly mobilized the wolf group to run towards the two sides. Lu tribe's Gu masters subconsciously chased after them. This way, the tight formation was torn apart. Howl! A mutated wolf group of over 800 wolves, including White Eyes wolves, Blood Forest wolves, Frenzy wolves, and Shark Fin wolves. Like a sharp arrow, the pack of wolves suddenly shot out and directly charged in the direction of the Lu family's main tent. Feng Yuan's first move was a fatal blow. It was extremely ruthless, attacking the enemy's vital points. As expected, a mutated wolf group came to reinforce them. Lu Wenwu saw that the wolf group's charge had messed up his tribe's formation. A large number of Gu masters lost their lives to the wolves. He frowned deeply. The news of He tribe's Gu immortals reinforcing the mutated wolf group was easy to obtain. It was not a secret. Lu Wenwu was calm. He also had Lu tribe's Gu immortals behind him. He also had Lu tribe's support. Since he had deduced this mutated wolf group, he naturally had methods to resist them. Bei Chaochuan, it is your turn. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu master beside him. Bei Chaochuan was expressionless as he stood up from his seat, frowning deeply. I can only last for 5 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worries, go ahead. Bei Chaochuan walked out of the main tent. The primeval essence in his aperture was being expended as he activated the Gu worms he had obtained not long ago. A refreshing aura of grass and trees emitted from his body, spreading over 100 li. Within the range of this aura, grass grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they were taller than humans. The large grass leaves intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, the number of grass soldier puppets increased to over 1,000. Bei Chaochuan activated his Gu worms. A jade rain of light rained down. The grass soldier puppets absorbed the green rainwater. A portion of them turned into rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, large numbers of rank 2 grass soldiers were still forming. Bei Chaochuan activated his Gu worms again. An orange warm wind blew on the grassland. Due to the orange wind, a portion of the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers advanced to rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the sparse central army was filled up by the dense army of grass soldiers, becoming the thickest and densest place on the entire battlefield. The mutated wolf group's momentum was thus obstructed. Feng Yuan frowned as he manipulated with all his strength. He hit on the Blood Forest wolf's back, wearing the rank 5 Lurking Soul Coat Gu. It was like a green-gray wolfskin cloak. Lurking Soul Coat Gu was indeed powerful. It concealed Feng Yuan's soul fluctuations, allowing him to attack with all his strength. But at this moment, Feng Yuan felt like he was fighting an enslavement pathmaster. Bei Chaochuan controlled the grass soldier army as he cried. He had 2 souls in one body now. To defeat Wolf King Changshanyin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chaoxing sacrificed himself, placing his soul in his body. Using the Gu worms that Lu Wenwu requested, Bei Chaochuan absorbed the strength in Bei Chaoxing's soul, allowing him to have attainment not inferior to an enslavement pathmaster in a short period of time. Bei Chaochuan was a rank 4 enslavement path Gu master. He was also the leader of Bei tribe. He had the resources of the tribe. His soul foundation was not weak. Now that he obtained Bei Chaoxing's soul, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength rose sharply. But this move had huge repercussions. Because using other people's souls would cause Bei Chaochuan's soul to be impure, his memories would be erroneous, he needed to spend a huge amount of effort and resources, as well as special soul path goo worms to heal himself. But now, to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chaochuan could not care about the repercussions. He tribe invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to make up for the difference in their battle strength. And Lu tribe wanted to make up for the difference in lower-level battle strength. They thought of this method to raise Bei Chaochuan's battle strength to enslavement path master level to restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated wolf group was barely blocked by the enemy's grass soldier army. Did you block it? Ha ha ha. Hey Lulan, you are going to lose today. Lu Wenwu saw this and his worries disappeared. He laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. Damn it. He Lulan clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. The situation was very bad for him. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in imminent danger, while the mutated wolf group that he had high hopes for was pinned down at the center of the army. They were already in deep trouble. Without a choice, he could only order Black Flag Army to move out. Brothers, it is finally time for our Black Flag Army to make a move. Black Flag General Commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Flag Army was indeed the trump card that He tribe had nurtured for a long time and spent a huge amount of resources to create. The moment they moved, they were like a sharp black blade that pierced into the battlefield, easily cutting through tofu. Black Flag Army was strengthened by battle thought goo. They were all fearless and did not fear death. Their 100% battle strength burst out to 120%. Finally unable to endure it? Lu Wenwu's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Black Flag Army's movements on the battlefield. When he saw Black Flag Army moving in an arc from the right flank of the battlefield and pouncing towards his center, he immediately understood He Lulan's intention. So this is what you want to bet on? You want to concentrate your advantage and defeat the grass soldier army? Bei Chaochuan is already having a hard time blocking Changshanin. If he gets pincer attacked by Black Flag Army, he will definitely collapse. By then, He tribe will have a small advantage and the mutated wolf group, the most crucial force, will be released. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu smiled proudly. Your He tribe has Black Flag Army, famous in northern plains. And my Lu tribe also has a White Hair Army, famous far and wide. The battle between Black Flag and White Hair has already lasted for hundreds of years. Let's see the results today. Under his orders, the White Hair Army that was already prepared directly used one of the 3 killer moves. The White Hair Army let out a dazzling white light. The white light condensed and formed a huge light pillar that pierced through the clouds. The beam of light shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it shot down from the sky. The light pillar shot towards the direction of Black Flag Army. The 3 commanders of Black Flag Army saw this familiar killer move, and immediately ordered the entire army to be on guard. The light pillar dissipated, and revealed the tight formation of the White Hair Army. The White Hair Army was mainly infantry, while the Black Flag Army rode horses. But in terms of mobility, the White Hair Army was superior. The reason was because of this killer move. Chapter 539. Black Banner Army and White Banner Army engaged in a direct confrontation. Both sides had been enemies since the founding of the army. They had competed for hundreds of years, with victories and defeats on both sides. Right now, the 2 armies were fighting. Both sides were using their killer moves. They were evenly matched. Seeing that his final trump card was restrained, He Lulan's expression was ashen. Hee. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily. He was full of joy. Right now, the other side had exhausted all their tricks. His side was also in the same situation. But the grass soldier army could barely block the mutated beast wolf group. They could still hold on for some time. Meanwhile, He tribe's higher-ups were already showing signs of defeat, especially Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Ouyang Baisang, and Mo Shikuang's 4-man group. The situation was very clear. Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang might not be good at cooperation, but their individual strength was higher than the other side. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai fought 2 against 1, with their tacit cooperation, they would have a slight advantage. But now they were suppressed and could only defend. They were in a passive situation. Anyone could see that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's defeat was close at hand. Once they lost, Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang would be like tigers that were released from their cage. They would reinforce the other battles. This way, the slight advantage would accumulate and eventually lead to the upper hand in the battle. Once Lu tribe army gained the upper hand, He tribe would no longer have any backup. They would have no way to turn the situation around. They could only let the other side gain the upper hand while their side continued to fall into a disadvantage. Eventually, the other side's advantage would turn into victory, and He tribe army would be defeated. He Lulan could see the situation was bad. He was sweating profusely from anxiety. In the main tent, he was the only one left. At this stage, he could only rely on his own strength. His figure suddenly vanished from the main tent. At the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the grass soldier army. He wanted to kill Bei Chao Chuan. He did not have lurking soul coat gu. His location was very easy to find. As long as he killed him, the grass soldier army would instantly collapse. That way, this intense battle would turn into a situation of mutual attacks again. In the end, it would be like the first battle. They would have to stop fighting and reorganize. Killer move Dark Vortex. He Lulan had just activated her killer move when a white light appeared in front of him, revealing Lu Wenwu's true body. He Lulan was rank 5 in Dark Path, while Lu Wenwu was rank 5 in Light Path. The two fought several times and were evenly matched. However, this time, the refined Lu Wenwu revealed the smile of a victor. Brother Lulan, today's battle is about a sliver of time. My grass soldier army will be defeated sooner or later, but your high-level forces will lose even faster. What a pity. The strength of the two armies is very close. You're courting death. He Lulan roared and charged toward Lu Wenwu. The two of them fought fiercely, exchanging blows. From time to time, dazzling radiance or majestic thunder would erupt. Strange, in my previous life, it was indeed He tribe that defeated Lu tribe, but now it seems that Lu tribe has the advantage. Could it be that some sort of change has occurred because of me? Fang Yuan hid in a corner and pondered. He cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He naturally did not display his full strength. In fact, he did not even use his enslavement path strength to its fullest. Right now, the grass soldier army was in a precarious situation. As long as he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, he would be able to defeat Bei Chao Chuan. But Fang Yuan did not move. He chose to watch from the sidelines. Most of his attention was on Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang. Once he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a high chance that Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang would give up on Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to chase after him. To speak the truth, the current Fang Yuan already had some success in strength path. He did not fear Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang's close combat. But my vision cannot be limited to the battle before me. The Imperial Court contest is a competition between super tribes, a game controlled by Gu immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if I win this battle, when the other side receives reinforcements from Gu immortals, they will definitely target me. At that time, my trump cards will be exposed, and my control over the situation will fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan was concerned about the Imperial Court. He maintained his calm, and was not disturbed by the intense and dangerous battle in front of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Right now, although the battle situation is extremely tense, both sides have not used their trump cards. At least, I know that Tai Bai Yinxing has a rank 5 Gu man as before. The less I expose my strength, the better, so once I attack, it must be a fatal blow. Now is not the time. Fang Yuan's heart was not shaken. On the intense battlefield, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. But in his eyes, these were only the numbers of casualties. On this battlefield, many people were roaring in anger because of the death of their friends and family. Many people were cheering after killing strong enemies. Some Gu masters were escaping in a sorry state under the urge of fear. And some Gu masters were fulfilling their ambitions, wanting to become a person above others. At this moment, at the edge of life and death, human emotions burst out violently, crazily, and so unbridled and ostentatious. Looking at the malevolent expressions of the surrounding people, listening to their miserable screams and shouts, Fang Yuan felt a kind of tranquility. His heart was as calm as an ancient pond, without a single ripple. Fight, kill, a person is born to fight. Win, lose, to continue walking on one's own path, one has to step on the corpses of others. Let the blood boil, let the sweat drip, the unbridled life is all at this moment. Take this is my killer move, chi devouring 6 directions. In the battlefield, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out. The voice attracted the gazes of countless people as they subconsciously focused their attention. Not good, leave quickly. An intense sense of danger surged in Gao Yang's heart as he shouted. He furiously activated his goo worms, wanting to move, but the surrounding air was as dense as a city wall, making it difficult for him to move. Mo Shikwang floated in the air, opening his arms and slowly closing his fingers in front of his chest. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai immediately felt an immense pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Inconsolable shock and fear froze on their faces. The premonition of certain death filled their hearts. Leave! The instant death approached, Zhu Zai burst out with the strength of 3 Grand Emperor boars, creating a hole in the wall like air. Brother! Gao Yang felt the world spinning, and when he reacted, he found he had already been thrown away by Zhu Zai, out of the battlefield. And Zhu Zai, under Mo Shikwang's killer move, was crushed into minced meat and blood by the terrifying air pressure. Brother! Gao Yang screamed. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and large amounts of tears gushed out like a flood. Mo Shikwang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not complete yet, don't casually use it in the future. Ouyang Baiseng quickly rushed over and supported him in the air. Mo Shikwang vomited blood as he laughed. I was having a good time just now, I didn't even think before using it, ha ha ha. Ouyang Baiseng helplessly shook his head. Alright, let's continue to kill that Gao Yang, and after finishing the battle here, we'll reinforce the other groups. Lu Wenwu, who also saw this scene, laughed, and announced in high spirits. From now on, it is the beginning of our Lu tribe army's continuous victories. Brother Lu Lan, you are already powerless to reverse the situation. Is that so? The one who responded was not He Lulan, but Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was in another battle. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had been mainly dodging, suddenly burst out with speed, pulling apart the distance between him and his opponent. He then stretched out his palm, and a silver light shot out from afar. The silver light accurately shone on the pile of flesh belonging to Zhu Zai. Rank 5 man as before. In an instant, the silver light flashed, forcing people to close their eyes. After the silver light dissipated, Zhu Zai returned to the battlefield, completely unharmed, and his primeval sea level was at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai had returned to the state he was in at the start of the battle. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of countless Gu masters at the same time. Among them were Lu Wenwu, Mo Shikwang, and Ouyang Baiseng. Man as before Gu's peerlessly powerful healing effect made almost everyone feel shocked. Man as before Gu was a time path healing Gu. It could allow the target to return to a state of the past. Good, what a great healing Gu. He Lulan laughed heartily. He had not expected Tai Bai Yunsheng to still have such a powerful trump card. As long as this Gu was around, the battle between He tribe's higher-ups could be delayed for a long time. Good, now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated Rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu and flew out. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and Rank 4 Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and howled, the wolf howl resounding through the clouds. Under the shroud of the wolf howl, the mutated wolves' bodies visibly swelled up, their eyes turned red, and their battle strength directly increased by 5 times. Go! Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield as he muttered softly. The wolf tide suddenly erupted, creating a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. Bei Chao Chuan was furious. He resisted with all his might, but the grass soldier army was like a fragile piece of paper against the wolf tide. They could not even last for a few breaths of time before being torn to pieces. Bei Chao Chuan did not have time to escape either. A frenzied wolf pounced on him, and tore his rattan armor with its sharp teeth before biting his throat. Bei Chao Chuan struggled with all his might, sending this frenzied wolf flying. Just as he was about to grab his throat and get up, 3 white-eyed wolves pounced on him and tore him apart, turning him into a mutilated corpse. Once the grass soldier army was defeated, Feng Yuan manipulated the wolf group and charged towards the white millipede army. The white millipede army and black flag army were in a deadlock, fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Now that the mutated wolf group was attacking from behind, they suffered heavy casualties. Ha ha ha, Lu Wenwu, it seems I have the last laugh. The battle situation suddenly changed. He Lulan was surprised and joyful. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's expression was distorted as he shouted crazily, like a gambler whose eyes were bloodshot. He turned into a white light and flew towards Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shirkwang. Chapter 540. Here, big brother. Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shirkwang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of us three brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, his speed not slowing down as he charged towards Emo Shirkwang and Ouyang Baisang. The latter two laughed loudly, their bodies bursting out with green and gray radiance. Green, gray and white radiance collided with each other, and with a loud sound, the radiance dissipated, revealing a humanoid monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 6 meters tall, its muscles were intertwined, and its skin was like copper. The 3 heads were Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang and Emo Shirkwang. This is. Seeing such an unimaginable scene, countless people stared with their eyes wide open. Let me teach you, this is our killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. Tremble, tremble, fear to your heart's content. This will be the final moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke at the same time. Shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating treacherous cloud wave goo. A streak of grayish-white cloud light shot towards the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. But halfway through, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot out 2 beams of light that pierced through the cloud. Swoosh. With a sonic boom, 3 heads 6 arms suddenly appeared in front of Gao Yang. Such speed. Gao Yang's pupils shrunk. His long years of battle experience caused him to activate his defensive goo crazily. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier, while the other arm landed on Gao Yang's head, like a watermelon being smashed. At the next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Zhu Zai saw this and was extremely furious, losing all reason as he pounced towards the monster. Gagaga, the cry of an ant. Emo Shirkwang's head laughed loudly, bending the index finger of one arm and lightly flicked at Zhu Zai. Bam! Air currents exploded. The strong impact directly plowed a wound that was thousands of steps long on the battlefield. Zhu Zai was directly blasted apart, exploding into flesh and shattered bones that splattered in all directions. The goo masters who were affected by the aftermath all suffered heavy casualties. This kind of power is at least 6 times that of a single person, and at least 9 times faster. The 3 of them fused at the same time, using Azura transformation to stack chi path attacks and light path effects. Feng Yuan saw this and felt an intense battle intent rise in his heart. I have all-out effort goo, and together with rank 5 amplify attack goo, I can burst out with 500 June of strength. I wonder who would come out on top if they fought against this monster? However, in the next moment, Feng Yuan suppressed his fighting spirit and flew down, hiding among the exotic wolf pack once more. Man as before goo. At this time, under the illumination of 2 silver lights, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were reborn and restored to their original state. Old bastard. The monster's 6 eyes were either overflowing with coldness, filled with killing intent, or seething with fighting intent. All of them shot at Tai Bai Yinsheng at the same time. Tai Bai Yinsheng hurriedly retreated. Although he had man as before, it could only be used on others and not on himself. The entire army has orders, protect Tai Bai Yinsheng. He Lulan rushed over while shouting, seeing the crux of this battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang Baisang's head laughed arrogantly. At the next moment, the monster turned into a green light and shot towards Tai Bai Yinsheng like lightning. Tai Bai Yinsheng hid behind everyone, but no one could stop the monster. It was invincible as it charged forward. Any human or beast that dared to obstruct it turned into a pile of minced meat. Benefactor, leave quickly. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over and blocked Tai Bai Yinsheng behind them. Annoying little thing. The monster waved its 6 arms. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could only see 6 shadows flashing by. With 2 bangs, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang exploded again. Look at my Soul Blade Goo. Pan Ping rushed over and activated Soul Blade Goo. Soul Blade Goo succeeded this time. The monster's body shook slightly, and a shallow wound appeared on its chest. Interesting. The monster sneered, and just as it finished laughing, the wound healed completely. Next, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air exploded, blowing Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Bai Yinsheng, where are you going? The monster cackled, the voices of the 3 heads gradually fusing into one. Before Tai Bai Yinsheng could move far, the monster had already blocked in front of him. Swoosh! The waterfall surged as Hao Ji Lu stepped on the waves. The monster pushed with its 6 palms, causing the water to collapse. Hao Ji Lu screamed miserably as he was sent flying at an even faster speed. Seeing this, Bian Xixian, who was rushing over, immediately stopped, not daring to move forward. Dark Vortex. He Lulan descended from the sky. A huge black ball of light pressed down like a mountain. The monster roared, its 6 claws aimed at the ball of light from afar. Killer move, 6 directions Qi Devour. The air solidified like a wall or a mountain. He Lulan's face turned purplish red, but he could not advance no matter what. Next, the air enveloped him from all directions, forcefully swallowing his killer move. The killer move that Emo Shirkwang could not use alone was suddenly perfected in the hands of the monster. Howl! The mutated wolf group swarmed over, but He Lulan succeeded in delaying the monster. In the blink of an eye, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster. A bloody battle erupted with a loud rumble. The mutated wolf group with rank 4 battle strength fearlessly charged at the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The monster roared repeatedly, falling into a berserk state as it tangled with the mutated wolf group. Every move he made was filled with great power. Light path, Chi path, transformation path. These 3 goo worms were used together. Their coordination was incomparable, as if he was cultivating 3 paths at the same time. The mutated wolf group died one by one, but the monster's attacks were still incomparably fierce. Lord Alliance Leader, I will lend you a hand. At this time, a Lu tribe Gu master expert rushed over to help. But at the next moment, he was beaten to death by the monster who had lost his mind. Young Master Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has already gone crazy. The battlefield was in an uproar. Lu tribe army's morale plummeted. Our tribe has suffered disastrous losses. We lost a third of our Gu masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth our lives? Retreat first, the casualties have already reached the standard. If we retreat now, we will not go against the poison vow. The situation of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Deserters started to appear in He tribe and Lu tribe. The Black Banner Army and White Hair Army that had been suppressing the troops were fighting intensely. How could they have the time to suppress these people? What do we do? He Lulan asked Commander Ji. This monster was giving him a huge headache. No matter. The so-called killer move, although powerful, consumes a huge amount of primeval essence. Moreover, this killer move has a clear flaw. The monster has already lost his mind. A strength without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fong Yuan analyzed calmly, his voice rousing everyone's spirits. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, we have already won this battle. Tai Bai Yinsheng added. But just as he finished speaking, an accident happened. The 3-headed 6-armed monster suddenly split into 3 people, pouncing in 3 different directions. Lu Wenwu and Emo Shirkwang missed, but Ouyang Baisang's eyes shined as he shouted. Chang Shanin, I finally found you. Die. It turned out that when the 3 of them fused into a 3-headed 6-armed monster, their souls would mix together, and although their battle strength would rise sharply, it could not last for long. The longer it dragged on, the more chaotic memories it would cause. And eventually, they would lose their sense of self, turning into a lunatic or an idiot. When they killed their own reinforcements, Lu Wenwu and the rest were shaken and barely regained a trace of clarity. Relying on this clarity, they still wanted to turn the situation around. Compared to killing Tai Bai Yinsheng, killing Chang Shanin was no doubt more useful. Their investigative goo worms were not ordinary. Through careful deduction of the battle situation, They obtained 3 possible hiding spots for Fang Yuan. Finally, Ouyang Baiseng found Fang Yuan's hiding spot. Oh no! If Wolf King dies, the wolf group will collapse. Lu tribe army will turn the situation around, and our army will be defeated. Seeing Ouyang Baiseng pouncing towards Chang Shan-in with a sinister smile, He Lulan screamed in his heart and frantically rushed to help, but there was not enough time. Die. Ouyang Baiseng actually still had primeval essence, and could use Azura transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shirhan was afraid and happy at the same time. Oh no! Chang Shan-in is going to die. Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest turned pale. Father! In a moment of desperation, Chang Jiyu roared. Seeing Ouyang Baiseng pouncing over, Fang Yuan's face showed a strange smile. Rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew on Fang Yuan's back, and with 5 times the speed he soared into the sky. Ouyang Baiseng was stunned for a moment before chasing and shouting, "Don't think of escaping!" But his speed was not fast enough, and he could only helplessly watch as the distance between them continued to increase. "Let me!" Lu Wenwu shouted, his body turning into a white light as he rushed over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged him. At this time, Emo Shirkwang also rushed over and started chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body was extremely nimble, at times like a butterfly flying through flowers, at times like lightning, at times like the gentle wind, at times like a phantom. He played the 3 in circles. This is a master-level flying technique. Everyone raised their heads dumbstruck. Gu masters nurture Gu, use Gu and refine Gu. No matter which of these 3 aspects, they were all profound and broad. They were clearly using similar Gu worms, but some Gu masters were able to use them extremely well, to the point that it had reached the level of art. People often referred to such a person as a master. To think that Wolf King is not only an enslavement master, but also a flying master. After watching for a long time, everyone let go of their worries and exclaimed in admiration, "Wolf King, don't run!" Ouyang Baiseng shouted, "Chang Shan-in, if you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds." Emo Shirkwang furiously shouted, "Damn it!" Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth. His heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's flying technique left them in the dust. What made them even more discouraged was that while Fang Yuan was avoiding them, he was actually controlling the wolf group to exterminate Lu tribe army. Damn it, if I knew you could fly so well, why would we fight like this? Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful and relaxed appearance, He Lulan and the others could not help but feel resentment. As for Lu tribe's 3 brothers, they were already completely speechless. Chapter 541. Lu Wenwu lost. He was very unwilling to accept his loss, but the truth would not change according to his will. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baiseng and Emo Shirkwang all had flying methods. But in terms of flying attainments, they were far from Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the sky. They could move up, down, left, right, east, west, north and south. They could dodge and move freely. But on the ground, the space for people to dodge was much smaller. No matter how Lu Wenwu and his brothers chased and intercepted, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. And while Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf group army and slaughtered large numbers of Lu tribe army. Lu Wenwu and his brothers had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan, and reinforce the low-rank Gu masters to slaughter the wolf group. But this was exactly what He Lulan, Fang Yuan and the others wanted. Using the Wolf King or mutated wolf group's lives to expend the 3 Lu brothers' precious primeval essence. This was very worth it and was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. As long as a Gu master did not advance to immortal, his or her primeval essence was limited. Once a Gu master expends all their primeval essence, his or her battle strength would fall sharply and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide surged unceasingly. The more wolves the 3 Lu brothers killed, the more their primeval essence was consumed. The wolf group scale was huge and endless. The 3 Lu brothers killed until their hands were tired, and their primeval essence was also depleted. When they had to conserve their primeval essence, they could no longer fight as they pleased. He tribe's higher-ups were finally in high spirits and suppressed them. Hey Lulan, I did not lose to you today. I lost to Tai Bai Yunsheng and Chang Shanin. Lu Wenwu's hair was disheveled. He was riddled with injuries and had no elegance left as he shouted in an unresigned manner. He felt. The three brothers' killer move 3 heads 6 arms was extremely strong and could suppress the entire battlefield. If they had found Fang Yuan at that time, with their absolute speed, they could have killed Fang Yuan and caused the wolf group to collapse, defeating He tribe army. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's rank 5 healing Gu Man as before, had superb effects. It greatly weakened the effect of their killer moves. When they chased after the Wolf King, they found out in despair that the enslavement master Chang Shan Yin was actually a flying master as well. The 3 brothers could not catch up in time, so they could only watch as the situation deteriorated. In the end, Lu tribe was routed and chased by He tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and countless surrendered. As for Lu Wenwu and the others, they were all captured due to the exhaustion of their true essence. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing with each other. The tension between the 2 super tribes was something everyone in Northern Plains knew. However, although He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu and the others, she did not kill them. Instead, she wisely exchanged them for a huge amount of war reparations from the Lu family. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's Gu immortal seeds. Killing him would violate the bottom line of this imperial court contest. Most importantly, He tribe won this battle by a narrow margin and suffered heavy losses. If they did not have Lu Wenwu as an important bargaining chip, just ordinary war reparations would not be enough to restore He tribe's alliance's strength. This was very disadvantageous for the upcoming imperial court contest. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy arrived and brought Lu tribe's members and the tribes that submitted to them back to the Blessed Land. As for the exhausted He tribe army that suffered heavy casualties, they set up camp on the spot and reorganized the surrendered members, rebuilt the alliance, tabulated the battle merits, distributed resources and digested the spoils of war. Inside the large lizard house Gu, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, cultivating with his eyes closed. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu flew out of his body as he willed. The wolf soul Gu was only the size of a thumb, and looked like a gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air, and was covered in a layer of eerie blue light. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture fell by a small amount. The wolf soul Gu received the primeval essence and expanded rapidly. Howl! The wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, the size of an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and let out a soundless howl, charging towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily shaken? The wolf soul collided with his 1,000-man soul and immediately stopped, being suppressed by the 1,000-man soul. The 2 souls rumbled and formed a soul fog. After a while, the 1,000-man soul merged with the wolf soul and appeared again. The 1,000-man soul now had a pair of long wolf ears on its head. Its body was thinner than Fang Yuan's, and its nose was also taller. But its waist-length hair, wolf eyes and wolf tail had not appeared yet. Ever since the imperial court contest, I have been using wolf soul Gu every day to refine my soul. Now I have some success, about 30% of the wolfman soul is complete. Once he completely transformed into a wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would undergo a qualitative change. Not only would the number of wolves under his control increase, he would also be able to control them as he pleased. After an intense battle, the fatigue of his soul would also decrease by a lot. However, according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the wolfman soul, the imperial court contest will have already ended. I only have rank 4 wolf soul Gu. The efficiency of soul refinement is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. If it was rank 5 wolf soul Gu, it would be better, matching Fang Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 wolf soul Gu was like a burly man chopping a tree with a knife. Actually, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation efficiency was already extremely fast. Ordinary Gu masters would need at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius Gu master with the clan's support could at most be like Dongfang Yuliang, shortening the time to around 10 years. Fang Yuan possessed Danghun Mountain. His soul foundation was advancing at a rapid pace. He had already trained his foresight. If I can obtain Luopa Valley through that thieving heaven inheritance. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted. He could not help but daydream. But a moment later he retracted his thoughts. In Hu immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Mountain was being eroded by the gruel mud. Only a small portion of the mountain was left. His urgent matter now was to save Dang Hun Mountain. As for Luopa Valley, he could only explore it after the imperial court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought Anai Shuetong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house gu. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Wolf Wang de. Chang Biao's voice was deep. His attitude was respectful as he explained to the guarding gu master. 2 rank 3 gu masters stood at the 2 sides of the door with indifferent expressions. One of them replied, Wolf Wang de is cultivating. We cannot enter the house to inform you. You can only wait. Hehe, it is only right to wait. Chang Biao laughed, trying his best to hide the bitterness and desolation in his heart. He had a deep grudge with Chang Shan-yin. He was not willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to submit to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his tribe name and directly merge with Lu tribe. This request was hard for Chang tribe's elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large tribe. Once he gave up his tribe name, he would directly become a Lu tribe member. It would be the same as Chang tribe completely perishing. Moreover, He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and to express her goodwill to Chang Shan-yin, who had contributed the most in this battle, she also stated a specific request to subdue Chang tribe in the war reparations. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial pawn in the transaction between Lu tribe and He tribe. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would definitely be hunted down by He tribe's army. Forced by the 2 tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lulan, becoming He tribe's captive. The grudge between Chang Shan-yin and Chang tribe was now known to everyone. He Lulan captured Chang tribe and handed them to Fang Yuan to deal with. After Fang Yuan got this news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lulan, but he did not care. He was only using Chang Shan-yin's identity to impersonate and enter imperial court blessed land. Wolf King's grudge had nothing to do with him. But if he dealt with it carelessly, it would not match his current identity and would attract suspicion. Today, Fang Yuan summoned Chang tribe's current tribe leader Chang Biao and the rest. Chang Biao waited from dusk until the middle of the night. At this time, Northern Plains night was already extremely cold. Chang Biao and the other 2 had their gu worms confiscated. They had primeval essence but could not resist the cold. Under the night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao pretended to be calm, but Anai Shuetong had a guilty conscience and could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and full of vigor. His nose was red from the cold and his body was shivering, but his eyes were still bright and his expression excited. Since young, he had grown up hearing the great name, Wolf King Chang Shan-yin. Others called him Hero's son. He was given a unique halo from birth. This brought him trouble, pride, and also opportunities. When he first heard that Wolf King Chang Shan-yin had reappeared and was not dead, but wanted to take revenge on Chang tribe, his mood was extremely complex. When he knew he was going to fight with his father, his fighting spirit wavered intensely. Earlier, Chang Shan-yin did not agree to the appointment, and instead beat up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Jiyu feel both disappointment and admiration. Lu tribe lost and he became a captive. This instead made him heave a sigh of relief. He finally did not need to fight with his father. Now that Lu tribe was defeated, he could finally see his own father. Chang Jiyu was extremely excited. Even if he was left outside and suffered from the cold, it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. "Oh father, who gave me all of this, what kind of person are you?" He was curious, but also had traces of confusion and panic. After using 3 wolf soul gu, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The room was warm, and the sound of cold wind could be faintly heard from outside the window. Fang Yuan wanted to give Chang Biao a show of strength, but looking at the time, it was about time. Thus he transmitted his voice while manipulating the large lizard house gu to open the door. Wolf Wangda's cultivation has ended. He is summoning you 3. The guard gu master at the door received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused. He was extremely nervous as he walked in first with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, he would die a horrible death, and even more frightening would be losing all his reputation. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, If he wanted to take revenge, slaughtering the entire Chang tribe would only take a word from him. Being meat on someone else's chopping block, this was the helplessness of the current world. Feng Yuan sized up the 3 people kneeling in front of him. Chang Biao lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Anai Shuetong's face was pale and her body was trembling. As for Chang Jiyu, his breathing was rapid, and his gaze kept on sneaking glances at Chang Shanin with an agitated expression. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. His laughter reached the 3's ears, causing their bodies to shake. Chang Biao closed his eyes. His heart had already sunk to rock bottom, waiting for Feng Yuan's judgment. Chapter 542. Feng Yuan observed Chang Biao and the other 2's expressions. Regarding Wolf King Chang Shanyin's past, Feng Yuan knew most of it from Chang Shanyin, but he did not know the true culprit who framed Wolf King. But even if he knew, he did not have the mood to take revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Feng Yuan. The so-called Chang Shanyin was just a mask. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Feng Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shook. He opened his eyes and quickly kowtowed. Chang Biao greets Lord Supreme Elder. Feng Yuan nodded. The matter back then needs to be investigated thoroughly. But now is not the time. We need to wait until the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only Supreme Elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be Chang tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the first tribe elder. And I Shuetong, our fate is over, continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of the tradition set by Giant Sun Immortal, in Northern Plains women had low status, they were often traded as goods. Sometimes, when an esteemed guest came to the tribe, the master would send his wife to the guest's side to serve him in bed. Chang Jiyu was stunned, standing on the spot. Anai Shuetong did not speak. Chang Biao endured the shock in his heart, kowtowing again. This subordinate obeys. All of you can leave. Feng Yuan waved his hand, ordering them to leave. He needed to make the best use of his time and continue cultivating. The 3 walked out of the large lizard house Gu in a daze. Only when the cold night wind caused them to shiver did they wake up. I passed the test just like that? Chang Biao's heart was filled with boundless joy and joy. But the matter back then, I did it flawlessly. Even if there were some traces, they have been washed away over these years and are long gone. Back then, I purposely got close to Chang Shanyin and became good friends with him. Now that Chang Shanyin has gone through a huge change, and we have not met for many years, it is normal for our relationship to drift apart. Chang Biao thought rapidly. The current situation was several times better than he had expected. Even though I've been demoted from clan leader to clan elder, I still have most of my authority. Chang Shanyin asked me to be the first elder. It shows that he still trusts me. And he had appointed Chang Jiyu as the new patriarch of Chang clan. It could be seen that he still cherished old friendships deep in his bones. As long as he still remembers our friendship, everything will be easy. The more Chang Biao thought about it, the more excited he became. He was immersed in his own world, and did not notice the complicated expression on his wife Anai Shuetong's face. In the past, Chang Shanyin was infatuated with her beauty, but just now, Chang Shanyin did not even look at her. On the way here, Anai Shuetong was extremely worried that Chang Shanyin would snatch her back to his side. In this way, she would be separated from her beloved Chang Biao. How painful would this be? But now, the situation was much better than Anai Shuetong had expected. Not only did Chang Shanyin not pursue the matter back then, he even asked her to continue being Chang Biao's wife. This was what Anai Shuetong had been dreaming of. She should be happy, but for some reason, there was a lingering fear in her heart, as well as a sense of loss that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he fell into great joy, doubt and bewilderment. I finally saw father. He is just a few steps away. He is much more dignified than I had imagined. Father did not acknowledge me as his son, but called me by my name. Does he not know that I am his flesh and blood? But father, why did he make me the Chang clan leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation. Can I do it? I understand now. This should be father's test for me. He is testing me. This son that I have never met. If I can manage Chong Clan well and complete his test, will he feel gratified and acknowledge me as his son? Thinking so, Chong Ji-yu could not help but feel excited. Thinking up to here, Chong Ji-yu couldn't help but become excited in his heart. He made a firm resolution that he would definitely do his best and perform well in the future imperial court struggle. Feng Yuan would not have expected that his simple arrangement would cause such a huge change in the hearts of Chang Biao and the other two. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Chang Shan-yin helped Ma Hongyan ascend to the throne of the imperial court lord, he also regained control of Chang clan. Different from Earth, when strength could be attributed to an individual, the stronger the strength, the greater the authority. Today, Feng Yuan was no longer a low-rank Gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and exploited by the system. Now he could manipulate and willfully change the authority structure of a tribe. It could be said that he was already standing at the peak of the mortal world. He was well aware that this was all because of the great strength he possessed. Right now, my first aperture has already adapted to Northern Plains, and can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. The second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. Both apertures' aptitudes are a grade 90%, and with the 2 sets of goo worms, my primeval essence is abundant. But the enslavement and strength path goo worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, ever since I obtained rank 5 amplify effect goo, my explosive strength has become high enough, but my body is unable to bear it. Earlier, when he fought against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move 3 head 6 arms, Feng Yuan could use his strength path to compete with them. But Feng Yuan was clear that once he exerted 500 Jun of strength, not to mention his opponent, just his own body would not be able to bear it. My bones are impermanence bones. The skin on my body is turtle jade wolf skin. To be able to bear 500 Jun of strength, this is far from enough. But if I want to modify my muscles and tendons to suit strength path, it will not suit enslavement path. What suits enslavement path cannot suit strength path. In the end, it is still enslavement and strength path. Although they complement each other, the degree of compatibility is too low. It is not like soul path and enslavement path, or soul path and wisdom path. This problem had been troubling Feng Yuan all along. If he could not resolve it, then Feng Yuan's enslavement and strength path could only reach a profound level, but would not reach the peak of strength. Although Feng Yuan currently had information regarding Luopo Valley's inheritance, the future was uncertain. Anything could happen. Feng Yuan was a cautious person. Before obtaining Luopo Valley, he could not make up his mind to cultivate soul path, thus he still needed to perfect enslavement and strength path. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and pondered for a while before slowly opening his eyes and taking out East Window Goo from his aperture. This goo was a storage goo, used to store information, obtained from Land Spirit of Langia. East Window Goo had detailed information regarding the killer move, 3 head 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang to turn into giant monsters, their battle strength rising to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they requested for this killer move. Thus this was included in the war reparations that Lu tribe had to pay. Soon after, Feng Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for this killer move. These days, when Feng Yuan had nothing to do, he had been pondering over this killer move. When Goo Masters activated multiple Goo Worms at the same time, the effects of the Goo Worms would complement each other, forming an even more powerful effect. This was what Goo Masters commonly called killer moves. The killer move 3 head 6 arms required 18 Goo Worms to be activated at the same time. From rank 3 to rank 5 Goo Worms, the consumption of primeval essence was extremely high. At the same time, 3 Goo Masters were needed. A single Goo was not enough. Feng Yuan could not use this killer move. But this did not mean it had no value to Feng Yuan. Killer moves or Goo recipes were the essence of using Goo Worms. Why could these Goo Worms have such an effect when they were used together? Why could these Goo Worms not be used? If one of these Goo Worms was replaced with another, what would be the effect? If the enemy used this killer move again, what method could be used to break it? Man was the spirit of all living beings. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Goo bodies contain the minute laws of heaven and earth, fragments of the Great Tao. Understanding Gu meant understanding the Great Tao, understanding the natural laws of this world. It was like on Earth, using experiments to obtain the laws of science. This Gu recipe gave Feng Yuan great inspiration. If I grow 3 heads and 6 arms, what will happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like a new window had been opened. His body was like a foundation stone. Enslavement and strength path were pavilions built on the foundation stone. This foundation stone was not big now. The 2 pavilions could only be built as low-rise buildings. If this foundation stone was enlarged, would it be able to support 2 tall buildings at the same time? Feng Yuan had never cared about his appearance. What handsome, beautiful or ugly, those were just the opinions of others. What did other people's opinions have to do with him? As long as he had great battle strength, so what if he was seen as a monster? Northern Plains, 7th month. The weather was getting colder, frost had condensed into ice, and it was raining endlessly. All the armies had gone through many fierce battles. Their numbers had already decreased to less than 50. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, their vitality was injured. They stopped at the camp like a wounded beast, making use of every moment to rest and recover. Mid-July. Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the encirclement of the 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. However, in this battle, the greatest contributor was Qi Lian tribe's hidden elder in Yi Lui army, Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the confrontation between the armies, he entered the enemy's camp several times and assassinated the enemy leader, successfully assassinating 2 rank 5 experts and 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 armies to be in a state of panic and low morale. Northern Plains, 8th month. After Yang tribe recruited the enslavement path master Jiang Baoye, their strength rose greatly. They had been victorious all the way. After several great victories, they became a hot topic in the later stages of the imperial court contest. The newly advanced enslavement pathmaster, Leopard King Nu'er II, led his army and threatened Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army suffered setbacks in the selection process. Alliance leader Tao Yu judged the situation and knew that he had no hope of ascending to the position of imperial court lord. Thus he chose to submit to Nu'er Tuesday. After Nu'er II's army annexed Tao tribe, their military strength rose greatly. In the middle of the 8th month, He Lulan gave the order for the army to set off again. By the 9th month, the situation of the imperial court contest was clear. Only 5 armies were left. They had the most hope. He tribe with Wolf King Changshan Yin and Tai by Yunsheng, Nu'er tribe led by the newly advanced Leopard King, Yang tribe with Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, and Yi Lui army led by Yi Lui Sang who had an immortal Gu. In the beginning of the 9th month, Nu'er army fought with Yang tribe. The Leopard group could not withstand the double attacks of the Eagle group and Rat group. After defending for half a month, Nu'er II lost. In the beginning of the 10th month, while Yang tribe was digesting the war reparations, Yi Lui Sang took the chance to attack. In Yang tribe army, some wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, and some wanted to retreat. Because of the difference in opinion, the army was at a loss and Yi Lui Sang succeeded. After Yi Lui Sang obtained victory, he was not complacent for long before he was targeted by Ma tribe. Ma tribe moved rapidly for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang unprepared. The same scene played out on him. Yi Lui army was defeated by Ma tribe before they could digest the war reparations. Yi Lui Sang led his remaining troops and fled, taking the initiative to submit to He tribe army. In the beginning of the 11th month, He tribe army rapidly moved north, building 8 defense lines along the way and starting the decisive battle with Ma tribe in the middle of the month. Only the victors could enter imperial court-blessed land, while the losers would have to pay reparations. In regret and disappointment, they welcomed the 10 years of blizzard in Northern Plains. At once, this decisive battle attracted the attention of countless people in front and behind the scenes. In the first few battles, He tribe had a slight advantage, while Ma tribe lost 2 defense lines and retreated to the 3rd defense line. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge. He continued to provoke his subordinates, causing Ma tribe army to shut themselves in and their morale to plummet. Ma tribe was helpless. They had to seek help from snowy mountain-blessed land behind them. Chapter 543. The main peak of the majestic snowy mountain pierced through the clouds. Around it, the other peaks were like stars surrounding the moon, revolving around it. In the sky, there was a light blue light. Fluttering fine snow, floating on the ground. This was a pure and flawless place. Even the buildings on the peaks were carved from ice crystals. This was snowy mountain-blessed land. The base of Northern Plains' demonic path Gu Immortals. There were dozens of Gu Immortals. They occupied different peaks of the snowy mountain. On a snowy mountain peak that was covered in green pine trees, there was an ice crystal 7-tower pavilion. On the pavilion's signboard, there were 3 large words, Snow Pine Pavilion. The owner of this place, Shuesongzi, was a famous demonic path rank 6 Gu Immortal. He was tall and thin, wearing a light blue robe. His snow-white hair fell to the ground. Right now, he was at the top floor of Snow Pine Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain peak that belonged to him. His eyes were deep blue, his gaze penetrating 1,000 li, inspecting his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows that were transplanted last year have already expanded to over 10,000. This year's Gu worms have also produced close to 300 rank 5 Gu. These water path and ice path Gu worms can be used for research. There are still leftovers. I can sell them for at least 2 or 3 immortal yuan stones. Of course, my main source of income now is still the snowman slave trade. On Shuesongzi's mountain peak, there were 6 variant human tribes. All of them were snowmen. Snowmen were a type of variant humans. They lived in the icy environment of the snowy land. Their skin was snow white, their eyes were ice blue, and their hair was blue. After they died, their bodies would turn into ice sculptures. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. However, the tears left by snowmen, they would instantly condense into ice tears. Ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. Gu masters loved them greatly. After Shuesongzi inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. Snowmen looked expressionless, but in Shuesongzi's opinion, they were the variant humans with the closest intelligence to humans. Many Gu immortals raised snowmen, and in order to obtain ice tears, they would often torture them. They would carry out inhumane torture. Gu refinement materials like ice tears were used in many places. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the trade of ice tears was very popular. Many Gu immortals schemed for profits in order to obtain ice tears. He used all means to slaughter and torture the snowmen. Shuesongzi had done this before, but he soon discovered that the market for Gu immortals to obtain the ice tears was much higher than the ice tears themselves. From then on, he began to raise snowmen and sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. Let the other Gu immortals torture the snowman. A snowman could only shed tears of ice 3 times in his life. There were no more than 60 of them. Every time it cried, the snowman's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and a great deal of its life essence would be lost. If the snowman shed too much ice tears, he would age rapidly and die faster. However, the cost of raising snowmen was much lower. In addition, Shuesongzi owned this mountain peak. It was convenient for planting cedars, snow trees, and raising snowmen. Therefore, selling snowmen was much more profitable than selling ice tears. He was good at making money. His business had been booming these years, and he had accumulated a large amount of immortal yuan stone. He could be considered a wealthy person among Gu immortals. But he had a huge regret. He had been a rank 6 Gu immortal for decades. But he still did not have an immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal yuan stones he had, he could not buy an immortal Gu. Because immortal Gu were unique, others would not sell them even if they had them. At most, they would exchange immortal Gu for immortal Gu. Ma tribe has reached the final step now. If I can defeat He tribe and enter the imperial court, I might be able to obtain the first immortal Gu in my life from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Shuesongzi was thinking about this when he suddenly had a feeling, and waved his hand. Space tore open, and a letter Gu flew out. Shuesongzi opened it. It was Ma tribe's request for help. They finally couldn't hold on any longer. Shuesongzi's lips curled into a smile. He had been paying attention to this imperial court contest and knew about Ma tribe's loss. Earlier he had contacted Ma tribe, but they could not make up their mind. Now that the situation was tense, Ma tribe sent a request for help. It was equivalent to agreeing to his request. This way, it is time for me to make a move. Xue Songzi's smile gradually disappeared, and he activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses flew far away, towards the 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, the 3 snowman Gu masters immediately got up and rushed towards the mountain peak. A moment later, they knelt in front of Xuesong Pavilion, saying in unison, Xuehua, Xuemi, Xueming greets immortal. Xuesongzi did not show himself, but took out some Gu worms and sent them to the 3 snowmen. Bring these Gu worms and the D battalion, go to the outside world and find Ma tribe, help them win the battle. Xuesongzi sent another divine sense. Yes. The 3 snowman Gu masters quickly received the order. Xuesongzi had 4 battalions, A, B, C, and D, formed from the experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led the D battalion out of snowy mountain-blessed land. But before they reached Ma tribe, they were discovered by He tribe's Gu immortals. Brother, this Ma tribe is indeed related to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu immortals. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Lu tribe's external Gu immortal Tanbaya is not wrong. In the blessed land, Heibai said to Heicheng. These 2 were He tribe's Gu immortals. Heibai had an ordinary appearance, middle-aged, clumsy on the outside but elegant on the inside. And Heicheng had been publicly recognized as a genius in He tribe since he was young, handsome and confident, and was also He Lolan's father. Heicheng glanced at Heibai, saying calmly, Brother, you don't need to worry. Demonic path Gu immortals always move alone. Snowy Mountain might be strong, having dozens of Gu immortals, but only 2 or 3 truly support Ma tribe. Heibai nodded. Brother is right. But the current Ma tribe is indeed very strong. Previously, they did not receive the support of demonic path Gu immortals. They fought their way into the decisive battle on their own. Once they receive the support of Gu immortals, they will definitely become even stronger. Heicheng grunted before asking, Have you investigated who are the demonic path Gu immortals supporting Ma tribe? Not yet, but it will be done soon. Go and do it. We have bought over 500,000 wild wolves and 300 mutated wolves these days. 2 wolf emperors, thousands of Gu worms, as well as the prepared resources. Hand them over to He Lulan. Yes, brother. Also, instruct He Lulan to finish the battle quickly, so as not to complicate matters. Heibai's expression was clear. He nodded and left the blessed land without saying anything. War was not just about human lives. It was also a competition of foundation and consumption. The struggle for the imperial court. At the final stage, Heicheng and Heibai, who had been supporting He Lulan all along, were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Although Gu immortals were wealthy, they could not support the entire army for such a long time. The amount of resources and mortal Gu was enormous. A portion came from the blessed land, while the majority was from the consumption of immortal yuan stones. They were bought from jewel yellow skies. Large amounts of immortal yuan stones were scattered. Be it Heibai or Heicheng, they were actually feeling heartache. The struggle for the imperial court, in essence, was a game. But not all Gu immortals could afford to play this game. Many Gu immortals wanted to obtain an immortal Gu, so they participated in this grand gamble. Finally, the person they chose did not enter the imperial court, thus they lost miserably. There were even cases where they went bankrupt. But if they won and obtained an immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, then all the investments would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they could not buy an immortal Gu. 10 days later, He tribe and Ma tribe's armies started fighting again. The huge battle formation was endless, forming a grand army. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking at the opposite side as he said with heroic spirit, We did not manage to hurt Ma tribe the last 2 times. Let us teach them a lesson this time. It is not so easy to advance into a super tribe. Who will go first? Before he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and greeted. Lord Alliance Leader, this subordinate is willing to be the vanguard. He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water demon Hao Ji-lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the heroes' assembly. Along the way, participating in the struggle for the imperial court, until now, Hao Ji-lu had killed countless people and had outstanding battle merits. Pei Yanfei had also submitted to He tribe after Lu Wenwu's defeat. But Hao Ji-lu's position as the #1 rank 4 battle general had never wavered. This was He tribe army's old general. Adding on Hao Ji-lu's repeated intention to submit, if there were no accidents, after He tribe takes over the imperial court, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe. He tribe was a Huangjin tribe, a superforce, one of the giants of northern plains. If Hao Ji-lu joined He tribe, it would be like relying on a big tree, just like Wind Demon Tan Wufeng who submitted to Dongfang tribe. Hao Ji-lu went to the battlefield and shouted. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. This water demon again, who will teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance leader, let me go deal with him this time. A boorish man stood up. It was Ma tribe's fierce general, a transformation path rank 4 Gu master expert. Cheng Hu. Ma Shangfeng nodded in agreement. Cheng Hu impatiently went to the battlefield and fought with Hao Ji-lu. Hao Ji-lu's methods were ruthless, his attacks were vast and the water currents surged. Because he had exchanged battle merits for many rare Gu worms, Hao Ji-lu's current battle strength had already far surpassed the initial stage of the Imperial Court contest. Both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Hao Ji-lu gradually gained the upper hand. Cheng Hu was suppressed and felt stifled. He roared and activated a killer move, turning into a fierce tiger. The tiger's might was fierce and ferocious, immediately reversing the disadvantage. Hao Ji-lu was famous for his ferocious attacks, but now he could not block the fierce tiger's attack. He could only retreat again and again, changing his fighting style. From the previous fierce attack, he changed to a defensive counterattack. He had been ostracized by Fei tribe before, and was not doing well. Ma tribe sowed discord and used him as a spy. While Fei tribe was weakened due to the internal conflict, they launched a sneak attack and annexed Fei tribe. After Fei Shengcheng sided with Ma tribe, he could be said to have met a wise leader. He made many contributions and was heavily nurtured. Immediately, he went to the front of the formation and scolded loudly. The one who came is Fei Shengcheng. Since the Imperial Court contest, he has already killed 8 rank 4 experts. In the previous battle he used Numbness Gu and fought against 3 rank 4 experts alone. His performance was stunning. In He tribe's main tent, Sun Shihan spoke. Yi Lui Sang, who was at the side, had a cold expression. The battle cunning gentleman Sun Shihan was talking about was the battle between Ma tribe and his Yi Lui alliance. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a loner. The Qilian tribe and other tribes that had submitted to Yi Lui Sang all ended up joining Ma tribe. Numbness Gu was a rare rank 4 Gu, its value comparable to rank 5. Once a Gu master is hit, their whole body would be numb and their value could rival rank 5. Once a Gu master is hit, their whole body would be numb and they would be unable to move. He Lulan grunted and looked around asking, "Who can fight?" Just as he said that, someone laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd. "Fei Shengcheng is only so. I am willing to fight and clear all obstacles for you." He Lulan took a look. It was none other than Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Pan Ping had been killed by Lu tribe's 3 brothers' killer move earlier, but was saved by Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before Gu after the battle. Not only him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were also saved. "Alright, go ahead." He Lulan nodded in agreement. If it was at the start of the battle, he would not be optimistic about Pan Ping's chances. But after more than 10 battles, Pan Ping was no longer the same as before. He had rapidly grown to become an expert on Pei Yanfei's level. "Fei tribe's lad, you are only a shameless traitor who seeks glory in glory. Your survival is a disgrace. Come and accept your death." Pan Ping went up and scolded loudly, his battle intent surging. Fei Shengcheng was furious. He hated it when people called him that. "You are only a bastard of the demonic path. You were so arrogant earlier because you did not meet me." Immediately, the two fought fiercely. At once, the scene was intense, neither side winning nor losing. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Actually, these two circumstances were very similar. At the start of the imperial court contest, they were both people who could not achieve their ambitions. Pan Ping was a demonic Gu master, wandering from place to place. Fei Shengqing was suppressed by the tribe and could not achieve his ambitions. But because of this imperial court contest, the two's reputation rose. They made a fortune from the battle, and their strength improved greatly. Previously, Pan Ping's only good Gu was Soul Blade Gu. But now he exchanged his battle merits. The Gu worms on him were all exquisite and luxurious. His battle strength rose by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like before, when he only had Soul Blade Gu to hold the fort. And Fei Shengqing was roughly the same. Previously, he was ostracized in the tribe. Although he had all his Gu worms, he lacked powerful methods. He had also obtained benefits from the battlefield, accumulating his battle merits and exchanging for the rank 5 equivalent numbness Gu, combining it with his own Gu worms. His battle strength rose sharply. The two's figures fought endlessly, but they were both wary of each other. Pan Ping was wary of Fei Shengqing's numbness Gu, while Fei Shengqing had been guarding against Pan Ping's Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of Soul Blade Gu, it could be said that Pan Ping was lucky, because this Gu was attached to the curved blade, and not the Gu master's aperture or body. After Pan Ping was blasted into pieces, Soul Blade Gu luckily survived. Afterwards, Tai Bai Yunxing saved Pan Ping. The latter revived, but all his Gu worms were destroyed. Only Soul Blade Gu was left. Fortunately, Pan Ping had many battle merits and had not used them before. As for Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, they were not so lucky. After they were killed, all their Gu worms were destroyed. The most regrettable thing was that Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous wave cloud Gu was also destroyed. Rank 5 man as before Gu could only target the human body. It could not revive Gu worms. But the two were calm. Being able to revive was a great fortune. Afterwards, the two borrowed battle merits and basically replenished their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they pay back all their battle merits, they even had some left over. The intense battle between the two pairs of rank 4 experts attracted everyone's attention. Ma tribe saw that Fei Shengqing and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, and sent out 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted them one by one, sending out Pei Yanfei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and others. When the 6th pair of experts fought, Cheng Hu was finally defeated. Water demon Hao Jilu was powerless to chase, and could only watch as he safely retreated. He tribe's morale rose, but soon in the third group, Ma tribe won, and the situation was reversed. Both sides sent out more experts, and in front of the two armies, more than 30 battle rings were formed. That is to say, close to 70 rank 4 Gu masters appeared to fight. This was a grand scene. The huge northern plains had billions of people, and most of them were mortals. There were only a few hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than half 100 rank 5 Gu masters. It was because of the contest for the imperial court that these people gathered together, clashing and competing with each other. In the intense battle of life and death, stronger Gu masters were born, and the weak were ruthlessly eliminated. The contest for the imperial court had reached the final decisive battle. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both Leviathan-like giants. Not counting Gu immortals, the scale of any army greatly surpassed the forces of a super tribe. Everyone in the two armies felt their hearts and minds shaking, their chests surging. Only Feng Yuan was calmer. He had seen an even bigger scene in his previous life. That was the chaotic 5 regions war, the chaotic era. Lord Alliance leader, subordinate requests to fight. A young rank 4 Gu master stepped out, unable to restrain his battle intent. This person was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally a rank 3 Gu master, but after the baptism of the war he survived and his strength increased greatly, advancing to rank 4 not long ago. He Lulan was slightly stunned, before turning her gaze towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was the supreme elder of Gu tribe and Chang tribe. These two tribes were under his control. Feng Yuan sensed He Lulan's questioning gaze and lightly ordered. Gu Guang, step down, you are the tribe leader. How can you take such a risk? Gu Guang complied and retreated. Feng Yuan asked again. Where is Chang Biao? Lord, subordinate is here. Chang Biao had a sickly expression. His injuries from the previous battle had not healed. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, only saying, "Go and fight." Chang Biao opened his mouth to speak, his heart filled with anger. Ever since he joined He tribe army, he had been ordered to fight by Fang Yuan in every battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not endure such high-intensity continuous battles. Damn it! Chang Shan-in, this guy, is he ordering me around like a beast? I hate that I am weak now. I cannot defy his orders. I will endure it for now. There will be a long time in the future. 10 years ago, I framed you. 10 years later, I will truly put you to death. Chapter 545. Seeing Chang Biao enter the battlefield, Ma tribe also sent a female expert. This person was called Qi Shui. She was a rank 4 peak stage expert, a famous ice path expert. She had a rank 5 flying snow goo. Once activated, it would cause snowflakes to fall like goose feathers, turning everything within a few thousand steps into an icy domain. Chang Biao saw this person and thought, bitter. If he was in his peak condition, he would have to be careful against this woman. Now that he was injured, he was even less of a match. The two fought. Qi Shui attacked fiercely, while Chang Biao dodged and stalled for time. This way, he was unavoidably at a disadvantage. The battle continued. As time passed, rank 4 Gu masters continued to be defeated, retreating with injuries, or dying at the enemy's hands. Both sides had casualties, but overall, it was a draw. Gradually, the rank 4 Gu masters in the two main tents became few and far between, not enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, I would like to ask for your help now. He Lulan's gaze landed on the person sitting in the main tent. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an earth path Gu master. He had once piled rocks into a mountain and caused great trouble to He tribe army. At one point, He Lulan even had the thought of retreating. But eventually, Tai Bai Yunxing arrived and He tribe won, while Gu tribe joined He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shook Ma tribe army. This was the first rank 5 expert to move. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Cheng tribe leader Cheng Long. This person was a rank 5 transformation path expert, Cheng Hu's elder brother. Seeing Cheng Long, Gu Guolong bowed and said politely, "So it is Cheng tribe leader, please enlighten me." Cheng Long chuckled. "I don't dare to enlighten Gu tribe leader, but let's exchange pointers." The two fought with great momentum, immediately suppressing everyone, and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Guolong had both offense and defense. He was honest and steady. Cheng Long moved freely in the sky, fierce and calm. After the two fought for 12 rounds, He Lulan sent the rank 5 expert Luo Bojun. Luo Bojun had sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost to He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe immediately sent a rank 5 expert to fight. Compared to the lineup of rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior. In the past, New Heir's army swallowed up the Tao family, and the Yang family defeated New Heir. Then, Yelu family defeated the Yang family, but in the end, the Ma family defeated Yelu family's army, becoming the final winner. After this round of battle, there were many large clans in the Ma family's army, including the Qilian family, Cheng family, Zhao family, Lu family, Tao family, Yang family and many other powerful forces. At the same time they had Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun, 3 enslavement masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly held high authority. Their tone and attitude were much calmer and more amiable than the murderous aura of rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they held back 30% of their strength and 20% of their feelings. Once they died, the tribe would be leaderless and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were enemies, what they truly cared about was the interests of their own clans. Even though they were bound by the poison oath, there were still unspoken rules. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and watched quietly. Although he only displayed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he was an enslavement pathmaster. He was a crucial person who could influence the battle. Thus, his status was special, even higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really made a huge move. What a brilliant scheme. Personally participating in the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's emotions grew more and more. Giant Sun Immortal left behind an inheritance for his descendants. He built 88-point Jinyang Tower, and also established the tradition of imperial court contest. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort and thought into it. Not to mention 88-point Jinyang Tower. Just looking at this imperial court contest, every time it was held, it was a purge. Huangjin tribe swallowed other tribes to strengthen themselves. At the same time, the concentration of resources formed a developed battle merit economy during times of war. It was an abnormal prosperity. And through the war reparations, they formed an exchange of techniques and greatly deepened the foundation of Huangjin tribes. Most importantly, it was survival of the fittest. It allowed Gu masters to think at the border of life and death, to work hard and become experts. For Huangjin tribes, they would select Gu immortal seeds. Giant Sun Immortal, although he was no longer in the world, his influence still ruled over the whole of northern plains. Compared to an immortal venerable, the current me is as insignificant as an ant. But I also benefited from this imperial court contest. Otherwise my strength would not have advanced so rapidly. Feng Yuan was slightly distracted as he thought of this. He sent his mind into his aperture. Inside the aperture, there were several new Gu worms. Most were rank 4. One was rank 3, one was rank 5 Azura Corpse Gu, and one was rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Feng Yuan obtained inspiration from 3 Heads 6 Arms Killer Move, he had combined his own foundation and ideas to research and obtain some results. He then condensed these results into a killer move. He named it 4 Arms Earth King. Once he activated this killer move, a new pair of arms would grow from the sides of his body. When he used all 4 arms, his battle strength would rise sharply, and he would be comparable to the killer move 3 Heads 6 Arms of Lu Tribe Brothers. However, compared to 3 Heads 6 Arms, my 4 Arms Earth King form can only last for a shorter time. Only when my feet are on the ground can I display my full strength. Once I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move was only created by Feng Yuan. It was not perfected yet. Only after testing it in battle could he add some new Gu and replace the unnecessary old Gu, or directly remove them. Only then could the killer move be gradually perfected. The sun gradually rose high in the sky, and before the snowstorm, the usually blazing sunlight seemed cold and powerless. On the battlefield, however, killing intent was surging and accumulating to the limit. Dozens of battle circles burst out with colorful fireworks as the two sides were locked in a stalemate. In He tribe's main tent, there were only a few Gu masters left. If they were not fighting, they had retreated and were recuperating, or they had died on the battlefield. But overall, He tribe still had a slight advantage. All along, He Lulan had received the support of He Bai and He Cheng, 2 Gu immortals. And Ma tribe had only asked Xue Songzi for help during this huge battle. These Ma tribe bastards are really resistant to beatings. He Lulan snorted coldly, his gaze was malevolent, and he was gradually becoming impatient. He looked at Feng Yuan, and was about to speak when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe's camp. On the left, tens of thousands of horses galloped, their hooves trampling on the ground like rumbling thunder. There were countless rats on the right side of the road. They were densely packed, and the sight of them sent chills down one's spine. And at the center, a group of eagles soared up like dark clouds, giving off a feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoya, and Eagle King Yang Ping, these 3 enslavement pathmasters made their moves at the same time. The beast groups rushed over and immediately dispersed most of the battle groups. It turned out that Ma Shangfeng saw that Ma tribe was at a slight disadvantage in the challenge, so he wanted to use his advantage in enslavement path to suppress He tribe army and change the disadvantageous situation. Facing the simultaneous attack of 3 beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up. He stared closely at Feng Yuan. Wolf King, it's up to you now. Feng Yuan nodded and slowly stood up from his seat. He slowly walked to the head of the twin-headed iron rhino and looked down from above at the 3 beast groups. All of them were malevolent and ferocious, and their scale was vast. No matter which path the enslavement pathmasters were on par with him, they were formidable opponents that did not lose to him in enslavement path. In fact, the enslavement path Gu worms they possessed were even more comprehensive and outstanding than Feng Yuan's wolf enslavement Gu worms. Under the situation of not exposing his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan's 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. In the previous 2 battles, the wolf group had been suppressed by the 3 beast groups and suffered disastrous losses. And Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to leave behind beast groups to bring up the rear, allowing them to safely retreat into the defensive line twice. But at this moment, Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his heart filled with battle intent. Although his enslavement path gu worms were slightly weaker than these 3 enslavement path masters, before this battle, he had obtained the support of He tribe's gu immortals, and the wolf group scale had increased by more than 10 times. These wolf groups were all hidden in the army. Using the power of gu worms, the enemy could not detect them. Wolf King, Yang Ping is here, do you dare to fight? In the sky, Yang Ping was standing on a giant eagle. He looked heroic and upright, like a spear soaring into the sky. He took the initiative to challenge and wanted to restrain Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group was looking down from above. Attacking the wolf group was very advantageous. Ha, old Yang, you have to go easy on him. After all, Brother Chang Shan-in is an enslavement path master like us. You have to leave some face for him. On the right, Rat King's mocking laughter could be heard. And in the horse group on the left, Ma Zun, who was not good with words, advanced with a muffled voice. There were large numbers of gu master experts around him, each riding on a warhorse to protect his safety. Enslavement path masters still needed to be in the situation to command the beast groups, only then could they display 120% of their battle power. The 3 masters came out together, taking the risk and personally leading the beast group to attack. This was like 3 heavy punches. If they could not block it properly, He tribe's army could be beaten senseless, the situation would collapse and they would not be able to turn back. After all, the battlefield was full of unpredictable variables. There were too many examples of the weak winning against the strong. Moreover, He tribe's side only had a slight advantage now. Brother Shan-in, He Lulan could not help but reveal a worried expression. Although the wolf group scale had increased and completely surpassed the 3 beast groups, he was worried that Fang Yuan did not have enough control over it. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large wolf group. If he did not control it properly, it would instead cause chaos. Even if he could control it, with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he last? Fang Yuan stood on the iron rhino's head. With his back facing He Lulan, he did not speak. Looking at the 3 beast groups majestically pouncing over, attacking from the sky and on the ground, the Wolf King still did not move even though they were right in front of them. He Lulan felt even more uneasy and urged, Brother Shan-in, quickly attack. Fang Yuan still did not speak, as if he did not hear anything. The 3 beast groups surged over. They were less than 200 steps away and would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was shaken. He Lulan was anxious. Brother Chang Shan-in. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. This is a good opportunity. The enemy is trying to suppress me with their beast group, but they do not know they are digging their own graves. Alliance leader Lulan, I want to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? This battle has been won. The situation is set. Alliance leader entering the imperial court is a foregone conclusion. Fang Yuan said lightly. He Lulan could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. He almost shouted, Damn it! Where did this ridiculous confidence of yours come from? Quickly command the wolf group. What time do you have to talk now? The enemy is already pouncing over. But at the next moment, his eyes protruded even wider. It was like someone was punching behind his eyes. That was because he felt an astonishing change in Fang Yuan's aura. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage. From rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage. From rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage. And from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan slowly removed the concealment of breath concealment gu, no longer suppressing his true cultivation. Rank 5 peak stage, the real deal. Wolf King Chang Shan-in was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement master. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan's back in a daze. The gu master guards near the main tent also looked over with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu. and the broad eagle wings brought him to the sky. In the air he howled towards the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu, and Wolf Howl Gu. The wolf howl resounded in the sky, directly suppressing the cries of the beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The long howl of the wolves was followed by the response of the pack of wolves. Chapter 546. Feng Yuan flew into the sky. Yang Ping Jiangbaoya Mazun, today is the day you die. He said plainly, but his voice was loud and clear, resounding in everyone's ears. Mazun. Jiangbaoya sneered. Humph, shameless boasting. He is actually rank 5 peak stage. Changshan Yin, you concealed yourself so deeply. Yang Piying's expression was grim, his eyes burning with flames. But this stimulates my fighting spirit even more. This kind of battle is more interesting. However, at the next moment, when the wolf group charged out, his fighting spirit froze. Many, too many. A vast number of wild wolves were like the tide of the sea. First came the first wave, then the second wave, the third wave. It seemed to connect heaven and earth, endless and vast. Mazun was moved. The eagle group's movements paused, and Yang Piying's expression froze. Such a large wolf group. Oh heavens, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1 million. Jiang Baoya was pale with fright, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. Retreat, my rat group was only 600,000 at most. After so many battles, I did not have time to replenish them. I have less than 200,000 now. This is my final force, I cannot lose them. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We must retreat. Jiang Baoya was a demonic cultivator. He was extremely selfish. He immediately turned around and led the rat group to retreat. There were 3 aspects that affected an enslavement path Gu master's battle strength. One was the size of the beast group. The second was the combination of enslavement path Gu worms. And the third was the soul foundation. Feng Yuan's soul foundation, because of Dang Hun Mountain's help, was on the same level as these 3 enslavement path masters. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were weaker than the 3, it was only by a small margin. But the size of the wolf group in his hands was a huge amount of 1,560,000. In contrast, the 3 had huge losses in their beast group due to the consecutive battles, especially the first 2 battles. The rat group only had 200,000, the eagle group had 180,000, and the horse group had the most at 360,000. Altogether, it was only 740,000. 740,000 was not even half of 1,560,000. However, could different beast groups be added together so easily? As mentioned earlier, it could not. Different beast groups mixed together. Unless there was a method like 3 hearts combination soul, it would be a mess. A large number of wolves rushed out. Previously, some of them were hidden in underground pits, some were covered by Gu worms, and some were hidden in carriages. Now all of them had appeared. Even the taciturn Mazun couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many wolves?" Originally, the 3 of them had teamed up to bully Feng Yuan. As a result, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness suddenly became a huge iron plate. The Gu master guards beside him were all shouting, "Lord Mazun, quickly retreat. The enemy is too strong. We cannot fight them head-on." Mazun was not a hot-headed person. He immediately controlled the horses to change direction and retreat. However, a herd of horses was different from a herd of rats. Most rats were small in size and could easily change directions. The horses galloped, but it was difficult to stop. Especially when Feng Yuan purposely did not release them earlier, waiting for the horse group and rat group to reach the front of He tribe army, before suddenly mobilizing the wolf group. His intentions could be said to be sinister. But Mazun was an enslavement master after all. His attainments were astonishing. He knew the condition of his horse group like the back of his hand. He carefully mobilized the horse group, drawing an arc on the ground, brushing past He tribe army and slanting outwards, attempting to break out of the encirclement. However, how could Feng Yuan let the fat meat in his mouth fly away like this? Mazun was an enslavement master, so was he. With a thought, the mutated wolf group roared and chased. Mutated wolf group? So many. The Gu masters beside Ma Zun turned around and looked, their faces turning pale. Ma Zun also had a mutated beast group, called Pegasus, but their numbers were far less than the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of them were terror claw horses, and other kinds of ordinary horses. How could these horses outrun the mutated wolf group? Ma Zun repeatedly changed the direction of the horse group, attempting to shake off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group suddenly split into two and attacked from the left and right, finally intercepting the horse group. Next, a vast number of ordinary wolves pounced over and surrounded the horse group. Such a spectacular interception, as expected of a master. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally letting go of all her worries towards Chang Shanin. On the other side, the Rat King was escaping, but there was also a mutated wolf group behind him, leading a vast number of wolves as they chased. They continued to devour the rat group that could not escape in time, like a giant beast trampling on the ground, devouring the rat group bit by bit. Feng Yuan took a glance and ignored the Rat King, instead looking at the sky in front of him. The wolf group stepped on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. Dealing with the eagle group was beyond the ability of the wolves. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a much better situation. Damn it, now two of the beast groups are subdued, the horse group is surrounded, and the Rat King has escaped, only the main army is left. Yang Ping felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this battle, the horse group and rat group were extremely precious battle strength. Losing any one of them would reduce Ma tribe's chances of winning by half. I am the only one who can save the situation now. I need to use the eagle group to attack and distract most of Chang Shanyin's attention. While Yang Puing was still thinking, Feng Yuan had already manipulated a group of 100,000 wolves, advancing majestically towards Ma tribe's main tent. Yang Ping fell into a dilemma. If it is a one-on-one battle, my wolf group will naturally be at a disadvantage against your eagle group. But this is a huge battle. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu masters, no, even if I expend a large amount of their primeval essence, it will still be a great victory. Yang Ping, what should you do? Feng Yuan's eyes were calm as a lake, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Yang Piying's mind worked rapidly, but the more he thought, the colder his heart felt. Chang Shanyin's move was truly vicious, attacking the enemy's weakness. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain the Wolf King. But this way, without the Eagle Group's obstruction, the Wolf Group successfully charged towards Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was ashen. He quickly mobilized the enslavement path Gu masters and set up a temporary defensive line. But the Wolf Group was huge, and with mutated beasts charging, such a defensive line was easily broken through like paper. This is a huge mistake in my decision-making. But we have not lost yet, everyone. The situation is dangerous. Let's take a gamble. Follow me. We still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted. Shuihua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true forms. At the same time, there was an elite battalion made up of snowmen. Seeing such strong reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale rose. They calmed down from their panic and shouted, following Ma Shangfeng into the battlefield. At once, the wolf group howled and blood splattered. First, the central army engaged in battle, followed by Ma tribe's left and right Gu masters, who also started their assault. He Lulan laughed loudly. He waved his hand and the elite troops under him moved first. Next, the tribe leaders led their troops and charged into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in an all-out battle. Beast groups, humans, tangled with each other. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path and other Gu masters fought fiercely. Experts laughed malevolently as they slaughtered their enemies. And the weak helped each other, forming groups and struggling with all their might to fight for a chance to survive. The eagle group screeched and attacked Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had He Lulan's personal guards, and also Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Xixian, Pan Ping and other experts, guarding the area tightly. The eagle group's attacks did not show any results, but Feng Yuan used Wolf Care Gu agilely. He was not obstructed by vision. He used the wolf group to attack fiercely, slaughtering the horse group, rat group and humans. The situation is urgent, Wu Yi. All of you attack and disturb the experts around Changshanyin. On the eagle's back, Yang Ping was sweating profusely as he quickly ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat. He was one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Originally, among the 3 flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pakong was the son of Dongfang tribe's concubine. He had returned to the Blessed Land. Water Immortal Song Qingyin died in battle. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was recruited by Ma tribe. He was left to deal with the new flying master Changshanyin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we move out and the enemy attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Ping smiled proudly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagle group. I am very safe. Even He Lulan cannot break through my Thunder Eagle defense instantly. Don't worry and go. Don't forget we still have Killer Wu Ming. Wu Yi and the rest heard this and their hearts shook. These people all had flying abilities. They charged down and increased the pressure on He Lulan and the rest. Be careful, they are interfering with us. Don't move out easily. Don't forget, they still have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted coldly. While retaliating, she warned. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu master. Yi Lui Sang was able to defeat the 7 armies because he assassinated many enemy leaders, causing panic and low morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was also quite good. Many rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, and even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was already hailed as the #1 assassin of the present age. His reputation had already surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Si Xian. Right now, he had not shown himself, who knew where he was hiding in the battlefield. He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming assassinated Fang Yuan, the wolf group would collapse and the situation would be reversed. Charge over and kill Wolf King Changshanyin. Not only He Lulan and Yang Ping, Ma tribe's experts also quickly realized the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu master experts charged towards He tribe's main tent. Whoever can kill Changshanyin, I will reward him with 5 million battle merits. I will give him the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder, and he will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng shouted as he killed the wolf group. Chapter 547. Soon, He Lulan and the rest felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good, the enemy has gone crazy. I can't hold on for much longer. Black Banner Army, quickly come and support us. Pei Yanfei, Zhong Feiyu, Tang Miaoming, quickly come and protect Wolf King. We can't keep defending like this. We need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the battle will harm Wolf King. Ma tribe was not willing to lose. Once they lost, they would be finished. They started to put their lives on the line. And most of them were brave men who were greatly rewarded. Thus, the situation quickly broke away from He Lulan's control, and the situation quickly turned into a battle against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's life was directly related to the outcome of this battle. The rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters of both sides squeezed together, forming a huge chaotic battle. This was a grand scene rarely seen in the previous imperial court contests. In this battle, rank 4 Gu masters were reduced to supporting characters. Even rank 5 experts were involuntarily trapped in a quagmire. He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the rest could slightly take care of Wolf King at first. Soon, they found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by flames, frost, sound waves, and other chaotic attacks that danced wildly in the battle circle. Their opponents were not fixed. They fought whoever they could find. Sometimes, their own people would even hit their own people. The #1 assassin, Wu Ming, stood far away, helplessly looking at this huge chaotic battle. He was an assassin, an expert at sneaking close to his target and dealing a fatal blow. But at this moment, all the Gu masters in this battle were crazily fighting. All kinds of investigative Gu were sweeping around, killing whoever they could find. The situation had already gone out of control. The attacks were overwhelming. Some rank 4 experts were already hysterical in order to protect themselves. Wu Ming suspected that if he sneaked in, he would be discovered in a few breaths of time. Who knows, the person attacking him might even be one of his own people who was dazzled by the battle and had no time to think. In this situation, Even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will not be able to protect himself. Wu Ming sneered, watching the show from the sidelines. Soon his eyes brightened. He saw a rank 4 Gu master on his side getting close to Wolf King. It's Cheng Hu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost cried out in excitement. Cheng Hu was attacked from behind by an unknown person and was sent flying to Fang Yuan's feet. Originally, Fang Yuan was guarded by Bian Xixian. But just now, Bian Xixian took the initiative to lead away Fei Shengcheng. She was not a defense Gu master and had no intention of sacrificing her life for Fang Yuan. This was the wisest choice for her. Which bastard sneak attacked your father? Cheng Hu fell to the ground and immediately got up. He angrily roared and turned around to attack. This. Wu Ming didn't know what to say when he saw that. However, Cheng Hu had only taken 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by a spell. Then he suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Yuan, who was right in front of him. After being stunned for a few breaths, he finally reacted. Which bastard ambushed me? I love you to death. Ahaha. Cheng Hu's pores opened in excitement. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at 5 million battle merits, as well as endless fame and fortune. Howl. He pounced forward, and the moment his 4 limbs touched the ground, he transformed into a multicolored tiger. A transformation path killer move. The fierce tiger roared and charged towards Fang Yuan with a fishy smell. Oh no! Quickly dodge. Bian Xixian screamed as she looked back. Success! Wu Ming's blood surged as he saw this, his whole body trembling in excitement. The fierce tiger opened its bloody mouth and jumped into the air, pouncing down. Its huge figure covered Fang Yuan's face. Its tiger mouth opened wide, and its sharp teeth were about to bite through Fang Yuan's head. To think that such an earth-shattering contribution would fall into my hands, eh? The fierce tiger's eyes flashed with astonishment. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, making it unable to move. Cheng Hu snorted in his heart. His years of battle instincts allowed him to move his 2 sharp tiger claws without thinking. Bam! With a muffled sound, the next moment, his 2 tiger claws were also grabbed by a pair of steel hands. Why does he still have arms? Cheng Hu looked over in bewilderment, only to see Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, his expression was calm like ice, and 2 brass arms had grown out from his sides. 2 large brass hands firmly grasped his tiger claws. Cheng Hu snorted, immediately moving his tiger tail. The tiger tail tore through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow, nimbly and craftily sweeping towards Fang Yuan's head. Slap! With a crisp sound, Fang Yuan's head was not injured, but his tiger tail was numb from the pain, already losing all feeling. Cheng Hu had a killer move, but so did Fang Yuan. Killer move 4-arm Earth King. 14 Gu worms were activated, including the rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. In this state, Fang Yuan's defense was 4 times stronger than before. His strength had reached 800 Jun. Moreover, once he stepped on the ground, his strength would flow endlessly. Are you done playing? Fang Yuan sneered, calmly looking at Cheng Hu with a mocking and cold gaze. An intense chill rose from Cheng Hu's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Fear. Even if Cheng Hu was usually carefree and proud of his bravery, facing Fang Yuan's deep and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to explode. The fierce tiger's throat moved. A soundwave attack was about to be unleashed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan lightly sighed. Such a boring trick, sigh. You should just die. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was saying something insignificant. Swoosh. At the next moment, the brass hands forcefully tore. The multicolored tiger was torn into 2, blood gushed out, and its innards scattered everywhere. 2 irregular tiger bodies fell to the ground, turning into 2 human halves, and the fierce tiger's head turned into Cheng Hu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, showing the fear of death. Fang Yuan crushed his head with 1 claw, slowly raising his head. His gaze went past the crowd and landed on Yang Piying. Yang Piying's hair stood on end. An intense sense of danger surged in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped the eagle wings on his back, flying into the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, quickly mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect himself. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. With just these rank 4 battle strength, they want to stop me? He. Bam bam bam. He directly charged, exploding all the Thunder Eagles along the way. When the Gu masters in the chaotic battle reacted, Fang Yuan had already broken through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife through butter, going straight for Yang Puying. Yang Puying's face was drained of blood, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. His head was in Fang Yuan's hand. His whole body was lifted up by Fang Yuan without any strength to resist. Fang Yuan lightly squeezed. Puchi. Eagle King Yang Puying's head was like a watermelon, easily crushed by him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The Eagle group was instantly dispersed. The Eagle group escaped. The clear sky appeared again. The huge commotion attracted the attention of countless people. What? The Wolf King killed the Eagle King with his own hands? Many people cried out in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Now it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop. His cold gaze landed on Ma Xun. Ma Xun was protected by the horse group 10,000 steps away, but he felt a terrifying feeling of a great calamity descending on him. Stop him! Kill Wolf King! Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together, pincer attacking Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash, how can you stop me? Fang Yuan snorted in disdain, flapping his wings. He easily shook off Shi Shui and crashed into Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so fierce. He overestimated his defense, and at the same time underestimated Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks. The defensive light barrier only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing completely. Wu Yi instantly sensed something amiss. His flying master attainment allowed him to make evasive maneuvers that others could not do. If it were anyone else, they might have returned empty-handed. But Fang Yuan was also a flying master. Bam! With a muffled sound, half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into powder, his bones were broken into pieces, and half of his internal organs were crushed by the huge force. He widened his eyes helplessly and fell from the sky. A flying master of his generation, a demonic path expert, died just like that. Fang Yuan did not even look at him, pouncing towards Ma Xun. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon blocked Fang Yuan's path. This huge dragon had a golden horn, 3 claws, and its eyes were like lanterns, emitting the flames of revenge. Chang Shanin, you dared to kill my brother. You will pay the most terrible price. It was a rank 5 transformation path Gu master, Cheng Hu's elder brother, Cheng Long. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted. His speed did not decrease, but instead increased, his body leaving an afterimage in the sky, colliding with the huge dragon. Bam! A loud sound was heard, deafening even the deaf. The sound wave spread in all directions, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone's heart shuddered. Looking over, they saw that Fang Yuan's body had expanded to twice its original size. His whole body was covered in a layer of bronze light, and his forearms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He stood proudly in the sky, his hand holding the broken dragon horn, and the 3-clawed golden horn dragon fell down like a kite with its string cut. Along the way, it fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Dragon blood and dragon scales splattered everywhere. What? Far away, Ma Shangfeng's pupils shrunk, shouting in disbelief. Even Cheng Long was not his match in one move. This killer move. He Lulan was dazed from Fang Yuan. He saw the shadow of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads, 6 arms. Ma Xun, I Wolf King, will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice piercing through the sky, his calm tone as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. However, everyone could feel an invincible spirit from his words. Uncle Ma Xun, leave quickly. I will defend here. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingjie, who was beside Ma Xun, shouted. Chapter 548. Facing the persuasion of the surrounding people, Ma Xun's expression was ashen as he resolutely rejected. No, my Ma tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle, not cowards who run away. I am one of Ma tribe's banners. If I run away, it will be a huge blow to the army's morale. I can't leave. We haven't lost yet. I still have the Pegasus group. Saying so, he willed, and for a moment, the Pegasus flew up like a white cloud. The incomparably handsome Pegasus had snow-white fur, their manes fluttering in the wind, and their pure white wings spread out. These Pegasus were the pride of Ma tribe. Seeing these Pegasus, a sense of heroism rose in the hearts of the Ma tribe clansmen. Their panicked emotions quickly calmed down. That's right, we still have Pegasus. Ah. Ma Yingjie had just said half of his words when he screamed in fear. Feng Yuan flew over like a meteor without any intention of dodging, fiercely crashing into the Pegasus group. Pegasus with rank 4 battle strength exploded into flowers of blood. The Pegasus group let out panicked and sorrowful neighs. Their pure white feathers were trampled on, and their feathers fell along with the horse corpses, drifting helplessly in the air. He was invincible, unstoppable. Feng Yuan was unreasonable. He pierced through the Pegasus group and arrived above Ma Zun and the rest. Ma Zun was stupefied. The Gu masters around him looked at Feng Yuan with their mouths wide open, their hearts filled with extreme shock, helplessness and panic. Feng Yuan's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their hearts, never to be erased. No, I haven't lost yet. Ma Zun lost his composure and shouted. He was about to activate his killer move, but was stopped by Ma Yingjie. Uncle, let me do it. Once this killer move is activated, your realm will fall. Ma tribe can do without me, Ma Yingjie, but it cannot do without you, uncle. Ma Yingjie shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Hero. Ma Zuanxiong's body trembled. He looked at the disciple he admired the most, and was most pleased with. He could feel his determination to die. Ma Zun, of course, did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. However, just as Ma Yingjie had said, the Ma family could do without Ma Yingjie, but they needed Ma Zun to command the horses. Now that the eagle group had collapsed, the rat group could not be counted on. If they lost the horse group as well, the Ma family would definitely lose. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Uncle, leave quickly. After Ma Yingjie finished speaking, he calmed down and frantically mobilized his primeval essence, pouring it into several Gu worms. Killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shuesong Zi had specially prepared for them. Nay, nay, nay. The horses around him raised their front hooves and neighed crazily. Large amounts of blood and sweat oozed out of their bodies. Soon they fell down one by one, losing their lives. But at the same time, colorful horse souls that were as beautiful as rainbows emerged from the corpses. A mutated horse soul. Feng Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Normal souls could not be observed by the naked eye, and these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their heads, and their sizes varied, similar to when they were alive. Moreover, they shone with colorful light. Only a blind person could not see them. The dragon horse floated up and charged towards Feng Yuan at a rapid speed. Feng Yuan flew far away, pulling apart the distance while probing his attacks. These horse souls were quite troublesome. Because they were souls, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against them. At the same time, once they self-detonate, each of them would have the power of the shark fin wolf's soul explosion. Although Feng Yuan's killer move was powerful, it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-detonate at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only 1,000-man soul. But why should I fight them head-on? Feng Yuan sneered and slowly landed on the ground. He was not a pure strength path Gu master. He also had enslavement path methods. At the next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolf group beside him. The wolf howled, and the wolf group's battle strength increased by several times. The wolf group was like hungry sharks, charging towards Ma Yingjie and Ma Zun. Damn it! Ma Yingjie immediately experienced Feng Yuan's treachery and shamelessness. In order to activate the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit, he sacrificed most of the horses around him and formed mutated horse souls. But Feng Yuan did not fight the horse souls head-on, and directly sent the wolf group to their deaths. The wolf group used their lives to exhaust the horse soul's strength. The mutated horse souls' bodies dimmed in order to resist the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dissipated, some self-detonated. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp decrease in the number of horse souls. Feng Yuan displayed the essence of enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, expending the primeval essence in the aperture, or perishing together with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie was helpless against Fang Yuan. The mutated horse souls were strong and slaughtered large numbers of wolves in a short time, but they were no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave quickly. You are Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly. Ma Yingjie screamed, urging Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's face was covered in tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth until they almost broke, and moved his body with difficulty. Driven by reason, he led a group of horses away from Ma Yingjie and retreated towards Ma tribe army. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's traces. Ma Zun was an enslavement pathmaster, 100 times more important than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning Ma Yingjie and chasing after Ma Zun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjie was anxious, and quickly urged the horse souls to soar into the sky to stop him. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, his body drawing an exquisite arc in the sky, leaving all the horse souls behind. He was a flying master, and these mutated horse souls were merely Ma Yingjie's puppets. Seeing the death god Fang Yuan chasing after them, the Gu master guards beside Ma Zun were scared out of their wits. Helpless, Ma Zun also activated his killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his command, the mutated horse souls formed a defensive line, cooperating with each other, and were much more threatening than Ma Yingjie. Even if Fang Yuan had the attainments of a flying master, it would be hard for him to break through. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar resounded. A huge shadow shrouded Fang Yuan, the three-clawed golden horn giant dragon, once again attacking Fang Yuan's back. Cheng Long was defeated by Fang Yuan in one hit, and was thrown into confusion. After climbing out of the pit with much difficulty, he was attacked by several people. Cheng Long and Fagan used all their strength to disperse these obstructions, and under the urge of anger and vengeance, they charged forward. You actually came looking for death. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at the flashing indestructible dragon claws grabbing at him, unmoved. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he brushed past the dragon claws. Using the exquisite flying technique, he played the giant dragon in circles. Not good. I am not the Wolf King's match in the air. When Cheng Long realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Fang Yuan grasped the flaw, and flew to the dragon's head. The two giant brass arms on his side were like war spears and sharp swords, fiercely smashing into the giant dragon's two dragon eyes. The next moment, the dragon's eyes shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon instantly went mad, the intense pain causing him to let out a miserable roar. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His whole body was covered in scarlet blood, and his two arms went deep into the eye sockets, straight for the brain. The other two arms were like heavy hammers, fiercely smashing down. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan used the dragon's head as a war drum, beating it continuously. The giant dragon fell from the sky, and frantically struggled on the ground, like a golden snake, twisting its body into a fried dough twist. Mud and stones tumbled. Both man and beast were sent flying by the dragon's tail. Fang Yuan's beating did not stop at all. After 20 to 30 times, he finally got his wish, and completely smashed the giant dragon's head. White brain matter and blood sprayed all over his body. He took a deep breath. The thick smell of blood made him feel satisfied. Especially the giant dragon's corpse under his feet. It silently bore witness to his conquest. Men, no matter which world they live in, they all live to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Although dead, the transformed dragon body still remained, showing Cheng Long's profound attainment in the transformation path. His head is quite hard, but he is an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan evaluated indifferently, and once again looked at Ma Zun. He even killed Cheng Long. Is this still the Wolf King? Isn't he an enslavement master? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the dragon's corpse shocked many people. Most people simply could not believe their eyes. How could the Wolf King turn around and turn from an enslavement master into a fierce warrior that dominated the battlefield? At the same time, the wolf pack howled, and clashed left and right. Wave after wave of continuous charge, showing Fang Yuan's superb beast-taming skills. Ma Xun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually drying up, and he struggled to maintain the killing move Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls formed a military formation, forming a tight defensive line. The wolf pack charged forward wave after wave, and then died. Fang Yuan was unmoved by these sacrifices, and only sneered in his heart. Now, I will let you see the true power of enslavement and strength dual cultivation. With a thought, the wolf pack's attacks suddenly changed, and divided into several groups, like a sharp cone breaking through. The mutated horse souls formation was inevitably pulled apart. Seeing the defensive line thinning, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Xun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the mutated horse souls to intercept. Like this, the defensive line became chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed, and changed the direction of his assault. At the same time, he urged the wolf pack to attack, approaching 300 steps. Ma Xun blocked left and right, and soon could not hold on. If he defended against Fang Yuan's assault, he would not be able to let go of the wolf pack. If he defended against the wolf pack, he would not be able to take care of Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan found an opening, and fiercely charged in front of Ma Xun. The first punch broke through his defense, the second punch heavily injured him, and he lost the ability to escape, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement master. Ma Xun was dead. The horse group collapsed, and the Ma family army's morale was extremely low. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I definitely would not believe this. The horse king was actually killed by the wolf king, who is also an enslavement master, using a decapitation tactic. Chapter 549. The terrifying strength that Fang Yuan displayed made the entire Ma tribe army feel an immense pressure. Despair spread rapidly in their hearts. We can only rely on Rat King now. Only the rat group can resist the wolf group. Ma Shangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Xun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But as Ma tribe leader he had no other choice, he could only turn his gaze towards Jiang Baoya. However, at the next moment, the last bit of hope in Ma Shangfeng's eyes vanished. Rat King actually ran away. Oh heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Chenglong, Chenghu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. If I don't run away, how can I still be alive? Jiang Baoya ran while bleeding from his 7 apertures. He had no choice, he had sworn a poison oath and submitted to Ma tribe army. Now that he fled, he would naturally suffer the backlash of the poison oath. But even if he had to risk the backlash, Jiang Baoya had to retreat. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had completely crushed his remaining fighting spirit. Rat King, quickly come back! Ma Shangfeng shouted. But Jiang Baoya kept on running, ignoring him. Blood spurted from his 7 apertures, splattering along the way, showing his unparalleled determination. His escape brought the people around him along with him. Soon large numbers of Ma tribe Gu masters started to retreat, and large numbers of tribes retreated from the battlefield. Outsiders are really unreliable. Ma Shangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision turning black as he fainted on the spot. Ma tribe's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Even with the Snowman elite troops, they could not turn the tide. Gu master experts also retreated one after another. I almost broke the seal and used my true body to fight. Lucky. Lucky. In the battlefield, He Lulan, who had been besieged all along, was gasping for breath. He was riddled with injuries and his primeval essence was being consumed intensely, but the fierce light in his eyes was becoming sharper. Under his command, He tribe army started a merciless chase. The more people they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. This was a logic that even fools understood. Fame and fortune had stimulated He tribe like a ruthless, hungry wolf. At first, there were elite troops from all directions, but soon, He tribe's elite troops returned and restrained the enemy's elite troops. The Ma family's army was finally defeated. Countless people fled in all directions. Fang Yuan did not move. Instead, he pulled the wolves around him to protect him. My internal organs are bleeding. and my soul has been weakened to the level of a 500-man soul. Feng Yuan examined his body and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Waves of dizziness kept attacking him. The two brass arms quietly disappeared. The after-effects of this killer move 4-arm Earth King were more severe than he had imagined. The previous few experiments were all superficial. This time, he pushed it to the limit, even exceeding the theoretical time limit. Then he discovered a problem. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. Killer moves were the perfect combination of goo worms. But it was not a killer move that could be perfected just by thinking of it. Only through continuous practice and adjustments could a perfect killer move be formed. And this process of perfection might take a very long time, several generations, or even more than a dozen generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. The 4-armed Earth King was the result of Feng Yuan's 500 years of experience from his previous life, as well as a little inspiration. It was done hurriedly, and was an experiment. Feng Yuan soon understood where the severe aftereffects came from. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on fighting on the ground. The longer one stays on the ground, the smaller the aftereffects. But in this battle, almost all of it was flying. Thus this problem was exposed. It seems that this 4-armed Earth King killer move still has many flaws. From today's battle, flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Goo, and also poses a greater threat to the enemy. Since I have master-level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this advantage. He was not willing to give up on flying. In this case, the 4-armed Earth King killer move would need to undergo a huge revision. Feng Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor's back, quietly thinking as he watched the He tribe army's reckless pursuit. Damn it! They are really vigilant, not giving me any chance. Killer Wu Ming was hiding far away, observing Feng Yuan from afar. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack while the Wolf King was chasing after him, and was careless. Once he succeeded and killed the Wolf King, there would still be a chance for Ma tribe to regroup. But Feng Yuan did not give him any chance, as if he had seen through his plan. Wu Ming waited quietly for a while. Finally unable to endure the He tribe experts moving around more frequently, he quietly retreated. Ma tribe escaped in defeat, and in the process, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He did not give up, and after escaping into the defensive line, he tried to rely on the defensive line to defend. But Tai Bai Yunqing's mountain as before Gu made his plan fail. He tribe army broke through the defensive line. Pan Ping used Soul Blade Gu, and luckily took Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. Ma tribe leader died, and Ma tribe lost their will to fight. Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qilian tribe surrendered one after another. During the process, most of He tribe's attention was unavoidably drawn. Run faster, faster! Zhao Lianyan urged from inside the carriage. Fei Kai acted as the coachman, whipping the horses with all his strength, and the two wheels of the carriage spun rapidly behind him. As Ma Yingjia's personal servant, Fei Kai was in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's daily life, and naturally had to follow the army. Zhao Lianyan had no home to return to, and could only follow him. Ma tribe was routed, and the two of them, along with other mortals, could only escape. But with just this horsepower, the carriage's speed could not compare to Gu masters. The moment they escaped, they were left far behind by Gu masters. But precisely because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyan were mortals, Ma tribe's pursuing army let them go. The battle merits of killing mortals were negligible. Of course, if they met a Gu master who was in a bad mood, or a Gu master who loved to kill, or a wild wolf that did not differentiate between mortals, they might casually give them 1 or 2 moves, and die without a burial ground. This kid He Lulan did not let us down. Oh right, the demonic path Gu immortal supporting Ma tribe has already been found. It is Snowy Mountain's 6th peak Shuesong Zi. He Bai's expression immediately sank. Humph, so it was him. If he had not interfered and fought with me over wooden chicken Gu, causing the immortal Gu to break free and disappear without a trace, I would have obtained wooden chicken Gu long ago. He Chun consoled with a smile. Brother, don't disturb me. If we could use 88-point Jinyang Tower to obtain wooden chicken Gu, it would be the same. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, you will become an expert among goo immortals. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. Heibai heard this and immediately bowed deeply towards Heicheng, saying sincerely, if not for brother's guidance and help, how could I, Heibai, be as wealthy as Shuesongzi? Brother is truly wise and farsighted, throwing out large amounts of immortal yuan stone. It is truly moving. Then you amassed the wolf group and sent them out to help, truly catching Shuesongzi unprepared. Now, even if Shuesongzi wants to continue helping, he has no one. Ha ha ha. Heicheng laughed heartily, sighing. Without investment, how can there be profits? Pausing for a moment, he continued. It is also fortunate that in this imperial court contest, the other super tribes did not make a move. Earlier, I also received information from female immortal Tanbaya and learned of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Furthermore, this Wolf King Changshan is also an outstanding junior. His performance is breathtaking and he is the brightest in this contest, suppressing this generation of northern plains. Heibai nodded in agreement. I have already investigated Changshan. He is a member of Chang tribe and has an illustrious reputation. Even us Gu immortals have heard of him. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, evidently having a fortuitous encounter. Now he is a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. I have seen the killer move just now. The after effects are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan's injuries could be concealed from the surrounding people, but it could not be concealed from Gu immortals. Heicheng was silent for a moment before saying, this is a Gu immortal seed. I intend to take him into He tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, I will properly inspect him. If he is willing to pledge his loyalty, he might even become an external supreme elder of our He tribe in the future. Heibai smiled. Becoming a Gu immortal is extremely difficult. Brother has overestimated him. In my opinion, Taibai Yunxing is also not bad. He can be persuaded to pledge allegiance to He tribe. Yes, but he is a bit too old. Heicheng nodded. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Taibai Yunxing became a Gu immortal. Heaven and earth resonated. Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration burst forth, causing the two Gu to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal Gu. If that was the case, then the Gu recipe of landscape as before simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape as before could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then, what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Taibai Yunxing became a Gu immortal after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a Gu immortal and obtained an immortal Gu. This meant that Fang Yuan wanted to use the identity of a mortal to harm a Gu immortal. At that time, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yuliang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huangjin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his idea. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. We will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders, and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huangjin bloodline will really. Ma Yuliang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huangjin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe. It will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Yingjie said. Chapter 552. The carriages rumbled. The horses neighed. The grand group, numbering in the millions, moved towards the imperial court area at the center of northern plains. The snowstorm raged outside. The big-stomach horses could not even raise their heads. The snow on the ground was knee-deep. Every step was much more difficult than usual. Blue-field slug goo after blue-field slug goo were moving slowly. Their stomachs were filled with all sorts of resources, causing their bodies that were 3 times the size of elephants to grow to the size of small hills. Groups of carriages followed behind the blue-field slug goo. The latter blocked the incoming snowstorm for these mortals. Their bodies were covered in icicles. To prevent the slug goo from freezing to death, there were 3 goo masters in charge of 1 slug goo, removing the frost on them while using firepath goo worms to keep them warm and maintain their body temperature. The army moved towards the imperial court area. The increasing snowstorm caused the army's speed to slow down. Large numbers of mortal slaves fell along the way, unable to get up again. Although He Lulon could order goo masters to save them, he did not do so. Even though the imperial court blessed land was huge and could hold 5 million people. But from He Lulon's point of view, the resources in the blessed land belonged to him. Why would he give them to these lowly slaves? Every additional person meant that he had to give away more benefits. Using the snowstorm to purposely sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals. This was the unspoken rule of the imperial court lords. The lives of mortals were not worth cherishing. They were like weeds. After the snowstorm, they would grow rapidly and spread, devouring the resources of northern plains like locusts, until the next 10 years' snowstorm arrived. The cold wind became stronger. The people moved forward against the wind. Feng Yuan was inside the large lizard house goo. He could hear the howling of the wind outside the window. Inside the large lizard house goo, it was warm like spring. Urging it to move forward in such an environment consumed 5 or 6 times more true essence than before. But to Feng Yuan, just a rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture was more than enough to sustain this expenditure. Moreover, his second aperture had recently advanced to rank 5 upper stage. Feng Yuan came to the window and cast his gaze through the translucent, sealed crystal window to the front left. It was the Ma family's team. Ma Yingjie inherited the position of clan leader. Ma Hongyan also appeared, and even Zhao Lianyan was by his side. On this point, Feng Yuan had already secretly inquired about it, and instructed the people of Gu family to take care of Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan. In his memories, Ma Hongyan had received an inheritance from the giant sun immortal in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Feng Yuan's next plan, he would be a very useful chess piece. As for Zhao Lianyan, he was still a kid and posed no threat. At the same time, he was very close to Ma Hongyan. Feng Yuan decided to observe him first. 500 years ago, Ma Hongyan appeared. Now even with my influence, Ma Hongyan still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyan still have the same achievements as in my previous life? After experiencing rebirth, Feng Yuan had a deep interest towards the topic of changing history. The flow of history had inertia and also changes. Based on his personal experience, the butterfly theory on Earth seemed to be a little biased. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyan was bestowed with a surname and allowed to cultivate. It was because he obtained a relic goo in the wild and offered it to Ma Yingjie. Now, because of He Lulon's coercion, Ma Yingjie made a decision. This decision created Ma Hongyan once again. The process was different, but the result was the same. Feng Yuan had broad horizons to begin with, and after these days of hard work, his understanding of enslavement path and strength path had deepened by several times. Different from his previous life where he only dabbled in it, in this life he personally experienced it and combined it with theories, giving him countless inspirations. But these inspirations were far from enough to solve his problem. Actually, speaking of the transformation of the body, the earliest records are in the legends of Renzu. When Renzu was in a death situation, to save his father, desolate Guyue came to Chengbai Mountain and killed the rockman. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he flipped open the legends of Renzu. Chapter 553. Feng Yuan flipped, The Legends of Renzu. There was a record inside. Renzu fell into a dead end and fell into Luopa Valley, unable to get out. Desolate Guyuan, in order to save his father, personally went up Chengbai Mountain and attempted to climb to the peak to obtain that one and only success Gu. As long as he made a wish to success Gu, Desolate Guyuan would be able to save Renzu. But when Desolate Guyuan reached the foot of the mountain, he was obstructed by the rockman. It turned out that Renzu's second daughter had come to Chengbai Mountain and disturbed Love Gu's dream. Out of anger, Love Gu enlightened the rockman to disturb Desolate Guyuan. Desolate Guyuan killed the rockman and walked to the waist of the mountain. But Love Gu did not leave. It appeared in front of Desolate Guyuan and said, "O human, you disturbed my dream and still want to take away success Gu. Now, I will collapse the whole of Chengbai Mountain. You can search for that one and only success Gu among the millions and millions of rocks." Haha. Saying so, Love Gu charged towards Chengbai Mountain. Mount Chengbai was not an ordinary mountain. The entire hill was made up of small stones piled up together. Once Love Gu crashed into it, Chengbai Mountain collapsed. Love Gu left proudly, leaving behind Desolate Guyuan looking at this pile of rocks, falling into a daze. How could he obtain that one and only success Gu from these chaotic rocks? Desolate Guyuan was troubled. He had no choice but to go back and ask Cognition Gu for advice. Cognition Gu sighed after hearing Guyuan's explanation. Love Gu has always been so unreasonable, sigh even I, or my child Wisdom Gu, do not want to face it. Now that Chengbai Mountain has collapsed, you can only use your hands to pick up these rocks and distinguish the success Gu. Other than that, there is no other way. Cognition Gu continued. But you need to be careful. There are actually two Gu on Chengbai Mountain. One success Gu is at the peak. One failure Gu is at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it has many children. Those rocks are the brothers and sisters of success. When you pick up those stones, a lot of unimaginably bad things can happen. Let me tell you a trick here. As long as you persist in saying, "I" in your heart, these bad situations will gradually disappear. When Desolate Guyua heard this, her heart couldn't help but become heavy. She asked again, "Then how should I distinguish the stone in my hand? Success Gu or failure Gu, what do they look like?" Cognition Gu sighed. They look the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. As long as you hold them with your own hands, you will naturally discover their identity. You want to find success Gu, but that failure Gu is your greatest threat. You cannot hold on to failure Gu, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life will be in danger. Guyua nodded his head to express his gratitude. Before she left, Cognition Gu reminded her, "Don't say that I told you. If Love Gu finds me, it will be troublesome." In the face of passionate, naughty love, thought and intellect give way. "Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate Guyua agreed and returned to Chengbai Mountain. Looking at the large pile of stones in front of her, her heart was heavy. Success was not so easy to obtain. To obtain success, one had to bend down and take a huge risk to search for it. Desolate Guyua breathed in deeply and picked up the first stone. This stone was very ordinary. The moment Desolate Guyua held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A shallow wound appeared on Desolate Guyua's hand. This was not Success Gu, but Success's brothers and sisters, one of Failure Gu's children. Desolate Guyua was shocked. She touched the wound on the back of her hand and recalled Cognition Gu's words. When you pick up those stones, many unimaginably bad situations will happen. At this time, you need to think of I in your heart. So this is the bad situation. Desolate Guyua realized. She chanted in her heart. I. As she continued to chant, the wound on the back of her hand miraculously healed. All that was left was a shallow scar. She threw the stone in her hand to the side and picked up the second stone. When she held this stone in her hand, Desolate Guyua's heart shook. An intense fear assaulted her heart. Desolate Guyua's body trembled in fear. She almost wanted to escape and leave this place. But she persevered and continued to think of I. After a long time, she regained her senses. The fear in her heart was mostly dispelled. She picked up the third stone. This stone made her feel very dejected. She could not help but think, I want to pick up the one and only success goo among these billions of stones. How difficult is that? How long do I have to continue? She almost could not move. She felt that the future was dark. The difficulty of finding success goo was too high. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought of her father who was trapped in the door of life and death. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Guyue was shocked. Oh no, I almost forgot to say I. Desolate Guyue chanted again, trying to get rid of the dejection in her heart, as she bent down to pick up another stone. When she held the fourth stone in her hand, Desolate Guyue was shocked to find that her nose had changed. It had actually turned into a pig's nose. She chanted I again to let her nose recover. Good heavens, she tried her best to get rid of the pig's nose. But the bridge of her nose was still slightly sunken compared to before. Like this, Desolate Guyue continued to pick up stones, hoping to find success goo among them. But countless days passed. She only found the children of failure goo. Some of these stones caused her injuries, some caused her to feel dejected, despair, fear, and some even caused her to turn into a pig's head or grow a rat's tail. Even though Desolate Guyue kept chanting I, there were still traces left on her body. After accumulating for a long time, these traces turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a human with a horse's body. She had 16 legs, some were covered in soft fur, some were covered in snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, and some had sturdy hooves. In the process of searching for success, people often changed beyond recognition. But Desolate Guyue also became stronger because of this. After experiencing so much, she was hundreds of times stronger than before. Those stones could no longer cause her any trouble. Success, success, where are you? Her 7 mouths spoke at the same time. Some were shouting, some were roaring, some were crying, and some were whispering. The more she failed, the greater the desire for success in her heart. After her relentless efforts, there were fewer and fewer stones left. It could transform its eyes into fire eyes, and have the ability to see through fog. It did not succeed every time, and once it failed it would go blind. Feng Yuan also knew about Sight Strike Goo. Hey tribes, Hao Ji Lu had won. Hao Ji Lu had once used Sight Strike Goo together with rank 4 swap position Goo. Using them together, Feng Yuan stored the Fire Pupil Goo. He did not plan to walk the fire path. Fire Pupil Goo was not compatible with his own path. Attacking methods, although convenient, were limited. They relied heavily on eye contact. In this world, there were too many goo worms of all shapes and sizes. There were countless ways to block vision. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master. Goo worms were only carriers of the great Tao. They were essentially tools. When goo masters used them together, they could form extraordinary effects. Some of the more outstanding combinations, which were hard to break, were killer moves. This means, this should be the first Goo Master inheritance I obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Feng Yuan thought about it, feeling it was interesting. Imperial Court Blessed Land had many Goo Master inheritances. Because this place had the most favorable environment, many inheritances set up in the outside world were destroyed by calamities and beasts before they could find the fated person. Furthermore, all the Goo Masters who entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were heroes who had gone through the baptism of war. Even if he wasn't a hero, he at least had some skill. Thus, there were many inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land. As long as one was fated, they could gain something. Feng Yuan stored the 3 goo worms in his aperture, and destroyed the stone tablet. Finally, he continued his search. Sure enough, he found a cave entrance, and went deep underground. In the cave that was over 100 feet deep, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. This made him feel troubled. If they were young eerie fire dragon pythons, Feng Yuan could take them away and bring them to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, letting them hunt freely. But eerie fire dragon python eggs were not easy to hatch. They needed to be soaked in eerie fire and python blood day and night. After the little dragon python hatched, It would need to receive the teachings of the eerie fire dragon python and learn how to use its own strength to hunt. Feng Yuan did not have the leisure to waste his precious time to incubate these few snake eggs. Without a choice, he could only keep these eggs. Soon after, he made his way out of the hot and stuffy cave. He didn't linger here any longer. He flew high into the sky and continued on his way. At the same time, the lizard's mouth closed, leaving no gap. Although Feng Yuan was full of energy, he was still immortal. After his fatigue accumulated to a certain extent, he needed to rest properly to maintain his full mental and battle strength. Zha. Not long after Feng Yuan entered the Gu house, he heard noises coming from outside. His gaze flashed as he muttered, "Blissful snow bats again." Feng Yuan had already understood the pattern. Every time white night changed, a large group of blissful snow bats would fly out from the sky. Blissful snow bats were white as snow and had furry bodies. They did not look ugly like ordinary bats and were very cute. This beast group was huge. Each group had hundreds of thousands of them. Among them were large numbers of beast kings. Myriad beast kings were common, and there were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Feng Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like Four-Arm Wind King, he could not contend against them and could only retreat. Snow bats only hunted in the air, devouring the particles or flying insects in the air. The large lizard house Gu was not in their food list. But for the sake of caution, Feng Yuan moved the large lizard house Gu to the back of the gentle slope. The large lizard lowered its head and retracted its tail, curling into a ball. Looking from above, it looked like a large rock. Feng Yuan lay on the bed. Not long after he fell asleep, the cries of the blissful snow bats became hurried and noisy, and there seemed to be wolf howls mixed in. What's going on? Feng Yuan was startled by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from the bed, walking towards the window. In the silver night sky, two groups of beasts were fighting against each other. The snow-white group was a large group of blissful snow bats. The dark green group was an azure wolf group. Although they did not have as many numbers as the bat group, they were fierce and had great teamwork. Although there were many snow bats, under the attack of the wolf group, there were many casualties. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Azure wolves had the remnant bloodline of the desolate beast celestial wolf. Thus they were born with the ability to float in the air. Adult azure wolves could display this talent to the fullest, and could run freely in the air. Azure wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. In an azure wolf group, each azure wolf was at least 100 beast king. Azure wolf groups were not large in size, but they had great battle strength. But no matter how strong a beast group was, they could not withstand the baptism of time and the turbulence of the mortal world. In the current northern plains sky, very few people could see the azure wolf's figure. Azure wolves were becoming rarer and rarer. They were already very rare. However, as the largest blessed land in northern plains, it was not strange for Imperial Court Blessed Land to have such a large azure wolf group. Other than the azure wolves, Feng Yuan also gathered a group of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves. These wolves were originally his subordinates, but after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were scattered everywhere. Feng Yuan only gathered a small portion of them. Not only is this opening very short, there will also be insect groups that will rush out of the starlight door, blocking our entry. Pan Ping smiled as he introduced. There is only a short while left before the inheritance opens. Lord Chang Shanin, since you are here, I represent all the Gu masters here to request for you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with a sincere expression. Pan Ping's lips twitched, and he looked at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai is a demonic path expert. He is actually so obsequious. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Although Wolf King is strong, one day I, Pan Ping, will also reach his level. Pan Ping was young, and still had some pride in his heart, but he did not show it, and instead lowered his head, expressing his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic Pathgu master, and naturally had a clear understanding of the situation, and knew the principle of being flexible. Feng Yuan agreed without hesitation, and immediately became the person in charge here. As time passed, everyone saw starlight slowly spreading to the peak. When the time came, the starlight majestically rushed up, piercing through the sky. A small door slowly opened under the dazzling starlight. Buzz, 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 a large number of insects gushed out like a tide. These insects were of different colors, and there were many wild goo among them. Although they were ferocious, they only surrounded the starlight door, and did not pounce towards the group. Evidently, this was a test. Feng Yuan observed carefully, and laughed inwardly. This insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with everyone's strength, they could overcome it. But Pan Ping and Zhu Zai were fighting amongst themselves, and their strength was scattered. Everyone supported one side, and no one was willing to give way. Thus Feng Yuan managed to catch up. Feng Yuan's gaze swept past Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, and saw that their expressions were somewhat ugly. Feng Yuan did not care about this, and directly ordered. When these insects show their might, they are more difficult to deal with than beast groups. Listen to my arrangements, and we can reduce our losses and deal with them calmly. Everyone quickly agreed. Next, they were led around by Feng Yuan, and attacked in sections, luring the insects away, and killing them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, more than half of the insects were lured away, and a huge hole appeared in the tight defensive line. Pan Ping was overjoyed. Wolf Wangda is truly amazing. We were all blinded by a single leaf. Actually, exterminating the insects is not important. The key is to open a path. This way we have plenty of time. Zhu Zai also sighed. With Wolf Wangda leading us, it is our fortune. But soon after, Feng Yuan said, "Stay here and restrain the insects. Do not make any mistakes. I will be back soon." Saying so, he drove the wolf group towards the starry door. Do Minjun could not bear the melancholy in his heart, and established his final residence on Xingjiu Peak, taking the initiative to end his life here. And he left behind countless poems for future generations to recite and revere. Do Minjun had outstanding talent, and left behind a rich inheritance. The first to bear the brunt was the emotion poetry gu. Emotion poetry gu was used to store emotions, and was on the same level as painting wool gu. They were both wisdom path gu. They were very rare, and had high value. Next, there were large numbers of star path gu worms. They were numerous and varied. It could basically be an exhibition of all the star path gu in northern plains. This made Feng Yuan feel astonished. It seems this Do Minjun had a fortuitous encounter, otherwise, how could he have so many and such a complete collection of star path gu worms? He actually created a whole set of star gu recipes? Feng Yuan looked at the recipes, and found Do Minjun was indeed a genius. He created a new set of gu, from rank 1 1.5 star gu, to rank 2 2 stars shining gu, to rank 3 3 stars in the sky gu, to rank 4 4 stars cube gu, and finally to rank 5 5 stars aligned gu. Chapter 557. Although I am not a star path gu master, refining this set of star gu will be extremely helpful in opening the Stargate and connecting to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan could not help but feel a slight joy in his heart. He had spent a huge investment to nurture some starlight firefly gu in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He also got many air bubble fish to raise the starlight firefly gu's production rate. But even so, the starlight firefly gu's consumption was too fast. Every time he opened the Stargate, he would lose large numbers of starlight firefly gu. And nurturing starlight firefly gu required a lot of time. Feng Yuan had it better in northern plains. At least one of the Stargates could use the starlight in the night sky. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was no starlight to draw upon. Thus, once he opened the Stargate, he would need to expend even more starlight firefly gu. But if he refined this set of gu that amplified the power of star path, one starlight firefly gu would have the effect of several starlight firefly gu. This way, the expenditure would be reduced by several times. Moreover, this goo recipe is quite interesting. Its way of thinking is different from the mainstream view. It is like an analogy of scientific data from Earth. To think that poet immortal Du Minjun had such a wondrous idea. Feng Yuan deduced a part of poet immortal's wisdom from the goo recipe. After ransacking these few rooms, Feng Yuan leisurely returned the way he came. Du Minjun was a righteous path goo master. The inheritance he left behind was a righteous path inheritance, thus there was only one test. It was not difficult. When Feng Yuan returned to the mountain top, the insect group that was making things difficult for everyone had already dispersed. Lord Changshanin, you are finally out. I wonder what gains Lord had inside. Pan Ping's expression was gloomy as he walked forward. His meaning was clear. You Wolf King ate the meat. You should at least let us have some soup. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to Wolf Wangda. Obtaining this inheritance is like adding wings to a tiger. Zhu Zai cupped his fists in celebration, not mentioning the matter of splitting the inheritance. Feng Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was created by poet immortal Du Minjun. There are still many treasures left inside. You can go and take them. Saying so, he sat on Azure Myriad Wolf King and rose into the sky. Pan Ping saw that the situation was bad and quickly shouted, Sir Changshan, we worked hard to restrain the swarm for you, and you took the essence of the inheritance. According to the rules, you should at least give us some compensation. Compensation. Feng Yuan pressed down on the wolf's head and floated in the air, looking at the single-blade general with a faint smile. What kind of compensation do you want? Feng Yuan asked. Pan Ping requested with an expressionless face. It's hard to say what kind of compensation it is. My lord, why don't you show us your inheritance, and let us evaluate it together? Feng Yuan laughed, saying to Pan Ping in an amiable manner, Look at this compensation, do you like it? Saying that, with a single thought, the Azure Wolf Pack stared at Pan Ping, surrounding him from the ground and the sky. Pan Ping's expression suddenly changed. He held the handle of the golden saber with one hand and exclaimed, Wolf Wangda, what are you doing? Feng Yuan sat upright on the wolf's back, looking down at the single-blade general below him, and only sneered. Howl. The Azure Wolf Pack charged towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping was shocked. He blocked left and right, using all his strength. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He had made a fortune from the war. His goo worms were of high quality and comprehensive. His battle strength had far surpassed before. But the Azure Wolf was not an ordinary wild wolf. Each of them was at least 100 Wolf King. This meant that they had large numbers of wild goo worms on them. After Pan Ping killed a few Azure Wolves, he could not hold on any longer. His body was bathed in blood. He was in danger. Lord Wolf King, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm your comrade. Are you trying to put me to death? He shouted loudly, using righteousness to pressure the other party. The other goo masters did not know what to do. Feng Yuan's overbearing attitude made them feel disgusted. But because of their strength, they did not dare to say anything. Wolf Wangda, please calm down. Pan Ping does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended Lord with his words. But what kind of person is Lord? Why bother with a junior like him? Zhu Zai quickly persuaded. Pan Ping was He Lolan's favorite general. It was said that he had already been absorbed into He tribe. If he died here, when He Lulan pursues the matter, it would not do anything to Changshan, but it would not be good for Zhu Zai. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you are thinking too much. I am not angry. Feng Yuan smiled lightly at Zhu Zai. Under his control, the Azure Wolf Pack's attacks became more ferocious. Zhu Zai was anxious, and was inwardly shocked at Feng Yuan's ruthlessness. On the other side, Pan Ping was in a critical situation. He activated the single-blade goo, but he could only protect himself. He could not break out of the wolf pack's encirclement. Wolf Wangda, please have mercy. Pan Ping is going to die. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai's expression was one of panic as he pleaded again. Feng Yuan slowly stopped his attacks, sighing to Zhu Zai. Sigh, it is not that I am ruthless, but this junior does not know how to respect his elders. If I do not teach him a lesson today, Will he turn the world upside down in the future? Yes, 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 Lord is right. Zhu Zai quickly nodded in agreement. Feng Yuan waved his hand. The Azure Wolf Pack's attack stopped as they retreated, but the encirclement did not disperse. Once the outside pressure was gone, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw his expression and smiled. It seems you are not convinced? Maybe my lesson was not enough. What do you think, Zhu Zai? Zhu Zai's body shook. He could clearly sense the hidden killing intent in Feng Yuan's calm gaze. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Enough, enough. Pan Ping has already received enough of a lesson. Pan Ping quickly apologized to Wolf Wangda. Pan Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After a few breaths of silence, he finally closed his eyes and said with difficulty, Wolf Wangda, I was wrong. But he was screaming in his heart. Today's humiliation. I will return it to you in the future. Wolf King, remember this. Not just anyone can humiliate me. Pan Ping was originally a cautious and low-profile person, but his experience in the imperial court contest had ignited the pride in his heart, especially when he was killed by 3 heads 6 arms in the battle with Lu tribe, but was revived by Tai by Yunxing using man as before Gu. This experience of coming back from the dead had caused his temperament to change, giving him a feeling of destiny. According to the rules, I should have checked my gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing. You will definitely regret what you did today. Although you are strong now, you only started cultivating a few years earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return today's humiliation to you. Pan Ping shouted in his heart. Feng Yuan naturally did not know what he was thinking, but Feng Yuan had no interest in understanding what he was thinking. If I had killed him on the spot, He Lulan would not pursue the matter. But this is a blatant demonic act, it does not match my identity. Moreover, it is of no benefit to my next plan. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for later. Pan Ping only had that soul blade Gu on him that could catch Feng Yuan's attention. But even if he killed him now, he would not be able to obtain this Gu. Thus Feng Yuan said, Since you admitted your mistake, that is good. It means you have finally realized my good intentions. A junior should act like a junior. Do you understand now? I understand. Pan Ping shut his eyes tightly. He squeezed out the words from his gritted teeth in anger. Feng Yuan sneered. He was well aware of his emotions but did not expose him. He only nodded and continued. Very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to properly educate you, I have spent a lot. Look at the wolf corpses on the ground. There are 15 of them. What? Pan Ping was furious. He suddenly opened his eyes. What, you are not willing? Feng Yuan smiled lightly. His gaze towards Pan Ping was filled with undisguised mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing. Pan Ping took a few deep breaths. He finally nodded and agreed. This is the attitude a junior should have. Feng Yuan chuckled. His smile was very kind and amiable. But in everyone's eyes, it was even scarier. It is all thanks to Lord's teachings. Zhu Zai flattered at the side. Of course. Feng Yuan did not pass on this responsibility. He smiled and accepted all this hypocritical flattery. Next, he looked at everyone. What about you guys? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Everyone quickly said they did not dare. Their faces were pale and their bodies were shivering. They were greatly frightened. Feng Yuan laughed loudly, extorting Pan Ping's Gu recipes and several Gu worms in front of everyone. Pan Ping was shaking from anger. The Gu worms that Feng Yuan chose were crucial to his Gu worm combinations. Without them, Pan Ping's battle strength would fall by 2 levels. After toying with Pan Ping for a while, Feng Yuan felt satisfied. He patted the wolf's head and flew into the sky. Let's do this, there are still many good things inside. They are all unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and their spirits rose. Many people could not help but think. Wolf Wangda still has feelings for people. It is natural for him to take the biggest share. Lord Pan Ping is too arrogant. Only when Feng Yuan and the Azure Wolf Group's figures disappeared into the horizon, did everyone dare to move towards the starlight door. In terms of seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were naturally the first to go. The two first entered the courtyard, but only found Do Min Jun's poems. As for the gu worms and gu recipes, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan long ago, not a trace was left. Wolf Wangde is right, these are all unique treasures. Zhu Zai waved the poetry book in his hand, smiling bitterly. Pan Ping, who was filled with hope and wanted to get some benefits from this to make up for his losses, had an ashen expression. G.U.H. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot from anger. A few days later, according to my speed, I should be close to the sacred palace. Fang Yuan rode on the azure myriad wolf king's back as he estimated. Suddenly his eyes focused, and he stared fixedly at the ground below. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. I still have some time left in Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, leading the wolf group towards the sacred palace at the center of the blessed land. That was the main point of his plan. He had spent so much time in hiding, it was to enter Imperial Court blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before Immortal Gu was his main goal. Other than that, it was Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance in 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Not just him, most Gu masters with ambition and ability would rush towards the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the core of Imperial Court blessed land, and also the place where the essence was. The sacred palace was one of the 4 above-ground chambers of Giant Sun Immortal, and also the most important one. The other chambers were located in Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border. And in Central Continent, Giant Sun Immortal had an even grander and more glorious heavenly chamber, located in Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 traversed the long river of history, from the remote antiquity era to olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, and recent antiquity era. Each of them was an expert of their own era, invincible and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their own specialties and differences. The bloodthirsty spectral soul demon venerable, the mysterious red lotus demon venerable, the intelligent star constellation immortal venerable, the indifferent paradise earth immortal venerable. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal was also an extremely legendary character. He was a demonic path Gu master, born in northern plains. His life was filled with endless blessings and good luck. Not only could he turn calamities into blessings, he could even turn calamities into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu immortal, he wandered around amorous. Nobody could stop him. Even the number 1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, was taken in as his concubine. Because of this, he was recruited by Spirit Affinity House as an external supreme elder, turning into the righteous path. Giant Sun Immortal was a playboy by nature. After becoming an immortal venerable, he went to Immortal Court and became a 4th-generation immortal king. He built 5 chambers and had tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was over 1,000 years old, he even recruited girls from all over the world to fill his harem. Thus, among all the venerables, he had the most children. He had too many children, he could not even name most of them. These children had once spread all over the 5 regions, but now, most of them were gathered in northern plains. The Gu master tribes that had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Family is the world. The description was exaggerated, but it seemed to be true. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Someone was clearly manipulating him from behind the scenes to ruin his reputation. Pan Ping is very likely, Sun Shirhan and the rest also have motives, Even He Lulan is involved. But even if my reputation is ruined, so what? In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had a terrible reputation. A demonic path Gu master who flirted everywhere. But now? He was an immortal venerable that everyone respected. He had a harem. How many girls had he trampled on? How much happiness had he destroyed? But even until today, no one dared to criticize him. Strength was the foundation of everything in this world. On Earth, gossip was a fearful thing. 3 people would become a tiger. That was because everyone was immortal. The rules of the world were different. It could not allow an individual to have strength that surpassed the masses. But here it was not so. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, the golden sky suddenly began to sway slightly like water. The whole ground started to shake. Wind blew in the air. A ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly appeared at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 10 minutes before fading away. In the place that was originally empty, a tower appeared. Chapter 560. This was a tower. It was shaped like a bamboo shoot, tall and thin, standing upright. The tower's silhouette flickered and was multicolored, like a lump of turret-shaped ink liquid that was constantly moving. This is the initial form of 88-point Jinyang Tower. When the outside world is filled with storms and snow covers northern plains, the small towers in Imperial Court-blessed land will sink into the ground. Only then will 88-point Jinyang Tower stabilize layer by layer. At that time, I can enter and explore inside. Feng Yuan stood at the entrance of his residence, looking towards the direction of the dome. Right now, the sacred palace was filled with cheers and gasps. Gu masters were cheering and jumping, while many mortals were kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves and praising the greatness of Giant Sun Immortal. But even if 88-point Jinyang Tower forms, I cannot enter. Because I am not a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal. I do not have his bloodline. To enter, I need He Lulan to obtain the guest token. No rush. How can True Yang Tower be so easy to enter? He Lulan will need an external help like me sooner or later. A moment later, Feng Yuan retracted his gaze and walked back to his residence. He closed the door of this small hall, and the cheers outside immediately weakened. Arriving at a special cultivation secret room, Feng Yuan sat on a cushion. My 2 apertures have already advanced to rank 5 peak stage. In Enslavement Path, I have Azure Wolf Group, and in Strength Path, I have 4-Arm Wind King. Together with my battle experience, I am already at the peak of mortals. But to deal with Gu immortals, Feng Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. He was deeply aware of the huge gap between immortals and mortals. To fight against immortals as a mortal was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Right now, the best situation for him was that Tai Bai Yunsheng already had the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. Feng Yuan could not make a move in northern plains, but in the future, it would be very convenient to make a move in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Using Gu worms, he stole Tai Bai Yunsheng's river as before and mountain as before Gu, and then stole the immortal Gu recipe from his mind. With such sufficient conditions, Feng Yuan could jump out of the chessboard and directly kill Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had yet to become an immortal, and use the 3rd request from the land spirit of Langia to ask him to refine landscape as before Gu. But for Tai Bai Yunsheng, as immortal, the possibility of him having this immortal Gu recipe, landscape as before, in his mind was almost zero. Moreover, according to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was formed when he became a Gu immortal. Heaven and earth resonated. The Tao marks attracted each other, and the 2 Gu merged to form an immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was cautious by nature, and never placed all his hopes on the vague future. If the situation turns bad, I will have to deal with Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. At that point, I could only rely on myself. The Azure Wolves and the 4-Armed Wind King are clearly not enough. Feng Yuan's strength was already at the peak of mortals. Even though he cultivated enslavement and strength path, he had not solved the biggest problem. But even so, he was at the top of the rank 5 experts. In southern border, only Shang clan's genius clan leader Shang Yanfei and Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji were at this level. Using his previous life's experience and the advantage of rebirth, along with a series of adventures and struggles between life and death, Feng Yuan's rapid growth could shock the world. But this strength against a Gu immortal, even a newly advanced Gu immortal, was not enough. To solve this huge problem, there are only two ways. First, search for 88-point Jinyang Tower, and find a strong Gu worm or unique method. Even though there were Gu masters in the sacred palace to feed them, the wolf group still yearned for freedom. They were fierce beasts that yearned for a vast world, not canaries in a cage. As their owner, Feng Yuan allowed these wolf group to roam freely. Meanwhile, he spread his eagle wings and circled in the sky, looking down. Diqiu inheritance was below him. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet. Roam in the sky for 100 li. Praise the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What does this mean? Feng Yuan pondered. These last days, he would personally come to the inheritance site every few days. His intuition told him that this Diqiu inheritance was not simple. As for the reason he came out, it was to stroll around these wolf groups and train his basic techniques to control them. But even so, he could not stay here for too long. Feng Yuan had a high status now. He was only second to He Lulan. His every action attracted everyone's attention. It was no longer as convenient as before. This time he did not find anything to prevent others from suspecting him. Feng Yuan could only leave this place temporarily. With his current status, he could use his own name to encircle this place. But Feng Yuan did not do so. If this inheritance's value was too high, even if he had great strength, people would fight with him for it. He did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. To enter 88-point Jinyang Tower, he needed He Lulan's guest token. But he had sent people to monitor this place. The reason he used was because of the Azure Wolf Group. Every time he led the Azure Wolf Group out to hunt, there would be a route. Every time he went out, he would send Gu masters to scout for him, and go to whichever route had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from, and no matter which one, they would pass near Diqiu. Putting on a show, Feng Yuan brought the Azure Wolf Group, and continued to hunt according to the predetermined route. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were many beast groups, and resources were plentiful. Especially near the small tower, there were groups of worms and many wild Gu. Only a small portion of Gu masters had the chance to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Most Gu masters would roam around the vast Blessed Land, subduing wild Gu or searching for inheritances. Along the way, Feng Yuan saw many Gu masters. As for the area near Diqiu inheritance, there were also many Gu masters passing by. Feng Yuan was not worried that Diqiu inheritance would be obtained by a fated person. He was instead looking forward to it. If someone accidentally opened the inheritance, he would definitely hear about it, and it would not be too late to make a move then. After all, he was bullying the weak and snatching the inheritance. He had already done it on Xingjiu Peak. Cough, rumble. A series of muffled sounds came from the ground. Feng Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King. Looking down, he saw a small tower, shining with a dazzling light, slowly sinking into the ground. Feng Yuan was not surprised. During the process of 88-point Jinyang Tower condensing, every 8 li in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there would be small towers that would sink into the ground. These small towers were like beehives, filled with the wild Gu that were accumulated over the past 10 years. Many people guessed. The wild Gu in these small towers were the source of energy to condense 88-point Jinyang Tower. From a certain point of view, these countless small towers were perhaps a part of the 88 True Yang building. This guess had never been verified. The Gu immortals who could verify this could not enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the mortals who could enter Imperial Court Blessed Land were worlds apart from the Giant Sun Immortal, and they did not have the ability to scout. But Feng Yuan was an exception. 88-point Jinyang Tower has a unique design. It is truly a work of art. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Tower. Fang Yuan knew this better than many Gu immortals, because he had comprehensive information on 88-point Jinyang Tower. The source of this information was the land spirit of Langia, and the land spirit's predecessor was the rank 8 Gu immortal in charge of refining True Yang Tower, Long Hair Ancestor. Wait. Fang Yuan's body shook. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like lightning piercing through the fog. At this moment he suddenly discovered something different about Diqiu. There were no such small towers near Diqiu. That's right, that is indeed the case. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He had brought azure wolves out several times. Even if he did not fly above Diqiu, he would observe from nearby. Now that he thought about it, he immediately discovered something strange about Diqiu. According to logic, there should be a small tower every 8 li. Actually, every tower corresponded to a region in northern plains. But there's nothing around Diqiu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel excited. This was a breakthrough discovery. With this clue, he could very likely unravel the profundity of Diqiu inheritance. But Fang Yuan did not turn around. If he ran back excitedly, he would be suspected. He suppressed the slight excitement in his heart, and continued to walk according to the previous route. The Azure Wolf group set off from the Sacred Palace. After taking a huge detour, they returned to the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was like a mountain. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was still being nurtured at the top. The colorful aurora that it emitted had already covered the whole of the Sacred Palace. The originally grand and majestic Sacred Palace was now dyed into a grand and majestic scene. Fang Yuan would go out every 6 to 7 days to hunt with the Azure Wolf group. However, plans could not keep up with changes. 3 days later, the colorful aurora in the sky suddenly gathered and condensed into a shape. The first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower had appeared. This delightful news caused a commotion in the Sacred Palace. At once, everyone was discussing this topic after their meals and tea. Of course, most Gu masters could only watch from the sidelines. He Lulan could not wait to enter. Several hours later, he walked out in a miserable state with injuries all over his body. His injuries were not light, but he could not conceal the shock on his face. The second time he set off, he brought many He tribe Gu masters with him. He tribe members had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal. They could freely enter and exit True Yang Building without any restrictions. At this time, tribesmen were more reliable. If they could keep something for themselves, why would they share it with outsiders? When He Lulan came out again, he had an extremely tired expression. And of the Gu masters he brought in, only 60% returned. Soon after, all sorts of rumors spread. They were all related to True Yang Building. Some said True Yang Building's uncanny craftsmanship. Some said it was difficult to enter. Some said it was difficult. Some said it was very exciting. Let's call this creator Diqiu Gu Immortal for now. Then who was he or she? Why did he set up his inheritance here? As a Gu Immortal, how did he or she come in? The more crucial question was, how did he or she know about the arrangement here? How did he or she understand the principle of 88-point Jinyang Tower? If he or she was like Tai Bai Yunxing and advanced to Gu Immortal in Imperial Court Blessed Land, then there would be a new explanation. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought about it. He stopped thinking about it. A star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it, and saw that it was He Lulan's urging letter. Forget it, I will go to True Yang Building first. Gu Immortal Diqiu could be said to have used the loophole in Giant Sun Immortal's arrangement. After I enter True Yang Building, I might be able to follow the clues and indirectly comprehend the secret of this place. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan replied. Since He Lulan had personally sent a letter to urge him, Fang Yuan did not need to maintain his stance. He directly returned. I will need to borrow Wolf King's strength this time. He Lulan laughed loudly when he saw Fang Yuan. He was actually very anxious. The time spent in Imperial Court Blessed Land could not be considered long, But it was not short either. As long as the 10-year snow calamity in northern plains subsided, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close, and they would have to come out of the Blessed Land. Before that, He Lulan not only had to carry the tribe's Gu Immortal's mission, more importantly, he had to find a strength path immortal Gu for himself. With Wolf King's return, He Lulan could not wait and formed a team again. Everyone came to the front of the building, and He Lulan handed an ancient token to Fang Yuan. This is a guest token, Wolf King. You do not have any ancestral bloodline, you are an outsider to True Yang Building. To enter the building once, you need a guest token. Fang Yuan received the guest token and laughed lightly without any pretense, saying eagerly, I am looking forward to seeing the grandeur of True Yang Building. Next, He Lulan did not push open the door, but directly entered the door. Many Gu masters saw this and almost slapped their thighs, shouting loudly. The water snake lions were trapped by the undercurrent, and the fish group immediately turned around and attacked. The lions were huge, and the undercurrent had a deep influence on them. But the fish group was small, and the influence of the undercurrent was almost negligible. An incomparably exquisite battle unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. The powerful water snake lions were as weak as paper, and the fish group, under Fang Yuan's control, were like a group of invincible elite soldiers, cooperating well, advancing and retreating, splitting and encircling the lions, quickly nibbling away at them. The fish group would gather at times and attack fiercely. At times, they would scatter, causing the lions' counterattack to be futile. This is like a joke. So powerful, so powerful. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the Wolf King obtained complete victory. This round is past. He tribe members were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with reverence, admiration, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. Good, what a good Wolf King. He Lulan clapped and laughed. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily, because the moment he completely killed the lions, information entered his mind. High-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? He tribe members saw such a shocking change, their eyeballs almost falling out. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, 88-point Jinyang Tower would not have been breached by Central Continent Gu Immortals. Right now, the crystal wall no longer had its luster, and there was even a thin layer of crystal powder at the corner of the wall. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. In the crystal wall, there were all kinds of Gu worms, Gu recipes, bone refinement materials, and even more were the cultivation experiences left behind by generations of Gu masters. These experiences were extremely precious. Those who could enter the treasure room were all elites who had passed the first round, and the things they left behind were not bad at all. After walking for some distance, Fang Yuan stopped. The crystal corridor in front of him stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. But a stone stele blocked Fang Yuan's path. The stone stele was squarish, reaching the height of Fang Yuan's knee, and on it were written 4 words in northern plains. Visitor, halt! 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up by Giant Sun Immortal in consideration of his descendants. But treasure room might not necessarily be filled with Giant Sun's bloodline Gu masters. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, and placed the more valuable resources behind the stone stele. Outsiders like Chang Shan Yin could only sigh at the treasures. But Fang Yuan was not Chang Shan Yin. Visitor, halt? Humph. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He first tried to cross the stele, but was blocked by a formless wall. So many years have passed, although 88-point Jinyang Tower has some wear and tear, the visitor, halt steel's effect is still there. I cannot forcefully break through it. Fang Yuan probed and sat cross-legged, facing the stone stele. He had planned this for a long time, and had made ample preparations. Immediately, he took out a goo worm and shot it into the stone steel. The first step of refining 88-point Jinyang Tower had begun. The Central Continent Gu Immortals spread this video mainly to attack the Huangjin tribes in Northern Plains, and to liberate the mental freedom of the other tribes in Northern Plains. Going deep into the 88-point Jinyang Tower, they definitely had gains that they did not want to expose, or methods that could not be seen. At the same time, in order to make the video more vivid and captivating, the boring and long parts were cut out, which was also to recognize the scene. But to Fang Yuan, this was a very bad news. Refining 88-point Jinyang Tower was a risk that was filled with danger. If he was misled by the video in his previous life, he might lose everything. 88-point Jinyang Tower is truly extraordinary. I worked so hard for so long, but I'm afraid I did not even refine half a part of it. Fang Yuan sighed as he patted the guest halt steel and stood up. If the 88-point Jinyang Tower was divided into 10 parts, then Giant Sun Immortal's remnant would occupy 30% of it. 10% was 10%, but Fang Yuan refined the guest halt steel, and did not even have half a part of it. But even so, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He turned around leisurely and walked a few steps back, arriving at a crystal wall with a sealed treasure material. His gaze concentrated as he stretched out his hand towards the crystal wall. If it was before, the crystal wall would be like an ice wall, blocking his hand's path. But now, the guest halt steel flickered and the crystal wall changed, turning from solid to illusory. Fang Yuan's hand smoothly entered like it was in water, successfully taking out the treasure material inside. Once he refined the guest halt steel, Fang Yuan could take any treasure in this crystal wall at will without paying any price. Oh, this should be a rushing thunder rock. Looking at the treasure material in his hand, Fang Yuan carefully examined it before confirming it. Rushing Thunder Rock was a rare Gu refinement material. It was almost extinct now, and would only be sold occasionally in jewel yellow skies. This rock was the essence of lightning formed when the lightning of the 9 heavens collided. But since the immemorial antiquity era, 7 of the 9 heavens had fallen, leaving only white heaven and black heaven. The chances of the lightning of these 2 heavens colliding were very low. Thus, after the immemorial antiquity era, the production of rushing thunder rock became very rare. When lightning path flourished, a large number of rushing thunder rocks were used to refine Gu. Thus, there were very few rushing thunder rocks left now. Heaven and earth have changed. Lightning path has also undergone a transformation. It no longer needs rushing thunder rocks. Only those Gu masters and Gu immortals who want to research ancient lightning path Gu worms would be interested in rushing thunder rocks. The treasure room's value was extraordinary. One of the treasures that Fang Yuan casually took out was a rushing thunder rock. But soon after, Fang Yuan placed this rushing thunder rock back into the crystal wall. A lack of patience in small matters would spoil great plans. Because they could only be obtained by exchanging, the amount of treasures in the crystal wall was fixed. And every treasure here was recorded by all the super forces, and even some large-scale Huangjin tribes. If someone came later and obtained a high-grade battle record, they would come here. If they found that there were no treasures here, how shocked and suspicious would they be? Fang Yuan did not hesitate. After experimenting for a while, he walked towards the depths of the crystal corridor. When he arrived at the guest halt steel again, he paused and slowed down his speed. A few hours ago, the formless chi wall that blocked him had already disappeared. But this did not mean he could safely enter. 88-point Jinyang Tower was refined by long-hair ancestor. It naturally had other screening methods. But Fang Yuan was prepared. He willed, and at once, 5 to 6 strange Gu worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke that covered his body. Fang Yuan inspected again, and after confirming that he was completely covered, he walked past the guest halt steel. Smoke of all colors started boiling. forming a blood-red light that spread to the surroundings. Feng Yuan looked around and found that the treasures in the crystal wall were indeed of a higher grade than the previous section. Oh, this is... Suddenly, Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a rank 5 strength path goo worm sealed in the crystal wall. Chapter 566. Feng Yuan had just stepped past the guest halt stele when he had a pleasant discovery. A borrow strength goo appeared in front of him. This upper strength path rank 5 goo was already extinct. It was even rarer than all-out effort goo. It could not be used alone. It had to be paired with other goo worms. Paired with heavenly strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the heavens. Paired with earth strength goo, the goo master could borrow the strength of the earth. Paired with firepower goo, the goo master could borrow strength from flames. Paired with water power goo, the goo master could borrow strength from water currents. My killer move for Arm Wind King uses Wind Overlord goo and Tyrant Strength goo. This combination of goo worms is a substitute for borrow strength goo. Its effect is less than 50% of the original. With this borrow strength goo, I can raise my killer move to a whole new level. Feng Yuan rejoiced inwardly. Of course, borrow strength goo still needed to be paired with other goo worms. By now, heavenly strength goo was already extinct. But earth strength goo, firepower goo, water power goo, wind power goo and others were still widespread. But when they used these goo worms, they had already left their original range. Earth strength goo was often used to increase the fertility of the soil, to help goo masters grow crops, or to pair with wood path goo worms. Firepower goo was used as a support goo by some fire path goo masters. It could slightly increase the effect of fire path goo worms. Water power, wind power, lightning power goo and others were the same. Feng Yuan came to the crystal wall and took out close to 10 spring egg goo, exchanging for borrow strength goo. After passing the guest halt stele, he could only exchange for the treasures in the crystal wall. Feng Yuan continued to walk forward. The treasures in the crystal wall were clearly 1 or 2 grades higher than before. Meteor rain goo, star travel lightning goo, wind fog hair goo, starfire prairie goo, water curtain skyflower goo. Rank 5 goo that were extremely rare in the outside world were very common here. In contrast, rank 4 goo were much rarer. But once a rank 4 goo appeared, it would be a rare rank 4 goo, its value and effect comparable to ordinary rank 5 goo. Feng Yuan's gaze swept around. The blood flame light on his body was constantly being worn away. This layer of scarlet flame light was his protection to conceal his identity. Once he was exhausted, he would be discovered by the 88-point Jinyang Tower and eliminated in an instant. Before the protection disappears, I must find that floor master token. Along with the passage of time, Feng Yuan gradually felt anxious in his heart. These goo worms used to disguise one's identity and deceive 88-point Jinyang Tower were not easy to refine, and their cost was high. The main ingredient was the gold family's blood, and it still needed 98 steps of purification. Now that the battle for the imperial court had ended, it would be even more difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain this blood on a large scale. To make matters worse, there was a fork in the crystal corridor. Feng Yuan had no choice but to stop and look carefully. Which path was the one he wanted to take? At this time, the image of Central Continent Goo immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life helped Feng Yuan greatly. He chose the one on the left and went in. The value of the treasures in this crystal wall was raised by another level. Rank 4 goo were gone. Only rank 5 goo were left, and at the same time, a rare rank 5 goo worm appeared. Feng Yuan moved forward quickly as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something. Found it. An floor master token was sealed in the crystal wall. It was only at the height of Feng Yuan's knee. This floor master token was the work of a Central Continent Goo immortal. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down, and Feng Yuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Safe and sound. The heartbeat gradually disappeared, and Feng Yuan slowly stood up, letting out a breath of turbid air. Success. He excitedly clenched his left fist, muttering to himself, but found that his voice had become somewhat hoarse. At the same time, his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. Truly activating this floor master token and making it acknowledge him was not easy. It could be said that it was much more difficult than refining a rank 5 goo worm. Just one step short, and he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. Feng Yuan endured the enormous mental pressure and finally succeeded. Now, as long as I hold the glass floor master token, I can freely enter and exit the treasure room. I don't need any high grade to pass. Holding the floor master token was equivalent to holding a small portion of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Feng Yuan tried to use the floor master token, and almost instantly, the figures of He Lulan and the rest appeared in his mind. After passing the 54th round, they had already reached the 61st round. Currently, they were in an intense battle with a golden-white tiger phantom. A true golden-white tiger was a desolate beast-level existence. The golden-white tiger phantom possessed the aura of a desolate beast, and was suppressing He Lulan and the rest. Although He Lulan's side had the advantage in numbers, it was already showing signs of defeat. Feng Yuan secretly observed for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, He Lulan and the rest won't last for more than 15 minutes, and will have to retreat. I don't have much time left. Although Feng Yuan had entered the treasure room, as long as the owner of the floor master token walked out of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have to leave as well. Right now, Feng Yuan had the glass floor master token and could freely stay, but now it was not good to expose himself. Just the glass floor master token is far from enough. I still need to find that hole and blow it up. Only then will I be able to create a huge hole in 88-point Jinyang Tower, and I will be able to freely take away the treasures in the crystal wall. The glass floor master token lightly waved in his hand, and at the next moment, Feng Yuan vanished on the spot. This should be the central control room. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Yuan found that he was in a secret room. The secret room was circular, with walls flickering with starlight surrounding it, and a white jade round table was placed at the center. There was an exquisite model on the round table. It was similar to a sand table, showing the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, and even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. Feng Yuan took out his goo worms. They flew into the air and turned into black smoke that landed on the sand table. The sand table was dyed by the black smoke, and soon turned black. The black color became thicker, forming a large amount of sticky liquid that slowly flowed on the sand table. Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He saw that the black liquid formed a funnel shape on the sand table, as if there was a hole at the bottom, causing the surrounding black liquid to slowly pour into this hole. Found it, this is the hole. Next, I need to expand this hole, and refine the glass floor master token into a one-edge floor master token. With the one-edge floor master token, I can even control any floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. Right at this time, Feng Yuan's movements paused, his eyes fixed on this hole on the sand table. The entire sand table was covered in thick, black, oily mucus. Thus, at first glance, Feng Yuan did not recognize it. Chapter 567. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious goo immortal go through so much trouble, and take such a huge risk to curry favor, and use Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this goo immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself, with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, I would not go far and deliberately take risks. Unless... Feng Yuan's eyelids drooped. A cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless, the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Feng Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a Gu immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this Gu immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious Gu immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Jinyang Tower? Thinking of this, the information that land spirit of Langia had given him appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Jinyang Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal Gu house in essence. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly one day, he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal Gu house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless sub-bodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years, they would attract wild Gu worms to enter. Every 10 years, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild Gu inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Layer by layer, they would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining Gu from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His Gu refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine Gu into a finished product. It was even more so for Gu immortals to refine immortal Gu. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy. It was like Gu immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Long-Hair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, when the main body of 88-point Jinyang Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then the main body would be created. But Diqiu inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious Gu immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Jinyang Tower. I understand now. The reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet. Swim in the sky for 100 li. Sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of Gu refinement. Actually, Feng Yuan had guessed this before. But he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Feng Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden white tiger phantom, and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Feng Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader. greets all the lords. The He tribe direct descendant Gu masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had bloodstains on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small, and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Fang Yuan in the crowd. All kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Ha ha ha. In this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet. We will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Fang Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round. I need to go into close cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was, and how envious and jealous the others were, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Diqiu inheritance. 6 days later, Fang Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Diqiu inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal Gu. The mysterious Gu immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower, using the power of the immortal Gu to refine an immortal Gu. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the Gu step by step, even a mortal Gu master could refine it successfully. That was because the immortal Gu refinement did not rely on the mortal Gu master's power, but the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. But as for what this immortal Gu was, Fang Yuan did not know. He could only guess from the secret language. As for this Gu immortal, he most likely came from Central Continent. The Gu refinement method is filled with Central Continent's style. Combined with my previous life's images, this inheritance should have a complete chain, and I only obtained a part of it. Fang Yuan guessed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent Gu immortals schemed and used this loophole to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. They should have found the clues to this inheritance. This was not strange. Many Gu masters set up inheritances like this, one after another, step after step. They would leave behind clues one after another. If the fated person had the ability to break through, they could inherit the complete inheritance. If they did not have the ability, they could only obtain part of the benefits. The Central Continent Gu immortals should have obtained the clues to this inheritance. They did not know the secret language. Otherwise, if they could obtain an immortal Gu, they would not waste it like this. Chapter 568. Speaking of which, this Central Continent Gu immortal is quite amazing. He could actually see through the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower and use it to this extent. Evidently, he or she is also a refinement path master. No, to be able to reach this step, he or she is at least a refinement path grandmaster. He actually left an immortal Gu as an inheritance object. This is a true immortal treasure. He or she used the fake gray-white stone slab as a clue. This is truly ingenious and ingenious. I wonder what kind of inheritor he wants to choose. The most crucial secret code had been solved, but more problems had popped up. Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what, this inheritance concerns an immortal Gu. I have to try my best. Next, I have to prepare the relevant Gu worms. This will take at least half a month. Light hidden in the soil, shine 100,000 feet high, swim 100 li in the sky, chant plum fragrance. These 4 phrases were simple, but if Fang Yuan did not have the foundation of a refinement path master, he would not be able to decipher them. Just based on Fang Yuan's current understanding, to make use of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's heavenly power flow to refine the mysterious immortal Gu, he needed over 200 Gu worms, among which 28 were rank 4 and 5. And this was only the number of successful refinement attempts. If Feng Yuan wanted to refine the gu, he would need at least 3 times the amount of preparations to prevent any mistakes during the refinement process from leading to the refinement failure. But if he failed, he would need backup gu worms. 16 days later, in the hall, He Lulan displayed the demeanor of a black tyrant. He roared fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded by He Lulan until they could not raise their heads, and even suffered punches and kicks, kept quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lulan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had become increasingly irritable. Since the opening of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, he had become even worse. His temper was like a barrel of gunpowder. He would scold and beat his subordinates at every turn. Until now, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily injured and still lying on the sickbed. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not that we are slacking. It was just that these 78 trials were simply too difficult. The golden white tiger virtual image that was guarding the gate was very powerful. It already had 30% of a dire beast's strength. With our mortal bodies, even if we use all our strength, we can only harass them. We don't have any powerful offensive methods. Moreover, once the golden white tiger attacks, our gu masters will not be able to resist it. As the head of the family elders, He Pei carefully spoke after He Lulan vented her anger. He Lulan glanced at him and scolded. "You're talking nonsense. Although the golden white tiger's attack is strong, as long as we are united, we will be able to defeat it. Regardless of the sacrifice, he would definitely be able to end it before the time limit. All of you are afraid to move forward. My He tribe's brave name has been thrown away by all of you." The elders shrunk their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say a word. He Lulan's words made sense. Against the illusory golden white tiger. This was not the first time. If they really disregarded the sacrifice and volunteered to be cannon fodder, even if they died under the claws of the illusory golden white tiger, they would be able to buy time for others. Although He tribe's attacks were weak, as long as there was enough time, they could accumulate and destroy the illusory golden white tiger. But the fact was, once the illusory golden white tiger attacked, everyone was afraid of death and hesitated to move forward, causing He Lulan's plan to attack 88-Point Jinyang Tower to be stuck at this stage, unable to advance any further. The hall reverberated with He Lulan's roar. No one dared to at this time to go against this black tyrant who would not care about anyone once he was enraged. After He Lulan vented his anger, he sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. His heart was filled with indignation, especially when he saw the silent elders. He was even angrier. Besides anger, he was also helpless. In the Imperial Court contest, these He tribe elders fought bravely and fearlessly. But now that he was here, he was afraid. Where did his courage go? Actually, He Lulan understood. In the Imperial Court contest, rewards and punishments were fair. Everyone fought to be the first. It was all for fame, for power, for survival. At 88-Point Jinyang Tower, the rewards for clearing the stage belonged to the tribe leader. Everyone's enthusiasm for clearing the stage was very low. The most important reason was that the Imperial Court contest was already won. There was no danger of survival. Even outside the sacred palace, there were many inheritances. As long as they survived this period of time, after leaving Imperial Court Blessed Land, they would have a brighter future. To give up their lives and become cannon fodder to help others, only a fool would do such a thing. He tribe's elders were all smart people. Preserving their lives was the most important. Other than that, even if they were scolded by He Lulan, so what? Even if they were beaten by He Lulan and laid on the sickbed, compared to death, what was it? He Lulan was well aware of the elders' thoughts. Even though I am a rank 5 expert, I cannot control people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are scattered, it is not easy to lead even the strongest tribe. Never mind. He Lulan sighed inwardly, saying, "In that case, I can only open up 88-Point Jinyang Tower and gather everyone's strength to attack it." To ask for reinforcements, a guest token was needed. But now in Imperial Court Blessed Land, besides He tribe, there were many other Huangjin tribes. For example, Yilui tribe, Ma tribe and so on. One could imagine that once He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower to them, these people would definitely rush over like ducks. This way, they could be used as cannon fodder. When the elders heard He Lulan's words, they used their gazes to communicate with each other. This method could make them take a back seat, but they were not willing to do so. First Elder He Pei stood out. Lord Tribe Leader, although this plan is good, we must guard against it. Although these people have our ancestors' blood flowing in them, they are not our He Tribe Leader. Once they pass and obtain benefits, we will not be able to spit them out. That's right, Lord. Elder He Qixing added. To think that our He tribe racked our brains and worked hard to become the champion of this imperial court contest. He Pei was overjoyed. Lord Tribe Leader is wise, thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Jinyang Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, they were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Fang Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Diqiu inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. If I am not wrong, the sacred palace should be in chaos now. At this time, sacred palace. In a side hall, a hidden door opened under the cover of the trees. An old man with white hair and a middle-aged Gu master. They walked out one after another. Old sir, please take care. First Elder He Pei sent Tai Bai Yunxing out of the secret door, patting his chest as he guaranteed. Don't worry, I am here. I guarantee that you will get a guest token. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. Since First Elder He Pei guaranteed it, then it is a matter of fact. I am naturally assured. There is no need to send me off. Goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder He Pei placed his right hand on his chest, bowing as he looked at Tai Bai Yunxing walking under the cover of the lush trees. After turning a corner, he disappeared from his sight. An immortal venerable inheritance is truly attractive. To think that even Tai Bai Yunxing would come to bribe me. He Pei sighed inwardly. Ever since He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, First Elder He Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became a very popular person. Every day, all sorts of people would come to visit him openly and secretly. Some would try to establish relationships, some would try to curry favor with him, some would try to bribe him, and some would even try to seduce him. But Tai Bai Yunxing's secret visit still shocked He Pei. Tai Bai Yunxing was a person of virtue and prestige. He was the #1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains. He saved countless people. He was an upright person with great influence. He Pei had never expected that the matter of secretly bribing someone would happen to Tai Bai Yunxing. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is also a human. There are only so many guest tokens. If it were me, I would not have been able to sit still. He Pei chuckled, raising his head subconsciously, looking at the top of the sacred palace. Over there, the dazzling multicolored light had already accumulated into a thick fog. In the thick fog, the phantom image of the second floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower, could already be vaguely seen. It won't take long, the second floor will appear. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunxing was watching from afar. The multicolored light shone on his snow-white hair and beard, as well as his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunxing was in a daze. A scene from deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. That evening, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire, beautiful beyond compare. The 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunxing met the old beggar who changed his life. Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water. It could be said that you saved this old beggar's life. What do you want? Say it. This old beggar will do his best to satisfy you. The old beggar had a head of purple-red hair, Sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was unconscious. But when he was awake, his gaze was like the vicissitudes of the sea. His whole body emitted a deep and unforgettable aura. I want to become a Gu master, the young Tai Bai Yinxing blurted out. Then what kind of Gu master do you want to become? He, I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. The first inheritance can let you bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance can let you control wind and float in the sky, roaming the world. The third inheritance can let you transcend life and death, helping the common people. The old beggar smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The young Tai Bai Yunxing frowned and thought for a while, before finally choosing the third inheritance. The confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated. As he pulled back his mind from his memories, Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly, muttering, "In the end, I am still a person who is afraid of death." When he was young, he did not feel it, and because he was used to seeing life and death, he was indifferent to it. But when Tai Bai Yunxing gradually aged, and his healthy and energetic body became rotten, he became more and more reluctant to part with the beauty of his youth. Most of the time, a person's thoughts change according to the situation. On Earth, life and death could not be transcended. One had to be indifferent to it. But here, as long as there was a trace of life, a trace of hope, they would struggle. Only when he personally experienced it did Tai Bai Yunxing feel a great terror from the word death. Precisely because of this, he secretly observed and patiently waited for several batches, finally seeing the situation clearly and participating in this imperial court contest. Entering imperial court blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can increase my lifespan. Although lifespan Gu is hard to find and even harder to buy, I believe 88-point Jinyang Tower will have it. If I cannot obtain lifespan Gu in the end, then I can only try to advance to Gu Immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing inwardly thought. The inheritance that the old beggar gave him was extraordinary. It was a complete set of inheritances for a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The contents of the inheritance had detailed descriptions of how mortals could advance to Gu Immortal. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear about the huge risks of advancing to Gu Immortal. The process of advancing to Gu Immortal required the fusion and fusion of heaven qi, earth qi and human qi. If these 3 aspects were slightly lacking, one's soul would scatter and die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tai Bai Yunxing did not want to advance to Gu Immortal, because even if he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, his lifespan would not increase. However, Tai Bai Yunxing's inheritance had given him a sliver of hope. But this hope was very harsh. He had to advance to Gu Immortal before it could be realized. All these years, Tai Bai Yunxing had been searching for lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were born in heaven and earth. Their traces were hard to find. Tai Bai Yunxing had yet to obtain any. 88-point Jinyang Tower should have lifespan Gu. I can definitely find it here. I can definitely find lifespan Gu here. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the silhouette of 88 Truyang building as he encouraged himself. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Dichio inheritance. Feng Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao. Mo Yao easily learned of it. Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer moving transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? Hehehe, you really have guts, comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Calamity Beckoning Gu is mine. Water Pavilion is mine too. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower will be mine. You are just a will. How can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Feng Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh. Her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly. Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said. In this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. Hehehe, don't you think this is domineering? Feng Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Boqing said this? Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out. Her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Feng Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist. No matter how Feng Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in Soul Path and Wisdom Path far surpassed Feng Yuan's. As a result, Feng Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Feng Yuan empty-handed. In his mind, he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Feng Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Feng Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma Tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Feng Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial Borrow Strength Gu in the treasure room of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Feng Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing! Feng Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Gu as support, as well as 36 other Gu worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Feng Yuan could not stop praising it. But, I know about the 5 Great Flying Zombie Gu. This killer move actually needs a 6th Flying Zombie Gu? What Gu is it? If not for the leader Jiangdong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Goo Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit. We can win if we persevere. Jiangdong moved and shouted loudly, raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed. They barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Goo Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately, Northern Plains was a common custom. Most of these Goo Masters cultivated the strength path. The Goo Masters fought with all their strength. They mainly used close combat. They would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Roar! Right at this time, the old Beast King suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Goo Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Goo Master's ribs were all shattered. He could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old Beast King was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment, it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Goo Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with. Now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture. What should I do? Jiangdong's eyes turned. He immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute. Escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill. They were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past, it was difficult. I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, there are resources everywhere. It is time for me to accumulate my strength. How can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home. Although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year. So sorry everyone. Jiangdong's gaze flickered. He suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement Goo Worm. His sleeves tore through the air. With a soft swoosh, he left in a cloud of dust. The remaining Goo Masters were stunned. Their leader had already escaped. What was the point of fighting? Immediately, everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck. Jiangdong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone, it only chased after him. Jiangdong's methods were ruthless and fierce. It bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on, I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly. Jiangdong fell into despair. Lord Jiangdong, run. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiangdong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him. He recognized him as Ma Hongyan. He had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation. He was a logistics Goo Master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad. Jiangdong was overjoyed. He immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyan. Ma Hongyan's eyes opened wide. Seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing, he could not help but want to warn Jiangdong. But he hadn't expected that Jiangdong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Feng Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person. She naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Feng Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court Blessed Land under the noses of Northern Plains Goo immortals. He is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Goo. He has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible. When he knows he cannot win, he immediately compromises. He is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yaozwil could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Feng Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Feng Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Feng Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yaozwil did not know many of Feng Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Feng Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Feng Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Feng Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago, only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yaozwil could only bully Feng Yuan's low-wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will, and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yaozwil had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. Seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze. He sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the imperial court contest, Feng Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Dang Hun Mountain. As long as Dang Hun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yaozwil in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Feng Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before, and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling, and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shanin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this imperial court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would dye thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on Earth: political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power, and power was the truth. But on Earth, it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others. Just take Feng Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind. But Feng Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Roar. A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom, soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. It's you. He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right, Wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Feng Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Feng Yuan's enslavement path attainment. TSK, to think this kid has so much talent. At such a young age he can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal. She was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her vision was very high, and in her memory, there were many young masters like Feng Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again. Exhausted by the wolf group, it was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms, and add 3 more. Oh. Feng Yuan's brows rose. He said calmly. I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Feng Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. Communicating with jewel yellow skies and exchanging for mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Feng Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Jiyu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Feng Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly. Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus he continued to experiment, using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move. He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Feng Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. He was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Feng Yuan stored the dozen or so Gu worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level. They could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. They would die for sure. But how they died, and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies. Their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black. The nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses Borrow Strength Gu as the core, the 6 Flying Zombie Gu as the foundation, and the other 18 Gu as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way, the Gu Master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times. and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support Gu, there are 3 life force Gu, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed. Little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength Gu, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding. It complements the borrow strength Gu. But Gu masters are living people while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm heavenly zombie king, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Life force and death energy are clearly separated. They are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem. It is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force Gu worms among the support Gu. This is already my limit. Chapter 581. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the central area of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The secret room was circular, with walls shining with starlight, and a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model on the table. It was similar to a sand table. It was the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center. Even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. I am here again. In his mind, Mo Yao's will sighed. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to her. He only looked at the white jade round table. Since entering 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had first used the guest token to reach high grade and enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steal and found the glass owner token. Next, he used the glass owner token to enter the central control room. But because of Dichio inheritance, he chose to temporarily stop attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. All in all, Dichio inheritance had its pros and cons. Although Fang Yuan obtained the Immortal Gu, its effect was special. It benefited others at the expense of himself. Furthermore, Mo Yao's will had infiltrated his mind. He could not get rid of it and had many internal problems. But undeniably, Mo Yao's will had given Fang Yuan many pointers these days. He had gained a lot. Not just the refinement path insights, just the killer moves like 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Ink Transformation, as well as the modified Earth Chief Zombie Gu's recipe, were very valuable. Besides this, there was another huge benefit. That was, it was very useful for Fang Yuan's plans for 88-point Jinyang Tower. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. He had deep research on 88-point Jinyang Tower. Back then, he had infiltrated Imperial Court Blessed Land and created a loophole, creating Dichio inheritance, a legendary character. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He also had the video of Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower. He also had the precious first-hand information from Land Spirit Langya. And now he even had the help of Mo Yao. This time he was very confident. But right after that his gaze froze slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table was covered in a layer of sticky black liquid. The black liquid formed a loophole vortex and slowly poured into a hole in the sand table. The hole was none other than the location of the Dichio succession. But now, there was no trace of the ink on the sand table, and the spot that was covering Dichio was completely restored, without a single hole. Such a scene was like a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's confidence. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to make a guess, Mo Yao's will in his mind knew what he was thinking and chuckled. There are gains and losses. Little brother, you've already obtained the inheritance of Dichio. With the power of the 88-point Jinyang Tower, The previous hole must have been restored. The hole on Dichio is no longer there, and the small tower should have been rebuilt. Without the hole, how do I refine the glass owner token into an edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked. If there is no hole, you can create a new hole. Mo Yao smiled proudly. Why did I teach you the refinement path killer moving transformation? You should have guessed it already. That's right. The ink you saw covering the sand table was caused by the killer moving transformation. If there is no hole, create a hole? Mo Yao's words displayed the bearing of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan's brows to raise slightly, even though it was easy to say how to create a hole. Fang Yuan, who was at least a refinement path grandmaster, did not have this ability. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyan ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Changli. Changli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyan when he was about to run over. Plop! Ma Hongyan fell flat on his face. Turning around to look, he was stunned. What a beautiful girl. He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Changli said. Changli's voice made Ma Hongyan's heart itch. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyan. This caused Ma Hongyan to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. And the goo worms on the goo masters were basically all refined. This was the reason why He Lulan ordered people to investigate the location of the wild goo worms. As long as they could capture the wild goo on the flying bear, it would be much easier to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, they could just destroy it. Goo worms were very fragile, like the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan only needed to pinch it lightly to kill it. Wild beasts did not have apertures. Wild goo lived on their bodies. This was a huge weakness. He Lulan snorted, shouting, "Continue investigating." He was not satisfied with this result. The Star River goo was residing in the flying bear's mouth. It was too difficult to capture it. While they were talking, the situation became even worse. Tang Miaoming and He Qisheng are unable to hold on. Pei Yanfei's expression was grim.